Hanbell's life was a total nightmare. She just caught her boyfriend cheating on her. On top of that, the pub where she worked was always full of creeps. But then one night, she got totally wasted and got into an accident on the way home that ended her life. The next thing she knew, she opened her eyes and realized she was alive. But when she went to the mirror like always, she saw she'd turned into a monster. She didn't recognize her room either. And then a maid knocked and explained she was the mistress of this estate, and her name was now Alexa. The girl thought princesses were supposed to be beautiful, and now they could call her a fraud looking like this. She figured she was cursed, but she didn't get why her. And if she was reincarnated anyway, why not into a normal body? The girl immediately burst into tears, asking what was wrong with her face, all while repeating that it wasn't her face. Then, Alexa finally decided to pull herself together, and looking in the mirror again, admitted that she was a monster. The maid tried to argue with her, but she said that she had eyes too, and also asked the servant not to freak out. She promised not to harm the scared girl, but still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was losing her mind. Then the maid suggested that the lady was simply shocked by the visit of Lady Ariel, Alexa's older sister, and a princess of this country. The servant reminded her that she came a few days ago, and since then, Alexa had been very sad and often cried in her room. But now the lady was more interested in why the princess was her sister and not her, even though she realized that her appearance was the obstacle. Then the maid continued to explain that Alexa is still the second princess in the kingdom of Felipe. She's also the daughter of a concubine, Camilla, who died when the girl was only 6 years old. And when Alexa turned 7, she was cursed at the Kennedy estate because she drove away a sorceress who had asked for shelter on a rainy day. Before that, she was very beautiful, and everyone considered her the second most beautiful after Lady Ariel. And she's 18 now. The maid also reminded her that despite everything, Alexa is also engaged, and her fiancé is Marquis Belkalon, commander of the royal army. On top of that, he's so handsome that they call him the Empire's flower, and he's basically the most eligible bachelor around. Alexa couldn't figure out why this Marquis would marry her, and the maid explained it was a contract engagement, one that'd probably get called off. I mean, everyone knows Princess Ariel and the Marquis are seeing each other, and that he straight up hates Alexa. The maid said it's cause Alexa fell head over heels and latched onto him like a freaking leech. She loved him so much, she even made a deal with her dad, the king, and wiped out all the kingdom's enemies. Alexa was so strong, they even called her the Death Warden. Without her, the kingdom would have lost its last war. But behind her back, they also called her a freak, a scrub, and a total man-chaser. Alexa knew there wasn't much she could do about it right now, but she still had to try and survive here. Time passed, but the girl still couldn't get used to her appearance, this hairy-ass body she was stuck in. Back in her past life, she was a nobody, didn't have any special skills or talents, but she knew nothing about this Alexa. She also didn't want to die a second time just to get rid of this. And then this brilliant idea popped into her head. Alexa called her maid Lily over and asked her to bring some sugar wax. Lily quickly did as she was asked, even though she didn't know why her mistress wanted it. So Alexa decided to show her what she was up to. She started spreading the wax on her arm, then pressed a piece of cloth on top, and after waiting a few minutes, she ripped it off fast. The maid got super freaked out seeing this, and even thought her mistress had gone nuts and was trying to hurt herself. But then Alexa showed her the patch of skin, now clean of hair, and told her not to worry. After that, she asked Lily to do the same thing all over her body, ripping the cloth off sharply so it wouldn't hurt as much. Still, this primitive hair removal did hurt, and after hours of non-stop pain, Alexa was beyond miserable. But then she looked at herself in the mirror again, and was happy that she at least looked human now. Lily was just amazed, because she never knew you could remove hair like that, and thought it was some kind of magic. Instead of explaining, her mistress just told her to gather all the workers, and soon a small group of people stood before her. Alexa was surprised she had so few servants, only 10 people. But she was a princess, she needed more. The servants, meanwhile, couldn't believe this was their mistress, with all that fur. They thought she was an imposter, but she just asked for quiet, explained she'd called them for advice, and then asked which one of them was the cook. A guy in a white uniform, looking a little nervous, admitted it was him. Alexa then asked if he'd been the one mocking her. He immediately started apologizing, but she told him all her dishes were way too greasy. The cook confessed that Ariel had advised him to do so. That struck her as a little suspicious, but now she was going to change everything. The cook kept insisting her sister was really trying hard. Alexa didn't get why this cook valued Ariel's words more than the direct orders of his actual boss, like he wasn't afraid of her at all. So she decided to teach them all a lesson, show them who their real mistress was, and then ordered everyone to listen closely. She stated that if she heard any objections again, she wouldn't forgive it, and there would be consequences. The servants had no choice but to obey, understanding that their lives might depend on it. Meanwhile, Alexa realized the monsters had their perks, and then decided to tell the servants what they needed to do from now on. First, she called her personal hairdresser, Jen, and admitted that she wasn't made of stone, no matter how scary she looked. She was an 18-year-old girl, and she had feelings too, so she wanted people to see her as a person, not a monster. At that moment, Lily also approached, and both maids apologized to their mistress for only thinking with prejudice all this time. They were sorry they hurt her, and she advised them that, to start, they should try to do their jobs well. They promised to do everything possible to make Princess Alexa the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. They started by making the mistress do physical exercises, which she wasn't very happy about, but she agreed. And from that day on, she continued to exercise and take care of herself, which the maids helped her with. Over 3 months, Alexa also learned how to manage the estate and put her hand to the financial side of things. Looking at the papers, she noticed that the expenses were too huge, especially on food, as if someone wanted to ruin her health. She also figured out it was her sister, Ariel, and was now trying to figure out what she was after. One evening, the esteemed princess was heading out to visit her sister at the Duke's request. He couldn't just stand by and ignore the changes in Lady Alexa, especially since she'd gotten rid of her fur and refused the food offered. Hurton was worried, but didn't believe the curse was gone, so Ariel had to go and check on her condition. The next day, while Alexa was training, her knight opponent started giving up pretty quickly. The lady even started yelling at him to get up, but he wasn't as strong as she was. 'Cause she's a monster. He immediately clapped his hand over his mouth, realizing he'd said too much, and Alexa decided to teach him a lesson in return. She immediately attacked him again with her sword, but didn't injure him, just knocked him unconscious. It only took one hit, and she couldn't believe it was possible, then realized there was magic in her sword. Now she understood why everyone was afraid of Alexa, and decided to test something else, immediately swinging the sword. That sword swing was brutal, ripped that statue clean in half. Girl realized even rock ain't safe around her. She was feeling like a total badass when her maid told her Princess Ariel had arrived. Alexa was confused why she was showing up so early. Ariel usually visits like every couple months. She knew something was up, had to be careful. So she went to meet her. First thing, she apologized to the princess for the wait. Ariel saw her sister as a human and totally freaked. Alexa knew it was a lot to take in, so she decided to reintroduce herself, giving her name and title. Then, she explained it was magic that changed her, but Ariel still couldn't wrap her head around her sister breaking the curse. Alexa said the whole story's long, but she confirmed the curse was gone for good. She wasn't a monster anymore. She was Alexa, Princess Ariel's little sister and the king's daughter. But the first princess still had her doubts. She needed proof her sister was really who she said she was. And then Alexa, she barely nudged the cup and it shattered, bragging that only she could do that. Now Ariel believed her and was stoked, because she was so worried about her just holing up in her room all the time. She even started crying. But Alexa didn't buy her tears, seeing as she didn't know the real score between them yet. So to win this fight, she had to build her defenses without raising any flags, and pretended she was super happy to see her sister too. After that, she thanked Ariel for caring and said she hoped they could do everything together from now on. Then, Alexa hugged her sister, but Ariel still felt a little awkward, though she was trying not to show it. And then, to prove she was on the level, the princess offered to have her sister come with her to the castle. It's been a week since Alexa came to the palace with her sister, but also since she's barely seen her, Ariel keeps making excuses, saying she's swamped with stuff, so she just doesn't have time to hang out. Meanwhile, the whole royal palace is working overtime to get ready for the king's birthday, which is in 3 days. Meanwhile, she kept up with her workouts, made time for relaxation, and wondered if her sister would even show up at the reception. Just then, a maid named Rachel, wearing glasses, knocked and announced that she'd be serving Alexa from now on, by Ariel's orders. Her Highness also sent some outfits for the reception, and Alexa should pick whatever she liked. Alexa carefully looked over each dress, and they all seemed like they were straight out of the last century. The maid noticed Alexa's reaction and explained that Ariel had selected all the outfits that were currently in style. Then she added that if Alexa didn't like something, just pick something, thank the princess, and don't complain. That's when Jen and Lily stepped in, telling the maid that she had no right to be so rude to Lady Alexa. But the bespectacled maid didn't back down. She declared that the guest should address her politely in the royal palace. That really ticked Alexa off, and Rachel even worried about what would be left of the palace after Alexa was through with it. At that moment, she got a hard smack for daring to speak in such a rude and arrogant tone to her mistress. After that, Alexa hoped it was enough to remind everyone who she was and put that maid in her place. She also ordered Rachel to tell all the palace staff that they needed to respect both princesses of their kingdom. Soon the day of the celebration arrived, and Alexa put on a newly sewn dress for the reception that Jamie the tailor really appreciated. He admitted it was way prettier than those old rags, and she hoped that would be enough to piss Ariel off. The tailor even teared up because he couldn't imagine the mistress looking so gorgeous. Then he remembered their first meeting. Alexa had approached him back then and explained that she was from the royal family, but she didn't have much cash. But if he sewed her a dress, using the best fabrics, it would really help boost his career. And now Jamie was admiring his work, while the maids called the mistress to the hall, explaining that everything was ready. As she entered, they solemnly announced her as Alexa de Pelagie Dwight, the second princess of the Felipe Kingdom. The guests immediately panicked, thinking a monster had shown up. But then they saw a very beautiful lady and were astonished. Alexa walked down the path and greeted His Majesty politely, wishing him health and prosperity from the goddess Demetria. The king was also super surprised, because he knew his second daughter was a monster, completely covered in fur. But he quickly pulled himself together, thanked her, and said she looked absolutely stunning today. Meanwhile, the people in the hall wouldn't stop whispering about how that was the princess, because they couldn't believe it was really her. But then the king clapped his hands and demanded silence, and then announced that his second daughter had been freed from her curse. He also explained that it was a blessing from the goddess Demetria, and a sign that pointed to a bright future for their country. Alexa, meanwhile, noticed that even in this situation, the king managed to use his daughter to spin things in his favor, but without voicing her suspicions, she just asked her father for permission to go over to her sister. The king gave his okay, and just as she was about to leave, her gaze landed on a man who had just entered the hall. He was a tall young dude with black hair and equally black eyes. And yeah, he was pretty damn handsome. She also noticed their eyes met for a split second, and from that look, she realized they might know each other. Just then, another blonde dude came up from behind and grabbed her arm. Pretty damn hard, too. Alexa yelled at him to let go, but he wasn't listening and kept holding on, trying to get her attention. So the girl yanked her hand away, getting seriously pissed off at him in the process. The guy apologized and introduced himself as her younger brother, Wilhelm, explaining it was urgent. Then he nodded toward that young, dark-haired guy and said that's Duke Belkalon, and he's cursed. 30 years ago, the late king married the devil's daughter to keep the kingdom at peace. Even though she was only half demon, they executed her for her cruelty and ruthlessness. And the Duke is that woman's son, and nobody's sure if he's got royal blood or not. Wilhelm explained that black hair and eyes are a demon thing, and nobody knows when his devil side will take over. Alexa realized she'd only known her brother for 10 minutes, but talking to him was easier than talking to Ariel. She figured the kid had a major inferiority complex because of the Archduke, plain and simple. The girl also understood that her father only needed her for political reasons, since his youngest son was lost in fantasies and paranoia. Now, all that's left is the biggest problem of all, Ariel, who's hiding her true self. Just then, the first princess walked up and, after asking if her brother was done, decided to take her sister. She explained she wanted to introduce her to a lot of people, starting with her childhood friend, Manuela. Then more girls came over, wanting to meet Alexa, knowing how much she'd suffered because of the curse. They also noticed she was wearing a unique dress, with a cut they'd never seen before. At that moment, Alexa felt like a monkey in a zoo, put on display for everyone to gawk at. Ariel then whispered to her friends not to get so carried away discussing the princess, especially her dress. Now the girl understood her sister was trying to make her look bad, turn all the nobles against her and laugh. And since she's basically in a zoo, all that's left to do is smash her cage and get the hell out of here. That's when she splashed her drink all over that girl, who dared to laugh at what she was wearing. The girl immediately started screaming because her dress cost a fortune and her designer slaved over it. But Alexa then implied that without that dress, she's just a plain nobody on the inside. Then she asked who the girl even was, while showing off her own dress, which, let's be real, is a total knockout. Alexa then grabbed the hem of the other girl's dress and ripped it a little, explaining that she's got power even without a dress. The second princess knew everyone there was putting on a show anyway, which is why she wasn't holding back. Plus, she decided that people needed to pick a side, hers or the first princess's. And as for the girl with the stained dress, Alexa told her to send the bill to the palace, and she'd get paid back with interest. The scared girl freaked out, begged them to stop, got up, and bolted from the hall. Alex noticed that her sister wasn't exactly making her feelings known. She was playing it safe on the sidelines. Ariel's rounding up allies and planning an attack. And if the second princess can't defend herself, she's out. Alex figured it was time for her to bail too. when someone called out for the princess, and when she turned, she realized it was Marquis Belfort, the very same fiancé she thought she couldn't live without, and now she was seeing him in the flesh. Herman was headed her way, and she thought he was coming to her, but he walked right past and approached Ariel, who was standing nearby. The first princess was happy to see him, and decided to invite the Marquise for the last dance. Now Alex understood. She'd stolen the fiancé her younger sister was so hung up on. The dynamic between them was getting clearer, and to survive in this world, she'd have to protect the girl whose body she was in. Walking up to the couple, Alex announced that she decided to officially call off her engagement to the Marquise today. The room started buzzing with whispers, everyone shocked. Then the second princess piped up, saying it's obvious those two are perfect for each other. So, if she's an unwanted guest in Marquis Belfort's heart, she better just leave. Criticism be damned. The nobles were still reeling, but Alexa knew it was her move now. She walked up to Ariel, practically demanding she agree, but the princess wasn't rushing to answer. So Alexa took her silence as a yes, and repeated that her engagement with Belfort was off. Then she added that everyone there would be her witness, and with that, she decided to bounce. That was just Alexa's first step. She's got a long road ahead, but right now, she felt free. She walked out of the hall and into the fresh air, letting out a sigh of relief. It felt so stuffy in there. Then, she leaned over the railing to take a look, and realized the balcony was seriously high up. Alexa thought about how she could die if she fell from up there, and remembered how it all went down last time. Then it hit her. If she died here, she could just respawn in another world. But she'd only just started out here, so she needed to ditch those kinds of thoughts. Alexa needed to pull herself together, and she was so lost in her head that she didn't even notice herself accidentally tumbling over the railing. In that moment, she felt a jolt of fear and said goodbye to her life. But then she realized she wasn't falling anymore. Opening her eyes, the girl saw that Duke Belkalon had managed to grab her hand. Then he pulled her back onto the balcony, all the while staring intently into her eyes. Alexa herself felt ashamed of what happened, and after a quick "thanks," she bolted. After stopping around the corner to catch her breath, she wondered how long the Duke had been standing there, and if he'd heard her talking about herself in the third person. He probably also saw her flailing her arms around like a pterodactyl, and now she was just hoping they'd never run into each other again. After the reception ended, Alexa went back to her normal life, while pretty much everyone was talking about the engagement being called off. Word on the street was, Ariel and the Marquis haven't even seen each other since. And get this, the first princess hasn't been to any public events, no parties, nada. But Alex didn't give a damn about any of that. She had one problem. She was so bored, she was losing her mind. Lost in thought, she accidentally banged her head on the table, and boom, a bump popped up. Lily was all over it with a cold compress, but she didn't even care about the bump. Alex was way more bothered by that disastrous run-in with the Duke. The second princess even started thinking about dying again and getting isekai'd to another world. A few days later, they organized a hunting competition, and guess who was in it? The Marquise and the Duke. Alex figured it might be a fun distraction, but when she got there, she was like, life's messing with me again. She found out about the competition a few days before from her maid, Lily, who explained it's a tradition. The whole royal family and all the nobles participate, plus all the guys and girls who are there to cheer them on. So the team that brings in the biggest and most valuable haul wins, but that's not all. If a hunter doesn't have a woman backing him up, he's automatically disqualified. At that moment, Alex thought this whole thing sounded boring and pointless, but she decided to participate anyway, since she's part of the royal family and kinda has to. Besides, Lily and Jen went all out to prep their lady for this day, even getting her a special hunter's outfit. The girl thought these maids could be annoying sometimes, but they were also reliable. Soon, Manuela spotted her, and kept thinking this princess was not just quirky, but also prickly as hell. Alex heard her muttering, and at first mistook her for Miss Raphael, who ditched the banquet over a spilled dress. Manuela didn't argue with the second princess, and just lowered her head, flustered. Right then, King Raphael III officially declared the hunting competition open. He also dropped that the Archduke would be there, so Alexa knew she'd have to face him again. The king turned to Belkalon, saying his presence really classied up the event. Then, Raphael wished the assembled nobles that the goddess Demetria would help them win. This time, the winner gets a sword, a cash prize, and will bring glory to their name and family. After that, the king told everyone to get ready, and the male hunters started picking women to back them. Just when Alexa was getting used to the vibe, Ariel showed up and asked her sister who she was going to support. The second princess didn't know what to say. She needed to get her act together so she wouldn't get blindsided. Then she fired back, asking Ariel who she would be supporting. Alex also added that everyone already knew the answer. But hey, the human heart's a fickle thing. After that, she overheard that Mr. Laris and Miss Layshoes were partnering up, and it looked like this year would be drama-free. Just then, Prince Wilhelm spoke up, asking the king if the royal family could join in too. The kid even added that their noble archduke might want to give it a shot as well. Alex was surprised. She'd always heard the royal men just watch the competitions, but King Raphael thought it was a great idea. He never liked the royals just standing on the sidelines. The second princess glanced at the prince, green with envy, and the king, stubbornly ignoring it. She couldn't believe the duke would agree to participate, since he probably wouldn't have any support. Though people say he wields fire magic, and she'd heard they tied his hands so he wouldn't burn anyone alive. On the other hand, tying his hands seemed unfair to the second princess, more like torture. And even though Alex wanted to avoid the duke as much as possible, she couldn't just pretend she didn't hear that. Meanwhile, the hunters had already chosen their partners, leaving only Marquis Belford and Duke Belkalon without a pair. The second they announced the Marquis had to pick a partner, all the girls started tripping over themselves to volunteer. Belford just gave them a silent look, and the host had to ask again if anyone else wanted to support him. The girls got the hint and shut up, all of them staring at the second princess, who had no idea why. Alexa had zero intention of volunteering to support her ex-fiancé. After a whole minute of waiting, they finally assigned Lady Cecile, an aristocrat, to support Belford. Alexa was expecting Ariel to be chosen as the Marquis's supporter, so she was totally surprised when it wasn't her. She glanced at her sister, who looked a little sad, but didn't say a word. The second princess was actually relieved that she wasn't the only one hiding her true feelings. After that, they called out Belkalon Dwight Estar's name, leaving the Duke as the last one without support. All the ladies were silent, because nobody wanted to be his partner, and the other hunters totally understood why. The other girls were still too chicken, afraid they'd get roasted alive if things went south. Then, out of nowhere, Alexa volunteers to be the Duke's partner, which totally blindsided everyone. The king was especially floored, telling her it wasn't the time or place for jokes, and demanded she apologize to the Duke. But she said she wasn't kidding, even though she had no freaking clue why she was doing it. And to prove she was serious, she swore on Dwight's name that she was being totally honest. For a split second, Alexa thought it was because she saw herself in the Duke's eyes, like they were kindred spirits. Belkalon was also shunned and rejected by everyone, and they all made fun of him too, so she offered him her hand. Just then, Wilhelm called out to her, but she told her brother to leave her alone and mind his own business. The host then asked the Duke if he was willing to accept Princess Alexa as his partner, but he didn't answer right away, and the girl was silently begging him not to overthink it and just take her hand, because if he refused, he'd be tortured. Belkalon shook his hand and announced he was accepting the princess as his support partner. Meanwhile, the king decided to skip the tradition of punishing some of the participants this time around. After that, His Majesty Raphael declared the partner selection over, and the hunt was on. Once the king announced the start of the competition, the teams split up to prepare for the hunt. Alexa noticed those noble ladies heading her way again, which was becoming a frequent and annoying thing. Even though she knew she had to put up with endless drama like before, she decided to handle things differently now. The nobles asked if she really didn't have feelings for the Marquis anymore, and she confirmed it. What's more, Alexa pointed out that she never had feelings for him in the first place. It was all a cold calculation. Her sister, the first princess, couldn't commit to marriage so quickly, so she was engaged to the Marquis instead of her. She explained she was holding him for Ariel, then asked them to leave her alone. She needed to get ready. After everyone else left, Ariel showed up and started grilling her sister about why she didn't pick Belford. But she just turned around and asked the first princess the same thing, saying it looked like she didn't even care about him. Ariel kept pushing for an answer, wanting to know why Alexa chose that dark-eyed guy, especially since he's cursed. The second princess didn't see it as a big deal though, since she was cursed herself, and she was a monster too. Her sister shot back that if that were true, she wouldn't have brought her back to the palace. Then she turned and walked off. Alexa didn't chase after her, heading straight to her tent, where the Duke was already getting ready. She was totally prepared herself, and suddenly, she noticed that Belkalon was looking more like a puppy dog. The Duke decided to ask her why she'd decided to become his partner in the first place. He then explained to the princess that he thought she hated him as much as everyone else did. Alexa knew what he meant. Remembering the night she suddenly ran away from him, Belkalon figured she was only sticking around because she had to, but she told him that wasn't the case. She knew this guy was used to being surrounded by hate, and now she was asking him not to avoid her. The Duke still felt awkward though. Then he hopped on his horse and said he had to get going. But before he left, Alexa asked if she could cheer him up and offered him her handkerchief. Belkalon gave her his arm, and she started tying the handkerchief on, but below his elbow. Because his bicep was huge, it still didn't fit there either, so Alexa had an idea. She tied the handkerchief to his bow instead. The Duke thanked her for the gesture and wondered if she always did stuff like that for other people. The princess didn't catch that, because he mumbled it, so she asked him to repeat himself. But Belkalon didn't repeat the question. He just politely thanked her again for the support. After that, he rode off, and Alexa remembered the rumors about him being a total savage, but thought he looked pretty innocent. The princess figured, hey, if that's how it is, this hunting competition better be fun. The sun was shining, the breeze was perfect, and her mood just kept getting better. Plus, she was stoked to be out of that damn dress and rocking some comfortable pants for once. The princess was feeling amazing. She didn't even need the prize money or the sword to feel rewarded. Honestly, the only thing that would make this even better was seeing the look on the king's face when she and the Duke won. Cruising along on her horse, she heard a rustle in the bushes and immediately drew her bow. A young deer peeked out, and it was so damn cute, she just couldn't bring herself to shoot it. Crouching down, she reached out a hand and told the little guy not to be scared. She wasn't gonna hurt him. But Alexa also knew she wasn't about to waste an arrow on this little guy. She was hunting for the big game. Just then, her horse snorted and bolted, and she had no freaking clue what was going on. The fawn took off after the horse, leaving Alexa all alone, forcing her to walk the rest of the way. Soon, she spotted a huge tree and decided to climb to the top. She always felt freer up high. She loved the view from up there and couldn't believe she hadn't thought to climb it sooner. She also decided to scope out the area for any rare game and noticed a few guys in the distance. She realized they were setting traps, and one of them was bragging about learning how from some master blacksmith. Plus, the guys were saying the Duke was supposed to be passing through, and they were worried he'd be a tough customer. They also figured someone else might wander into their traps, and they'd be interested to see what happened then, too. Alexa, meanwhile, realized these guys were up to no good, and decided to teach them a lesson. The next thing they knew, the princess's boots came crashing down on one of them, knocking him flat. Then she stood over the rest of the freaked-out guys and demanded they explain themselves to her. They introduced themselves as Lord Ivanzel, Lord Alkion, and Lord Helfanio. But the princess wasn't about to chat with them for long. She just wanted to know if they knew who the Duke was partnered with. And that's when one of them snapped, saying she wouldn't get away with that, even if she was a princess. The guy she knocked down also chimed in, saying his father was Count Manuela, and he wouldn't stand for this kind of thing. That's when Alexa realized this kid and her sister's friend were related. They even looked alike, but she wasn't about to let him get away with it, so she pulled out a dagger and tossed it at him to scare him. The dagger stuck in the ground right next to his head, and the other two, freaked out, promised the princess they'd tell her everything. They confessed there were more traps near the northwest part of the forest, but they didn't know exactly where, since they weren't the ones who set them. Alexa was surprised that they were actually trying to catch the Duke without even knowing where the traps were. But the guys also admitted they'd sent a spy after him, and the guy's accompanying servant was actually his lord. Then the princess headed off to find the Duke, not even worried about getting caught in a trap herself. All she could do was pray everything would be all right, and that's when she realized she was way too worried about him. I mean, Alexa barely even knew the Duke, but she was still freaking out about what was happening. For a second, she wondered if it was because she liked him, but immediately started telling herself that was BS. She told herself it was just because she didn't want her partner getting hurt, that's all. After walking a bit further, the princess felt a little refreshed and kept searching for the Duke. That's when she felt her foot sink into something soft, and then her other foot too. Alexa realized it was a swamp, and since she'd fallen for it, she'd totally screwed up and tried to get out with her sword. But her weapon quickly disappeared into the thick sludge, and she kept sinking deeper and deeper. At that moment, Alexa didn't get the point of being reborn. She was supposed to find the trap, but she walked right into it herself. Now she felt like not only a beast and an outcast, but also unlucky, however. When the swamp reached her neck, the sinking stopped. She was stuck like that for about an hour, her mind racing, trying to figure a way out. But she knew she was powerless here, even though she'd gotten through way worse on her own before. Suddenly, she spotted a figure in the distance, but the sun behind him made it impossible to see who it was. As the guy got closer, Alexa finally recognized him as Marquis Belford. For a second, she was furious. Of all the people she could run into, it had to be her ex. Still, she explained to the Marquis that some lords caught her pulling a prank, and now she was stuck. Belford just stood there, silent, making him look like some kind of clueless idiot in her eyes. So she straight up asked him to help her escape, promising to pay him back for his trouble. Hoping he'd come through, the princess saw him just turn away and knew her hopes were crushed. Then Alexa started yelling, saying she knew he didn't love her, but leaving her here would be a huge mistake. She also made it clear that no matter how people treat her, like some kind of animal, she still carries the Dwight name. After Alex spoke, she loudly called out the Marquis's name, and only then did he stop and turn back to her. Belford then asked the princess to wait a moment and immediately started climbing down the branch, and Alex figured he'd offer it to her. But the Marquis explained it was just earth magic, and if they destroyed the source, the magic would dissipate. Then the princess remembered how he said the magic wouldn't work, and now she was totally confused. Belford also explained that the traps here mixed a bunch of spells, and simple magic wouldn't have done the trick. Then he reached out his hand to the princess and told her to grab on, because if she got pulled in any further, she'd be stuck for good. Alex still felt like there was a catch, and she was trying to figure out what this guy was up to. After all, she'd heard before that he didn't like touching her, so she decided to just wait without his help. Turning away for a second, she felt the Marquis grab her anyway and quickly pull her out of the swamp. Now she was even more convinced Belford was up to something and demanded he let her go. The Marquis realized he'd been holding her for a second, then set her down. Alexa told him that help wasn't needed and asked him to get back to hunting. Just then, she heard the Marquis' voice, trying to figure out what happened. The girl got startled, even a little scared, and just blurted out his name. Then she explained she was worried about him as a partner, but was glad he was okay. Alexa also noticed that the Duke's usual companion wasn't around. Belkalon said he'd sent him off on business, and the princess immediately offered to find out where he was. She figured it wouldn't look good if something happened to one of their partners. Waiting for Alexa to pause, the Duke explained he knew something had happened to the princess. That's when Belford strolled up, gave him a pretty rough greeting, and you could cut the tension with a knife. She immediately started explaining to the Duke that she'd walked right into a trap set by some other players. Then she added that the Marquis helped her get out, and nothing else serious happened, promise. The Duke thanked Belford then, but the Marquis just grumbled, all rude, that he didn't need any thanks. So Alexa figured she should thank her savior, and she thanked him right then and there. After that, Belkalon mentioned seeing a stream near the road he was on and offered to let her wash up. He also offered to show her the way, and Alexa took him up on it, wishing the Marquis good hunting. On the way, the princess was mentally kicking herself for getting into such a dumb situation and leaving her bow behind. But after splashing her face with the cool water from the stream, she even felt a surge of energy, which was a comfort. The Duke was waiting for her, turned away, and asked if she'd gotten hurt at all. The girl said she was fine, then admitted she'd lost her sword, and that's when she noticed her arrow was gone too. Belkalon figured she dropped it in the river and immediately offered to help find it. Alexa saw what he was doing and told him to stop, because it was super slippery right where he was about to step. But it was too late. He lost his balance and went flying right at her. But the princess caught him, and they both tumbled into the water. The girl felt awkward about the whole thing and immediately backed away, apologizing and asking if the Duke was okay. He said he was fine, thanks to her catching him. But Alexa knew the whole thing looked pretty ridiculous. She started wondering why she always felt like she had to put on a good show for Belkalon. But if she got embarrassed and ran off again, the Duke would misunderstand her again, and she didn't want any more misunderstandings. So, she decided to admit that she looked like an idiot during their first meeting because she was flustered. The Duke just didn't get why she was bringing up the past, since there were plenty of people who didn't like him. He knew meeting him face to face wasn't exactly a picnic, so he got why the princess was awkward back then. But he didn't sweat it, because getting flustered is human, and Alexa even thanked him for it, even though she knew what's normal for people was a pretty lame comfort to a monster like him. Someone cursed. She also gave him props for diving in after the arrow, and for being able to comfort people with such sharp words. Then she admitted that he's actually captivating, and the Duke remembered she'd called him Belkalon recently. The princess blushed again, admitting she was just so happy to see him. She couldn't help herself, but the Duke didn't mind at all. He even liked her calling him that, which was a total surprise to Alexa. And fair's fair. She asked Belkalon to call her by her name too. Then she held out her hand, offering him a way out of the water, like he planned to spend the whole day there. The Duke took her hand and thanked her, using her name too, and she noticed he gave a little smile when he did. Belkalon then noticed his clothes were soaked, and it'd take forever for them to dry. The princess realized it was because of her that he felt awkward about taking his clothes off to dry, and she immediately turned away. She even closed her eyes, explaining she wasn't looking, and told him to take off his clothes and dry them. Alexa also confessed that she could wait for her partner and wouldn't turn around for anything, so he wouldn't be embarrassed. But literally, a second later, his clothes were already dry, and the princess figured he knew how to use magic. Belkalon confirmed it, explaining it's because demon blood flows through him. He just didn't want to talk about it. The Duke knew that if he'd even hinted at it, it would have made Alexa even more suspicious. Now the girl understood that behind his eyes were hidden weariness and loneliness, and absolutely zero emotion left. There were only traces of countless condemnations and distrust, and they were both so similar and so different at the same time. Alexa fought constantly to change, while Belkalon was afraid to change and kept killing himself inside. She also realized that just by existing, she was precious, just like the Duke. Meanwhile, he noticed it was such a beautiful day, it was almost blinding. Afterwards, they went on, and Alexa knew the hunt was a bust because of her. But the Duke said it was enough that they were both safe. But the princess still didn't want to show up empty-handed. This was her chance to see the king's prune face. She also knew she was only getting help from the Duke under the guise of partnership, and offered to treat him to tea later. And gradually chatting with him, Alexa realized it was easier to talk to him than she thought. Contrary to expectations, Belkalon turned out to be a gifted storyteller, easily conversing on any subject. Also, the Duke didn't buy into the stereotypes about monsters and demons, and she knew he'd become a good friend. Suddenly, she noticed something flying at them and immediately pushed Belkalon out of the way. As the object got closer, they saw it was a winged ball with a ton of teeth, like a mini-monster. Alexa didn't hesitate, slicing him in half with her second sword. But this little monster wasn't alone. The Duke spotted another one, knocked an arrow, and nailed the creep right through. They were both damn sure these were monsters, and Belkalon told the princess to hide in the woods, since they were only after him. The Duke also realized there were way more of them than he thought, and again told Alexa to get out of sight. But the girl wasn't about to hide. She figured if there were this many monsters, the main hall was probably dangerous too. Plus, she couldn't figure out why there weren't any knights around, so she suggested they head to the hall and check it out. Belkalon whistled, and his horse came running. He told his partner to get on and ride. He also offered her his sword, saying he had other weapons and would be fine. The girl promised to be back quick, told the Duke to take care, and after saying goodbye, took off. Left alone, Belkalon went to scout the area, planning to take out as many of those monsters as he could. He was thinking about how his partner, Alexa, was a strong person, and not just because she's a monster. She's strong in her heart and soul, and that's why he believed she'd definitely come back to him. In the meantime, he was going to do everything he could and prepared to wipe out those winged, toothy freaks. Elsewhere, other knights were battling the same monsters, trying to draw them away from the squads evacuating the wounded. The monsters were attacking from everywhere, and the knights were even scared. But the Marquis yelled at them not to give up. Royal Knights Vice Captain Gairin also ordered them to find His Majesty, because they needed reinforcements. But they explained it was too late, because as soon as the monsters attacked, His Majesty bailed from the hunting grounds. Then the knights unleashed their weapons on the beasts again. But it seemed like the arrows weren't doing jack. So the captain ordered an immediate evac, and he prayed the king hadn't abandoned them. At the same time, the Marquis understood Gairin was right, and this fight was pointless. But he had to do something for the soldiers following him. But Belford was totally clueless about what to do, and while he was spacing out, he didn't see the attack coming from behind. The vice captain instantly yelled a warning, and then charged in to take down the monster. But then, out of nowhere, he saw an arrow flying towards the beast, and it could hit the Marquis too. Good thing it only pierced the monster. And then Belford and Gairin saw Alexa heading their way. She started yelling at the Marquis to get a grip, reminding him they were on the battlefield. The other knights heard her voice and instantly turned around, wondering how the princess got here. Meanwhile, the Marquis was getting the feeling that this girl looked like a monster again on the battlefield. Then, Alexa shouted to everyone that she was grateful for their determination to fight to the very end. But she went on to say that their current tactics weren't working, and she knew they wouldn't get anywhere like this. Gairin yelled back that his people were doing everything they could, and it wasn't about the damn tactics. But then the Marquis stepped up, told him to quit complaining, and suggested they hear Alexa out. That's when she confessed she'd figured out how the monsters attack, and asked to take command. Gairin still couldn't wrap his head around her asking for that, not when every soldier's life was on the line. Alexa explained that even if they pushed the monsters back, more and more would just keep coming. These things move in a pattern, east to west and back again, and that's how they create chaos. More of them keep showing up, and they can group together, becoming one massive monster. The men can't just stand around playing defense. It's better to split into two groups, east and west, and that's how they can be stopped. Alexa didn't care what she was, even with her monster powers. She was still just a regular college student, Hanbell. So, she had to learn everything, because in this world, she could only trust herself, and that's what she did. Alexa could see the Marquis struggling to make a call, so, as the royal army's commander, she ordered the men to split up. Gairin was taken aback by her words. I mean, she wasn't technically the commander-in-chief, but you wouldn't know it by looking at her. It was just a nickname they'd made up, but even so, the captain had to listen. And while the Marquis was still thinking it over, Gairin himself ordered the soldiers to obey the commander-in-chief. Then, Alexa ordered the 1st and 2nd squads to head west, the 3rd and 4th east, and the 5th would go with her. She also added that they weren't fighting to protect the royal family, but to protect those they loved. King Raphael III ran from the battlefield during the monster invasion, making him no different than the rest of the kings. Even though he was only third in line to the throne, he became king through a bloody civil war. The first prince, Alexis, and the second prince, Franz, both died fighting for the throne. That's how Raphael ended up ruling. But you couldn't really say the job suited him, seeing as Chancellor Ivankar handled all the noble affairs. The royal knights and the Ephel defended the kingdom from invasion, so doubts started to arise about the current heir. Prince Wilhelm, royal blood, and the Archduke, who's got demon blood in him, couldn't stand each other. And now, while the knights are fighting these fang faces, a freaking huge dragon shows up. Gyron even got spooked. Alexa ordered everyone to regroup, then charged the dragon herself and lopped its head off in one swing. This girl was nothing like her regular relatives. She had the Archduke's strength and the guts of 200 knights. Now she's yelling at Giron, saying she didn't order him to die and demanding he get up and fight. The vice captain understood that Alexa might have been a monster all along, but right now she was leading them forward. He obeyed her order, and now he was sure that this girl was the one who deserved the royal crown. Soon, another massive monster appeared behind the dragon, something like a vampire bear thing. The knights, brave soldiers or not, couldn't hide how terrified they were. But then they saw that this monster was down too, and when its carcass hit the ground, everyone saw Archduke Belkalon. And every single monster that showed up after that got a face full of the Duke's sword, because he was going all out. The knights were blown away by his skills, totally different from anything they could do. Just when it looked like the coast was clear, Alexa figured she'd finish up the cleanup. But then another monster popped up behind her, and as she spun around to fight, the Duke jumped it too. While Belkalon was wiping his face afterward, the Marquis showed up next to the princess, all worried. And she was totally zoning out, staring at the Duke, so Belford just had to come along and kill the vibe. Plus, she didn't get why he was suddenly so nice all of a sudden, and she just straight up pushed him away. The Marquis explained he was just trying to protect her, but she snapped back that she could handle herself. Besides, she knows the battlefield better than anyone, and Belford was clueless why Alexa was acting like this now. Anyway, they wiped out all the monsters, and now all the knights were singing the praises of the commander and Captain Belford. While everyone else was celebrating, the Duke just wanted to know if the princess was all right, and if she'd gotten hurt. She assured him she was fine, realizing that even though the Duke arrived late, he'd done way more than anyone else. It even pissed her off that the Marquise would get all the credit, because people won't acknowledge help from someone with demonic blood. That's when she turned to Marquis Belford and asked him why he didn't know how to say thank you, because she was more than certain that someone else deserved the gratitude for this fight. Now she understood what saving their lives meant to people. But then the knights got all worked up and realized Belkalon had done a lot. They realized that if it weren't for him, they'd have been wiped out and everyone would have died. But with his help, they could defend themselves. The next thing you know, cheers of praise were already ringing out for the Duke, and everyone was wishing him a long life. Belkalon even got flustered and told the princess she shouldn't have done that, but she argued back. Soon, the knights also suggested they head back to the palace, since they were done here. Looks like the Marquis ain't coming back, and he said we all did good work today. The Duke then plopped the princess on his horse, and bam! Her heart started thumping like crazy. Belkalon was all like, "Why'd you come with me? You could have stayed and partied with the troops." But Alexa knew, yeah, they won, but they still lost a whole lot of good people, so she ain't feeling the celebration. But deep down, she knew she was lying to herself. And him. On the road, they ran into Mail, the Duke's servant, and Belkalon's like, "What are you doing out here?" He confessed Salovan sent him, and spotting the princess, he figured they were on a date. The Duke felt a little awkward in front of the princess, and explained his servant ain't got no manners. But she was cool, told him it's all right. Mail's just a kid and he's kinda cute, so she forgives him. Just then, the kid piped up, saying his boss smelled funny, not like he usually does. Alexa immediately figured the smell had to be monster blood, even though she couldn't smell a thing. The kid insisted it stank, then boldly rummaged through the guy's stuff and found a small pouch. The girl was super surprised. She hadn't even noticed it, and started asking Mail if he knew what it was. The servant explained the pouch had a mix of herbs that really attract monsters. They create a super strong scent that monsters can smell from miles away, and if you have it, you're screwed. Now, Alexa was starting to guess why her heart was racing so much. Deep down, she's still a monster. But the princess also didn't get why the Duke had a pouch like that, and figured he knew about the herb's properties. Belkalon didn't know what to tell her, and she even started scolding him for being so quiet. Alexa demanded an explanation for why the Duke hid it from her, and especially why he went hunting with that pouch. He still couldn't find the words to answer, and now the princess was even a little angry at him for it. Then she laid it out, saying she couldn't trust someone scheming behind her back. Deep down, it also killed her, because she thought they were getting closer. And now this crap came up. Then it hit her that Belkalon reminded her of her old self, so she decided to soften her tone. She just told the Duke he could keep quiet if he wanted. But this conversation was over. Then she said goodbye. But Belkalon didn't want to let the princess go, and instinctively grabbed her hand, asking her to wait. He also confessed he'd tell her everything. Just please don't be mad at him. Alexa agreed, and then the Duke explained that he was worried about her safety. He also asked her to answer who she would have gone hunting with if she hadn't chosen him or he wasn't participating. The girl thought the answer was stupid, but honest. But now everything was clicking for the princess. She really saw Duke Hanbell in him, bending over backwards for someone's love. Then Alexa confessed she didn't want him to get hurt, even though they'd just met. She also admitted that Belkalon was important to her, and you could tell she meant it. But suddenly, her expression changed, and she declared they had to get revenge on that bastard. The Duke agreed, and the princess smiled again, then asked him to escort her back to the castle. It had been a while since Alexa came to this world, and she was starting to realize she wasn't going back. But despite everything, she felt happy now, and she even liked the feeling. After all, no more work problems, no more rushing during lunch breaks, no more being an outcast because she was poor, no more feeling disgusted by love and friendship. Now she's just scared it might all be a dream, or that the real Alexa will suddenly return. What if she forces her to give everything back? But this girl did it all on her own. The real Alexa blew her chance, and this reborn version doesn't give a damn if they call her a monster. She is a monster now. But even if that's true, she got a little revenge for the old princess. Then she heard her maid Lily calling her, and immediately answered, asking what was up. But she was just worried, since her mistress had suddenly disappeared. And Alexa explained she was just lost in thought. Then Lily confessed that there was news about the cellar that her mistress had asked about a while back. The maid was able to find him and explained that he was a traveling merchant, and most likely already left their kingdom. The princess understood that finding him wouldn't be easy, because he could be anywhere. Lily also wondered why her mistress needed this cellar, guessing that she didn't like the pouch. Alexa actually wanted to find the sunny cellar for Belkalon, but she didn't admit that to the maid. After that, Lily also confessed that the king had sent another person, even though she said that her mistress needed to rest. But the princess knew why, especially since the king ditching the hunting competition caused a public uproar. Now it was clear someone was planning to overthrow the king, and that guy wouldn't pass up this chance. That someone, Stephen, head of the aristocracy, and he also backed Alexa as commander-in-chief of Felipe's army. And since the princess is tied to this whole mess, King Raphael can't just ignore it. She'd already dodged this meeting 5 or 6 times, and it was starting to get old. This time, she decided to go, telling Lily it wasn't cool to keep blowing him off. After a while, Alexa, decked out in one of her fanciest dresses, arrived at the palace and headed to the meeting. The king even got a little flustered seeing her, but he greeted her anyway, trying to play it cool. The princess bowed back, but she didn't get why His Majesty was acting like they were super tight. He even walked right up to her and asked how she was doing, like a super loving dad. Just then, she admitted she was feeling better, and Duke Felipe Manuel and Count Gerard Abigail walked into the room. Alexa couldn't believe her eyes. She was face to face with the most loyal men in the kingdom. The king then confessed that, thanks to her, they were able to protect the realm. The princess wanted to punch him right in the face, considering he was the first to bail from the hunting competition. But she held back, deciding to see what would happen next, and pointed out it wasn't just her, but Duke Belkalon too. She reminded him that the king entrusted her, the Archduke, and the soldiers with an entire nation, then asked why he ran. Alexa sarcastically guessed he did it for the honor of the royal family, or maybe he just found himself a safe hiding spot. Raphael acknowledged the Duke's help, but the girl had enough and cut to the chase, asking why he summoned her. The king then explained that monsters had reappeared on the western border, and he'd sent troops, but it was all in vain. The lords need help, but no one's strong enough to give it, and now they're in deep trouble. Then Raphael plastered on a smile and added that they needed her, that she was their last hope. Because, like always, Alexa's got to save the kingdom. But this time, she wasn't exactly jumping at the chance. Now the girl knew how to play people, something the old princess never got enough of. Abandoned by her family, she just lived the life of a lonely kid, so she wouldn't have been able to resist those words. While she was thinking about it, the king snapped her back to reality, asking why she was silent. And then he suddenly announced he forgot something important, adding that Marquis Belford would be there too. Raphael explained they'd be there together for a month or two, then remembered the Marquis was in a meeting right now. He also said Alexa could go for now, but she asked him to explain why His Majesty was bringing up the Marquis in their conversation. She also reminded him that she officially broke off the engagement, and that meant she didn't need the guy. That's when the king suggested that if they spent some time together, Belford might change his mind. Raphael also noticed the princess had changed lately and urged her to seize the chance to build a relationship with the Marquis. But Alexa refused and explained she wasn't about to follow His Majesty's orders. He couldn't grasp what she meant and figured she was having health issues. He also told the princess to quit complaining about things she didn't like and demanded a reason for her refusal. At that moment, Alexa realized that when things didn't go the king's way, he started showing his true colors. But right now, she needed to come up with a good answer, and she claimed that she'd lost her magic for the time being. The princess explained that once, the king's commands were an honor, and she also thought she'd be a monster forever. But now that she's broken the curse, she just wants to fall in love for real and live happily ever after. Alexa also reminded His Majesty that he'd always pitied her, and despite everything, she was still his daughter. She also understood that his fatherly heart only wanted the best for her. But she's not a monster anymore. She's a normal person now, just like everyone else, and she doesn't want to see her ex-fiancé again. The princess also made it clear she doesn't want any more awkward encounters. But the king just kept saying the Marquis could change his mind. Alexa was sick of hearing the same thing, and now she was getting angry, even yelling at her father, repeating that she didn't want to see Belford. Then she asked if His Majesty had noticed how the Marquis treated her, but he figured his daughter just misunderstood everything. The king also promised the princess that he would definitely have a serious talk with her former fiancé, but the girl just repeated, yet again, that she didn't even want to hear about that guy. She's done with it, and she hates the Marquis' face. No one can even imagine how much she hates him. This time, Raphael got angry, telling his daughter that she was starting to cross the line, and when he noticed that Alexa didn't care, he decided to offer her another deal. The king promised her he'd set her up with any Felipe aristocrat she wanted, if she agreed to his request. But the princess said it wouldn't change her mind, and he was too beat to argue or even be surprised anymore. Then Alexa explained that true love has to hit you out of nowhere, like in a fairy tale, and she was gonna wait for her destiny. She even asked her dad if he'd back her up on this, knowing he was all out of arguments. His Majesty Raphael actually agreed with her, and his loyal servants just couldn't believe it. The princess had already forgotten about them, then demanded they explain why they were butting into her conversation with the king. Those two started saying they had to protect Felipe at all costs, and reminded her that she couldn't just ditch the kingdom. That's when Alexa demanded they tell her when she'd ever betrayed the kingdom. She called them shameless, and said they had absolutely no conscience if they dared to say something like that. The princess also reminded them that while they were sleeping in warm rooms, she was out there fighting monsters, staring death in the face. The aristocrats were off at banquets, while she was risking her own damn life. The Earl and the Duke started making excuses, saying Alexa had inhuman strength, but she shot back that she wasn't a monster anymore. The girl was pissed that they always just relied on her, and told them to go handle things themselves for once. Manuel thought the princess seemed off today, and asked her to chill out and talk calmly. He doesn't even know the full weight of the war. But Alexa always used to listen to them, and now she's changed. But she snapped back that they weren't seeing their own faults, and that she'd just gotten rid of her curse. Plus, they're sending her back to war, but won't take responsibility if she doesn't find love. Duke Manuel started reassuring her again that she had nothing to worry about, and that he remembered everything she'd done for the kingdom. He also said he had no doubt the princess would find someone worthy of her. Now, Alexa was starting to get that they were giving her the option to choose anyone, and Manuel confirmed it. He promised that everyone would obey her, and the girl liked that, but she suspected something was up. And then she just drops that she's picking the Duke's son, and the guy's jaw hits the floor like, no way she's serious. The princess explains that he actually did pretty well at the hunting competition, so that's why she decided to go with him. The Duke actually turns white as a sheet and starts begging her, saying his son's not good enough for her. But Alexa fires back, saying nobody's born great, and besides, she likes guys like that kid. Listening to all this, the king was starting to cave, but Duke Manuel wasn't having it, and looks to the count for backup. Then Gerard Abigail pipes up and suggests she rethink this whole thing, because picking him just seems selfish. He tells her to think about how dangerous this could be for the kingdom, because she's basically just doing him a favor. But Alexa's pissed again and calls those two nobles arrogant, and they better not call her selfish. Their whole country is riding on her shoulders now, which just shows how fragile their little nation really is. She also demands they explain what they're doing here, and if they want to do something for the country, they need to get off their asses too. The king saw his daughter was losing it and tried to calm her down, saying they were just giving her helpful advice. But Alexa didn't see it as advice and called her dad out for ignoring her all this time. She also declared those guys were a huge problem, just filling His Majesty's head with garbage. The Earl and Duke immediately dropped to their knees before the princess, begging forgiveness and admitting they screwed up. Raphael also started explaining to his daughter that those people were citizens of the country and useful if something terrible happened. Then Alexa asked why he even called her there if he was so sure about these aristocrats, and the king stated he was just afraid she'd disown them and begged her to understand how he felt. After that, the girl decided to pretend she'd calmed down, while adding that they shouldn't forget she was watching them. The Earl and Duke were shaking in their boots at her anger, but promised they'd remember her warning and obey. After that, Alexa decided it was time for her to leave, but the king wondered what to do about the monsters. He said nobody's got talent like her, and begged his daughter to help them out one last time. The princess paused for a beat, then agreed, but she laid down the law. She had one condition. Alexa admitted her selfish act was putting Felipe at risk, and the kingdom's safety was a small price for fighting. She also had zero motivation to fight, so now she was demanding serious cash for her services. Raphael was kinda lost, so Alexa spelled it out. She wanted to get paid for the work she did. Count Gerard was shocked at the request, and the king reminded her it was her duty to the country, not a business deal. But the princess wouldn't hear it. She keeps dwelling on the past, and now she wants some appreciation. She also reminded dear old dad that money talks, so she figured she deserved to be paid. If her work gets the respect it deserves, then the fancy pants will finally get how important she is. She's now charging 2 grand in gold per monster, and every single monster in the wars counts separately. She stomped her foot so hard the floor cracked, and announced she wouldn't be so nice next time. The Count and Duke, totally freaked out, said they understood and now thought it was a smart move. Then the king agreed too, and the girl decided it was time to leave, saying she'd send the bill for the hunting contest. Raphael didn't expect that, and Alexa added that if there were any questions, she'd meet with him personally. After she left, Raphael pondered the price, because 2,000 was a soldier's yearly salary. Demanding that kind of money for just one monster was basically refusing to follow orders. Raphael realized his daughter was blackmailing him, but he couldn't believe she was that clever. His Majesty didn't get what was happening now, and why everything was going sideways. Meanwhile, Duke Belkalon, back at the castle near the capital, summoned a servant, a knight, and Salovan, wondering why his lord was delayed. The Archduke explained that he had personal business here, and the servant asked again what kind, since they needed to know how to manage things. And Knight April just declared he'd always obey the Duke, which kind of bummed Salowan out. Just then, Mail walked in, looking for the boss, and the head servant reminded him to knock next time. Mail explained he had an urgent letter from Princess Alexa, and handed the Duke the envelope right away. Salowan had never met this girl, just heard about her, and now he worried it might be some kind of threat. He even figured it could be a challenge, because the servant couldn't think of any other reason for a letter. But little Mail piped up and said the princess was just inviting Belkalon for tea. The Duke opened the envelope and saw that was exactly what it was, and Alexa wanted an answer by tomorrow. Belkalon decided to reply right then and there and started writing, and Salowan was just blown away by the Duke's behavior. I mean, he was always serious as a heart attack, but now it looked like he'd fallen for a monster. Then he pictured how this could all end, and their relationship would wind up with a wedding. A couple days later, Belkalon showed up at the king's invite, and the king explained he needed help with a monster problem. Raphael chimed in, saying the monsters were headed straight for the Duke's estate, and told him to be careful. Belkalon then admitted he'd have to stick around the capital for a bit, which surprised the king, since he'd finished his job. The Duke said it was personal business, but His Majesty declared that wasn't a reason to ignore orders. But catching Belkalon's killer glare, the king immediately backtracked, saying he could stay and didn't even need to report in. His Majesty also decided to postpone the monster issue for a while, even though he'd made it sound like a huge emergency. Raphael explained to the Duke that they didn't have anyone to lead a squad. Even Alex turned them down, so sending people was pointless. The king also admitted he couldn't find a single responsible person in the whole country who could handle the job. That's when Belkalon suggested His Majesty send Prince Wilhelm, especially since it would help him run the country later. Raphael knew that, even though he didn't want to send his son, but he couldn't think of a good excuse to object just yet. After that, the Duke said he needed to get going and get some training in, and the king realized he couldn't control him or his daughter anymore. A little while later, Princess Alexa dozed off in the garden and heard someone calling her name in her sleep. She slowly opened her eyes, but when she saw Belkalon standing there, she immediately jumped and stood up straight. Still not fully awake, the girl tried to figure out what the Duke was doing there, and how he even knew where to find her. He explained he hadn't been there long, and the maids had told him their lady liked to visit the garden. The Duke also figured the princess was tired, but she said she was fine. She'd just gone to bed late last night. The truth was, Alexa had been sparring with Lord Eisenhower, but she couldn't admit that to their guest. Then the girl suggested they continue their conversation over tea and led the Duke over to the gazebo. On the way, Alexa asked Belkalon why he'd come so early, since they weren't supposed to meet until after lunch. The Duke confessed that the king had summoned him to the capital, and the princess guessed her father had ordered him to kill monsters. Belkalon didn't rush to answer, just kept holding her hand, making her feel a little flustered. And once they reached the table, the Duke confessed that Prince Wilhelm would take care of the monsters. Alexa got a little worried, knowing that kid was just as stingy as the king. Then she asked Belkalon to fill her in on the details and why His Majesty had decided on it. At the same time, Alexa knew her dad was on edge because of her, and was now trying to find any way out. The Duke explained it was because he refused to participate in the war, saying he didn't have public duties anymore. The princess understood her friend, then asked when he was planning on leaving. But Belkalon still hesitated, and the girl said she regretted that they'd met like this. However, seeing her embarrassment, the Duke stated that he planned to stay in the capital for a while. The girl immediately cheered up, unable to hide her feelings. But then she got a grip on herself. Then she asked Belkalon point blank why he decided to hang around here. The Duke admitted he really dug the flowers and wanted to get a closer look. Alexa wasn't expecting that, and it kind of threw her for a loop, so she just stared at him, puzzled. She knew that even if Belkalon did like flowers, it didn't really fit his public image. But she still thought he was being super cute. And then she suggested checking out the flowers in the royal garden. She also said he didn't have to do it right then, knowing the Duke might have other stuff going on. But Belkalon said he was free as a bird and would love to see the iris garden in bloom. In that moment, Alexa felt her heart start racing and her cheeks flushed. So first, she offered him more tea, hoping her little crush would calm down in the meantime. Later, as they were heading to the garden, Alexa asked the Duke what his favorite flower was. He couldn't answer right away, and Alexa started to figure he hadn't gone back to his estate because of the flowers. Noticing her hesitation, the Duke explained he was just checking them out and sizing them up, but he didn't know their names. That put the princess at ease, and she went on to say most of the flowers here came from other regions. She'd also heard they were hard to manage because they weren't familiar with them yet, meaning they were from other countries. Alexa even stopped, like she was lost in thought, and Belkalon, noticing her look, got a little worried. The girl realized that word was the best way to describe her existence in this world, and that she didn't belong here. The Duke snapped her out of it when he took her hand again and turned her towards him, and then decided to confess something. He'd been judging her garden without thinking, and now he was apologizing if it made her uncomfortable. He also wanted to formally apologize to her and suggested she go with him to the festival in the capital. Alexa was a little thrown, not knowing what to think, because it looked like he was asking her out on a date. But she didn't hesitate, agreeing right away, and admitting she'd be looking forward to it. Just then, the first princess called out to her, appearing out of nowhere and saying she was happy to see her sister. Ariel confessed she was actually planning on visiting her, since she'd been so sick. Alexa explained she was feeling much better now, thinking to herself that Ariel hadn't exactly rushed over. Seeing the Duke, she admitted she wasn't expecting to find him here, and Belkalon just gave her a polite greeting in return. After that, Ariel asked him why he hadn't returned to his estate yet. The second princess jumped in, explaining that Belkalon intended to stay in the capital for a while, because he still had some business to take care of. At that moment, Ariel's maid decided to remind Alexa that she should address the Duke by his title, even if she was royalty. She explained that only low-class aristocrats call people by their first name. Alexa thought this girl, Giselle, was a pathetic coward who only felt brave when she was next to Ariel. But the Duke jumped in, saying he'd actually asked the princess to call him that, so everyone else better watch their mouths. The maid bowed low and apologized to Alexa for insulting her like that. Meanwhile, the other princess was thinking about how she'd finally met someone who was the total opposite of her ex. Then she let the maid have it too, explaining that she'd insulted the Archduke as well. That's when Ariel decided to ask permission to apologize for Giselle, and offered tea as a peace offering. But the Duke turned it down, saying she should be apologizing to her sister, not him. The princess didn't argue and apologized, explaining that her maid just meant well. And to her surprise, Alexa said it was okay, and that Belkalon and she both understood. Ariel found it weird that they were both using each other's first names, and realized they'd gotten pretty close. She also said she was glad about it, because she'd been worried about her sister being all alone in the palace with no friends. Alexa realized she was trying to make her look like a loser again, and it pissed her off. But the first princess went on, saying she was happy her sister was friends with the Duke, since it meant she was getting used to palace life. Ariel also admitted she was a little jealous, because she wouldn't have minded getting along with the Archduke herself. That was it for Alexa. Her sister was really testing her patience now, and she kept going, saying she never had a chance to meet the Duke, and she was glad they were all here today. Then she brought up the tea party again, and Alexa asked if she was invited too. Ariel didn't rush to answer, but the second princess could feel her emotions about to explode. And as she glared at her sister, Belkalon announced that it would be an honor to have tea with her. He also explained he couldn't stay long, and Ariel figured he didn't like the garden, so she offered to use her drawing room, but the Duke cut her off. He turned to Alexa, explained it was time to head back, and offered to escort her to the palace. She was a little surprised it was already time to leave, since she thought her sister had more to say. The Duke apologized to Ariel for not being able to join her tea party after all. The first princess didn't mind, and suggested they have tea another time if he was in such a rush. Then Belkalon practically dragged Alexa away, and she barely had time to say goodbye to her sister, promising they'd talk later. Ariel stayed put, watching them leave for a while, her head swirling with a bunch of thoughts. Belkalon was walking really fast, and Alexa figured he was in a hurry and actually had a lot on his plate. Then the Duke slowed down and suggested they take it easy, which surprised the girl a little again. They stopped right by a rose bush, and Belkalon decided to pick one that was the biggest and most beautiful. Then he gently tucked the flower into her hair and explained that he always has time for her. He gave the princess a good look, and damn, she was looking fine at that moment. She knew he was talking about the new bling in her hair and agreed it was a good look. The next day, Alexa met up with Ariel, who offered some cookies with tea. The first princess remembered her sister was crazy about those cookies, and Alexa thanked her for remembering. Then Ariel asked how her day with the Duke went, and Alexa admitted she behaved herself, so her sister had nothing to worry about. The second princess hadn't done anything to embarrass the royal family, but Alexa knew her meeting with her sister yesterday wasn't a coincidence, and that she intended to get between her and the Duke. Ariel started talking about the cookies again, even offering to rebake them if she didn't like them, but her sister shut that down. The second princess also noticed how nice and sweet she was when they were alone, but when other people were around, she just subtly, but relentlessly, tried to crush her. It's tough to see any tenderness in that kind of behavior, and she thought Ariel was a real piece of work. On the other hand, Alexa would rather just stay out of it and leave things as they are, but she was still planning on getting revenge for the old Alexa and taking back what was stolen from her. That's all she wanted, because Ariel's a cold-hearted jerk, so it's best not to get any more involved. Then the first princess wanted to know what Alexa was talking about with the Archduke, and she didn't get why she cared. Realizing her sister was hiding something, the second princess confessed they were discussing going to the Harvest Festival together. That's when Ariel declared that Alexa couldn't go to the festival with Belkalon, but she didn't understand why, since she didn't need her sister's permission. And then the first princess explained. The whole royal family celebrates on that day, and since Alexa's also a member of the family, she has to be there. But Ariel said she wasn't talking about that specific day, but she wasn't about to say anything more. Ariel was pissed her sister was keeping something from her, and she kept demanding answers. Alexa just chilled, told her not to get worked up, because that wasn't like her. Then the first princess pulled herself together and apologized for raising her voice. She explained she was bummed Alexa was hiding something, but Alexa wasn't having it. She pointed out everyone's got secrets they keep to themselves, you know? And now she can't tell her sister everything, like they used to back when they were kids. Also, Alexa didn't want anyone else sniffing around her and Belkalon's plans, so she's keeping it under wraps. Then she reminded Ariel that she hadn't exactly spilled the beans about her thing with Marquis Belford either. After that, the second princess told her sister not to waste time on her and go hang with that Marquis. Ariel was sitting there with this expression on her face, and it was hard to tell if she was happy or about to burst into tears. After a while, Alexa arrived for her meeting with the Duke, who was surprised she came alone. He told her it could be dangerous and asked her to have one of the servants accompany her next time, but the girl didn't think she looked like someone who needed help at all. Belkalon even got a little bummed out, because that's not exactly what he meant, but she said everything was fine. Then Alexa suggested they get going, since they needed to hurry if they wanted to see everything. At the same time, the girl couldn't believe she was spending her first festival with Belkalon. Soon, she noticed chicken skewers being grilled and honey liqueur being offered, and Alexa wanted to try everything. Just as she was about to head over there, the Duke stopped her, explaining she might get lost. But the girl didn't think of herself as a kid, even though she really liked it when Belkalon worried about her. Then she decided to remind him that she was still a monster, so he shouldn't worry about her so much. Just then, she heard an ad for the sweets she absolutely loved, and now just had to have. The Duke knew there was no stopping her anyway, so he figured he wouldn't argue and just let her go. Alexa was grateful, and his face looked so darn cute to her that her heart actually skipped a beat. She also got the feeling he was into her too, but she wasn't ready to ruin the moment by asking about it. She decided to just enjoy things as they were, especially since she loved holding hands on their date. For a second, Alexa got lost in thought about what might happen next, but she snapped herself out of it. Then, she noticed the Duke was already standing in front of her with the sweet treat, and she asked how he got it so fast. Belkalon explained that everyone else had let him cut to the front of the line. The princess figured he was totally untouchable and even tried to picture how it all went down. The Duke held out the yummy-looking snack to her, and she suggested they find somewhere to sit. Belkalon remembered there was a fountain nearby, and the princess immediately asked him to take her there. The dessert tasted amazing to Alexa, and for a moment, she felt like she was in paradise. She told the Duke the flavor was unbeatable and suggested he try some too, but he refused, explaining he wasn't hungry. But she kept pushing and was already holding a piece towards him. In that moment, when Belkalon gave in and she shoved the spoon in his mouth, he seemed cute to her again. Then she finally realized he didn't like sweets, even though the Duke let her feed them to him. Alexa confessed she was just trying to mess around, but Belkalon remarked that it was way too childish. Then he added that he didn't mind it at all, and the girl was super surprised again. The Duke also admitted that he wanted to feed his companion sweets this time, and he held out a piece to her. After that, they kept walking, and everything seemed different to Alexa than where they had been before. Belkalon explained that guilds and mercenaries gather here, so we should stay vigilant to avoid petty troubles. Then, Alexa spotted some yogurt in the distance, and from the look on her face, the Duke knew she wanted some. So, he asked the princess to wait while he went to get a serving and went to stand in line. Meanwhile, Alexa noticed a lot of creepy people hanging around, and figured it had something to do with the weapon stalls. The girl then decided to wander around a bit while waiting for Belkalon, and headed towards one of the stalls. This shop seemed interesting to her, and she knew that valuables were often hidden in places like this. Alexa leaned over the table and noticed a small oblong object there that caught her eye. Without much hesitation, the princess decided to buy this thing and addressed her request to the old saleswoman. The woman explained in a gruff voice that it was a pen, and that it wasn't ordinary, and asked her to reconsider. But Alexa was sure of her choice, and repeated that she wanted to buy that one specifically. But right then, this dude Killian Erge shows up, saying he's buying that pen, no matter the cost. Alexa's immediately like, "Who the hell are you? Why should I give it to you?" The guy just says he knows way more about this little thing, and snatches the pen right out of her hand. That kind of rude crap pissed her off, so she grabs Killian's arm, trying to get her pen back. She didn't care if he knew more about it. She saw it first, so she's taking it. But Killian points out that since she hadn't paid yet, she doesn't own it. She's just another looky-loo. Alexa realized this guy wasn't backing down, but neither was she giving him an inch. Meanwhile, the princess was squeezing his hand so hard, Killian thought she was about to break it. But she just says she's a helpless, fragile lady, and people might get the wrong idea about her. And he calls her a crazy, ridiculously strong idiot, which just made Alexa even madder. She squeezed his hand even harder. And that's when Killian knew he had to handle her differently. Just then, his dad called him over and told him he couldn't act like that, especially since they were at the festival. The young guy shot back that it wasn't his fault, and that this girl was the one who tried to break his wrist first. On top of that, he called her scum, which pissed the princess off even more, and she was about to tell him who she really was. That's when Belkalon showed up and told Alexa not to wander off like that, saying he thought something had happened to her. The girl apologized and explained she was just looking around, but then she got bothered by some annoying fly. After that, she started arguing with Killian again, until his dad told his son to knock it off. Then the kid's father apologized to His Highness and asked him to forgive his son's behavior. The Duke said it was nothing, calling him Earl Ergen, and Alexa realized she knew that name, because her mother, Camilla, was from the House of Ergen, who owned one of the biggest trading companies. So now she's thinking that Jerk's dad might actually be her uncle, Duncan Ergen. Meanwhile, the Duke turns to Alexa and tells her that pen she wants is actually cursed. She totally freaks out, and Belkalon realizes she had no clue, so he decides to fill her in. Apparently, this greedy demon put a curse on it, saying whoever touches it will lose their magic. Killian chimes in, saying he was trying to save her magic, but she acted like he was just some thief. Alexa really didn't know, and now she's pissed and wants to confront the old lady who sold the pen. But when the princess turns around to face her, that old hag is already long gone. Killian adds that Alexa shouldn't have lost too much magic, but tells her to be more careful next time. He explains that magic stolen by a demon never comes back to its original owner. The princess can't believe that something so harmless looking could be so dangerous. Looking back, it's kind of weird how obsessed she was with that pen, almost like someone set her up. Meanwhile, the old count turned to his son and explained that he had to pay for screwing up. Killian now owes the Duke an apology, and he's got to promise to show the princess proper respect next time they meet. The dude handed the pen to Belkalon, who told Alexa to think twice before grabbing stuff like that. She just silently agreed, noticing how her friend practically crushed the pen in his hands. Afterward, the Duke said goodbye to the Count, who apologized one last time for the trouble caused. Once they were gone, Killian saw that Belkalon looked like he was ready to fry him where he stood. Then, he told his dad it was time to go too, and noticed that the old man was lost in thought. The Count mumbled that he couldn't believe he'd ever meet Alexa again. He also mentioned that the girl was a dead ringer for her mother, Camilla. Pushing on, Alexa wondered aloud why that damn pen hadn't worked on the Duke. He explained that demonic objects like that don't affect guys like him. He's fine. Even if he isn't a full-blown demon, the demonic blood pumping through him hasn't lost its power. Alexa even pondered the irony that brought together a demon-human hybrid, and her, a princess-turned-monster. Now she got why they connected. They were seeing a reflection of themselves in each other. Then the girl confessed there was something else she wanted to ask Belkiel, but she was a little embarrassed. Still, she had to know. Where was her yogurt? The Duke went to get it before the pen incident. He explained he was too busy searching everywhere for her, so he left it behind and apologized. Belkiel was ready to run out and buy her another one, but the girl admitted she was just kidding. After that, she told the Duke to forget about the yogurt and suggested they keep exploring. After a while, Alex got summoned by the king, who grilled her about planning something right before royal duties. He pointed out the whole capital would see her as irresponsible, but noticed she didn't give a damn about his advice. The princess realized that if His Majesty knew about her outing, Ariel was involved. The king kept saying Alex needed to be at the palace, escorting the delegation from Ethelia. He also demanded that for her own good, and the good of her companion, she be loyal to her duties. That's when Ariel jumped in, assuring her father that her sister would now think twice about what she did. So the king decided to drop it for now, but promised he'd be keeping a close eye on Alex from now on. Ariel could see her sister was pissed, and knew it was because she ratted her out to their dad about the walk. The first princess confessed she only did it because she was worried about her sister. She was worried not just because Alex barely knew the capital, but also because she was strolling around with that Duke. Yeah, even if he is royalty, first and foremost, he's a demon, a brutal and terrifying one at that. Then Alexa shot back, saying Ariel was being way too harsh on him, and reminded her that she was the one who invited him for tea in the first place. The second princess didn't want to say anything more to her sister, declaring that she'd lost her trust. But Ariel suddenly called her sister a liar and explained that it wasn't about trust, it was about that Duke. She knew he meant so much to Alexa that she was now even willing to obey the king's will for him. The older princess also didn't understand why that guy was so damn important to her little sister. Alexa just snapped back, annoyed, saying she never expected her sister to get so worked up about something like this. Ariel still demanded an answer, but Alexa just said she already knew the answer perfectly well herself. But she also explained that amongst all the cruel and selfish people in the palace, he was the only one who took her side. After that, Alexa added that if her sister kept going on like this, she'd only push them further and further apart. So the second princess was about to bounce, even though her sister was begging her to stay and chat. A few days later, Alexa got a visitor she wasn't expecting, but she decided to go meet him anyway. Right then, her maid Lily knocked, also announcing the dude's arrival. The princess told her to show him in, and when he walked in, she asked what brought him around. It was Count Ergen, and he straight up said he was glad to see Alexa doing well. He also admitted he should have met his niece sooner and apologized for not doing it. But Alexa just shot back, all icy, that he must have been too busy with family drama. Ergen also confessed he'd heard rumors that she'd be tagging along with the delegation from Ethelia. She was even a little surprised how fast gossip travels, and her uncle wanted to know how the preparations were going. Alexa admitted she wasn't exactly a political whiz, so it was tougher than she thought it would be. She figured they were just dumping this responsibility on her to mess with her. She also pointed out that being stuck out here on the estate meant she hadn't heard about this delegation's bad reputation. Even with a massive empire backing them, these guys are infamous for being arrogant and rude. The Athelians look down on our kingdom and are just waiting to jump on any little screw-up. Alexa saw them as a ticking time bomb she was stuck holding, and if she messed up, she'd be catching heat from the royal family. She also noticed that those family members hadn't exactly been welcoming from day one. Then, surprisingly, Ergen offered his help, knowing dealing with the Athelian Empire was no walk in the park. The Count explained that his business network would hook the princess up with everything she needed. They'd also school her in political maneuvering, etiquette, and anything else that might come up. Ergen added that if Alexa nailed this assignment, it would seriously boost her standing. The princess knew this guy wanted something in return, so she wondered what he was after. First, the Count needed to know if she could handle the job, but she wanted to hear the price first. Ergen smirked, saying she was a natural deal maker, and she explained that she still had the blood of master merchants running through her veins. The Count had totally forgotten about that, chuckled a bit, and then confessed he had one goal in mind. He wants the princess to help solidify their family's official standing, and he's counting on her support. The girl realized her uncle was trying to use her for political gain and snapped that he picked the wrong person. She explained that, unlike her sister, she doesn't have enough power or any real political rights. But Ergen clarified that he wasn't talking about politics or power at all. He just didn't want Alexa to keep living like this. He reminded her that she lost her mother young, then got exiled to the palace, which made for a pretty messed up past. The princess still didn't get what her uncle was getting at, and he spelled it out. She was wallowing in her victim complex. Ergen also said he only wanted the best for his niece and asked her to listen to him on this. At that point, the princess figured he was just there to rehash that topic, and she was done with it. The Count knew Alexa was scared of being in the spotlight and just wanted a quiet life. He'd feel the same in her position. He also confessed there was something else she didn't know and explained she couldn't stay hidden anyway. And whether she liked it or not, the princess was going to have to get involved. All she really wanted was the peaceful, quiet life Lee Hanbell lacked, and she didn't think that was too much to ask. Then she asked what was required of her, and the Count explained she had to become the one to represent the Ergen family. He added that they needed to get back in the game because after her mother's death, they were practically blacklisted from high society. Nobody wants to be associated with the family of a concubine who offed herself, so that's why they're treated this way. Alexa was completely shocked when she heard this. She had no idea how her mother died. It took a while before Camilla kicked the bucket, and the Ergen family got their claws into politics. When Camilla popped out that monster for Alex, rumors started swirling. The Ergens were behind it, and those rumors spread like wildfire. I mean, this was her family, the one with the concubine and the princess, and she couldn't believe those rumors could actually hurt them. But then it hit her. What if there was something bigger going on, and someone with real power was pushing this stuff? It was just a hunch, but Alex also remembered how the king had been trying to keep the princess down. So, she decided to cut to the chase and ask her uncle straight up if the royal family was pulling the strings on all this. The Count was caught off guard, so Alex pressed him. Was His Majesty Raphael himself involved? Ergen was totally shocked and told her not to be throwing around the monarch's name like that. The girl agreed, but she still didn't get why he was so worried he couldn't just take everything from her. Plus, Alex knew Count Ergen was hungry for revenge for his family, and now he wanted her to get strong. He confirmed it and said he wanted the aristocratic faction to back the princess. Still, she thought it was reckless to bet the family on the forgotten second princess. The Count figured Alexa was just scared to face them, but she said that wasn't it. She remembered getting cornered by that truck and thought that made her helpless. Now she was afraid of losing her present, her happiness, her comfy life, and that fear was crippling her. Alexa then said there'd be a price to pay for fighting back, since she'd be the only one facing it. But the Count declared the Ergen family would stand with the princess, and she pointed out they'd lose everything if they lost. The Count was sure Alexa couldn't lose, because their family doesn't get involved in fights they can't win. He also explained that if she refused, the royal family would slowly tighten the noose around her neck. The Count advised the princess to move forward, and he'd shoulder the burden of the costs. After that, Alexa was lost in thought. She knew the royals would punish her even worse, and Count Ergen was right. This fight couldn't be avoided. Then, he suggested they start preparing for the delegation's reception from Ethelia. The girl didn't know what the real Alexa was like, but now she wasn't about to back down. At the same time, she didn't know how well she could handle it, but there was no going back on her decision. And before getting started, the princess kept hesitating, afraid of losing everything and going back to her old life. However, none of this was really hers anyway, and she figured the real Alexa was probably cursing her for being so selfish. But the girl didn't want to end up here, didn't plan on becoming Alexa, it just happened for some reason. Just then, the maid reported that she had seen the Count out, and noticing her mistress was rushing somewhere, asked where she was going. Alexa didn't go into detail, she just explained briefly that she was going to get some fresh air. Stepping out into the garden, the girl found a spot under a big tree and started wondering what would happen if she failed. She didn't want to blame Alexa for being weak, but she was also scared of turning back into Lee Hanbell. Lost in thought about her life and her mission, she didn't even notice Duke Belkalon approaching. He saw she was crying, and it worried him, so he asked her to share what was making her sad. Alexa was kind of thrown off. Now she was wondering why she always seemed to end up like this in front of the Duke. Belkalon noticed her confusion and gave her a friendly hug, also asking who had come to see her. She just asked him to stay with her for a few more seconds, and trying to comfort her, he promised everything would be all right now. In his arms, the princess felt herself start to relax. and she wasn't in a hurry to let go of the moment. A little later, when she'd calmed down, the Duke asked again what had happened and who made her cry. Alexa was in no rush to explain. She just asked her friend to tell her again that everything would be all right. She also admitted that she'd been wrong, that she'd made a mistake, but now she hoped there was nothing to worry about. She asked Belkalon again not to ask any questions, just to confirm her hope. Then, the Duke reached out, gently kissed her forehead, and told her everything would be all right. He also said she had nothing to worry about, that she was safe, and no one would hurt her. Alexa just melted from happiness, knowing there was someone like him beside her, someone she felt so comfortable with. But she was also terrified that this warmth might leave her, and she wouldn't be able to cope with the emptiness. She hugged him again, begging him to stay with her and not go anywhere, barely holding back her tears. The Duke promised he'd stay and wouldn't go anywhere, and they spent some time like that in the garden. Then the princess, overwhelmed and exhausted, fell asleep, and the Duke decided to carry her to her room to put her down. When he knocked on the door, a maid opened it, and she was a little startled to see her mistress in that state. She was also surprised that Duke Belkalon had brought Alexa, and he asked her to speak quietly because Alexa was asleep. So Lily opened the door wider so the Duke could come in, and he headed straight for the bed. He gently laid the princess down, gave her a light peck on the forehead so he wouldn't wake her, and wished her good night. Then he turned back, and at the door, Lily thanked him for taking care of her mistress and bowed respectfully. But he was more interested in who had visited Alexa today, and he decided to find out from the maid. She admitted that Count Ergen had come by, and the Duke realized he'd been after Alexa ever since they met at the festival. Belkalon asked Lily what might have happened during the meeting, and she confessed that her mistress was upset after talking to the Count. The Duke knew the Ergen family was moving soon, and he figured that might be what was bothering the princess. Sometime later, back in the Estar Duchy, Belkalon was in the garden, waiting for a visitor. He stood before the portal, summoning someone and ordering him to hurry up and get here. A second later, a man who looked a lot like the Duke stepped out, saying nothing had changed and calling the Duke his brother. Belkalon didn't agree, but the guy explained they were brothers because they had the same dad. But this dude was a full-blown demon, unlike the Duke, who was born from a human woman. He also added that Abraxas himself considered Belkalon his brother, and he should appreciate that. But the Duke told him if he came here to spout a bunch of crap, he better just stop right there. The demon asked him to take that back, because if their relationship went south, their dead father would be super bummed. But the Duke didn't want to hear any of that from the guy who killed their dad, and decided to bounce. But then the demon asked if he'd been seeing the princess much lately. He even described her in detail, pointing out the dark hair, just like theirs. The demon also mentioned his brother really liked this girl, because she looked a lot like his mom. He also thought it would be hilarious if she also got turned into a demon, and remembered their father was quite the romantic. The demon remembered how he snatched up that human girl he liked and turned her into one of them. He never figured the infamous Beelzebub would stoop that low. It was kinda sad, actually, because her body was still human, and no matter how hard she tried, she didn't last long. But then the demon noticed Princess Alexa had the same kind of magic power, and with a body like hers, she could last a good while. He figured in that case, unlike her mom, she could become the perfect demon. That's when Belkalon lost it, grabbed the demon by the collar, and warned him to stay the hell away from Alexa. The demon pointed out the Duke looked just like their dad in that moment, and confessed that he's actually the Demon King's son. Then, he started guessing that King Raphael still thought he and the Duke were blood relatives. But there wasn't a single drop mixed, though thanks to the humans, everyone thinks Belkalon is royalty. The demon also asked his bro to think about it. No matter how much demon blood he's got, could he really date a monster girl? After that, the demon declared he'd make a way better heir to Beelzebub and shoved the Duke's hand away. His sister-in-law even told him straight up, some half-breed could never take him down. Their power levels just weren't comparable. Then, he started binding the Duke with magic threads, saying he'd take care of the princess himself. The demon was pissed that his dad loved this half-breed, and then made that pregnant woman his queen back then. This kid born like that was considered royalty, and the Asmodean seals got dodged because of it. Now the demon was looking at a calm, pathetic face, a guy who didn't even have his own place. But as the older brother, he decided to change Belkalon's habits, and started tightening the magic threads even more. But the Duke gathered all his strength and ripped those threads apart. But the demon wasn't giving up that easy and prepped for another attack. Belkalon was getting ready to hit him too, and the next thing you know, he blasted a wad of energy into the demon's gut. That hit made blood gush from the demon's mouth, and he realized the Duke wasn't as weak as he'd thought. Belkalon pointed out he'd warned him, and the demon was freaking out, trying to figure out how he pulled it off. The Duke repeated, loud and clear, that if he touched Alexa again, he wouldn't be so damn merciful next time. He then explained his power was mana, but the demon shot back that demons can't use mana, it's totally the opposite. But Belkalon was only half demon, and now he was actually curious if he could use both powers together. Then, he threatened the demon again, saying if he keeps his hands off Alexa, he'd keep his powers to himself. After that, Belkalon said, even more menacingly, that if the demon so much as touches a hair on the princess's head, he's dead. Then the demon asked why the Duke didn't just kill him right then, guessing he felt some kind of connection to his only living relative. He also added that wasn't how things should be, and that the Duke couldn't stop being human, no matter what. Meanwhile, the princess was practicing her etiquette lessons, thinking this stuff was totally outdated. But the teacher insisted Ariel was well trained in it, and Alexa shouldn't listen to what little kids tell her. The second princess still doubted that this was the legendary etiquette master Felipe, who looked like some dusty old relic. The Earl, who was also present at the lesson, backed Alexa up, but added that Sisi Hikuchi was responsible for the royal family's training. Now, after 20 years of service and retirement, he teaches etiquette at the academy, training little kids. Alexa just gave the teacher another critical look, and he immediately started telling her to hold her dress more elegantly. Sisi noticed she was tense and told her to relax, saying even a log would do it more gracefully. The princess giggled in response, even though she secretly wanted to teach the teacher a lesson of her own. The Earl noticed it and told her to endure it, unless she planned on showing her enemies where she was weak. Alexa didn't argue, understanding that it was actually important, and made an embarrassed face, which the teacher seemed to like. After 3 hours of lessons, the princess had to get to her second lesson immediately, in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. That's what the next teacher told her, explaining that she was already 32 seconds late. He was trying to explain to her that every second counted, and this could seriously screw up a critical mission. The girl explained she just stopped to grab a glass of water, but apologized and promised not to be late next time. This guy, Archimele Odd, was Felipe's wisest teacher, and he'd be teaching Alex about the continent's history. Now he declared that, as punishment for being late, the princess had to memorize the entire history book of the Empire by the next lesson. That seemed like way too much to the girl, and she'd never studied that hard, even when she was pushing herself. After another lesson, she returned to her office, where Killian was sitting, and noticed that Archimele had chewed her out again. But Alex didn't want to argue with her relative, and just asked why he was here. He explained he just came to see, thinking that someone like her would even struggle with a simple teacher. She snapped back that even though he's Archimele's only student, he's not about to become the country's princess. Then, Killian decided that if she was going to talk like that, he wouldn't address her as princess. Alexa caught the drift and immediately cleaned up her act, adding the proper etiquette stuff and telling him to get out of her room. Killian was all, "That's what everyone's saying anyway," and then a maid knocked, saying she'd prepped the snacks. And seeing the vibe between those two, she guessed the lady was running late because she was talking with a guest. This dude kept saying the princess wanted him to treat her like crap, then asked how her lesson went. And then he noticed Alexa's mood tanked, and next thing he knew, she was getting up and coming at him. Before he could even ask what she was doing, bam! She grabbed his collar and slammed him onto the floor. The maid saw this and totally freaked out, not knowing what to do, because she knew she could get caught in the crossfire. Just then, the princess looked at her and calmly told her to leave them alone. She didn't argue and hauled ass out of the room, and Alexa was ready to have a serious talk with her relative. She didn't care that he was tactless, but she demanded he treat her like a princess when other people were around. She let go of him then, and he knew he was in for a world of hurt if he kept acting cocky. A second later, the Count walked in and apologized to the princess for being late. Seeing the scene, he figured they'd had a fight. Alexa giggled right away and explained she wasn't fighting, just breaking a habit. The Count didn't dwell on it, and the girl admitted she wanted to ask him something important. Soon they were settled at the tea table, and Alexa handed her uncle a small pouch. He was surprised and started asking what it was, and the princess explained it was monster pheromone. The Count was even more surprised, not understanding where his niece could have gotten something like that, since it's super rare. Then she explained she found it on the day of the hunt, when the monster attack happened and the king ran away from there. And now, the girl explained that this pouch was the reason for all the chaos. It was what attracted the monsters. She explained that someone secretly slipped it into the Duke's bag, and that's why the monsters went crazy and chased after him that day. After Alex did his own investigation, nothing's come up yet. So now the princess figures the Count might know something. That's why she brought the pouch. She wants to ID the buyer, hoping to find out why they set up the Grand Duke. Her uncle agreed to look into it, but then the princess remembered something else weird. Back during the fight, when she saw the monster hide, it was tougher than anything she's ever seen. The Count was intrigued, and Alex suggested going back to the hunting grounds to grab the monster hides. She explained how the hides could be fitted in between armor and underclothes. The Count liked the sound of that, and he's gonna tell his trusted guys to get right on it. Alex promised to handle the materials and costs, and offered to split the profits once production started. She also pointed out it'd be a 6-40 split, with the princess taking the bigger share. The Count was a little surprised, and offered her 80% of the profits. The girl realized that wouldn't leave him with much, since those hides weren't easy to find and would cost a fortune. But the Count asked that with his 20%, he wanted the publishing rights to the product. The princess liked that offer and agreed, especially since her uncle headed up trade in Felipe. Before that, the Count wanted to know something else, admitting he was really curious about Alexa's relationship with the Grand Duke. The princess didn't get why her uncle was asking, and he explained that their relationship seemed like more than just friendship. The girl was kinda stunned. She and Duke Belkalon had been through so much together, and now she wasn't even sure if she could say she liked him, based on certain moments. Her feelings for him were real, not just based on liking or friendship, but she didn't know how to answer the question yet. The Count noticed she was lost in thought, and even got worried if she was okay, but she confessed she didn't know. Uncle got where she was coming from, but told her to watch herself around the Duke, reminding her the guy's a demon. Personally, he thought the Duke was a stand-up guy, but the world doesn't see things as they really are. She knew the Count was right, but she couldn't turn her back on someone who'd reached out to her. So, for now, she asked her uncle to find people who weren't hung up on prejudice. She pointed out that she and the Duke were alike, and if they couldn't accept the Grand Duke, they wouldn't accept her either. The princess also added that Belkalon was someone who meant a lot to her. That's when the Count remembered that, no matter how many people Camilla couldn't help, she never gave up on anyone. Ergen just hoped his niece wouldn't end up like her late mother. After that talk, Alexa remembered the rumors that the Count and Camilla had different views and kept secrets from each other. Lost in thought as she walked down the hall, she ran into the Duke, who'd come to visit. Alexa was so stoked to see him, she almost lost it. But then she pulled herself together. She told Belkalon that Lily had recommended a new cafe, and now she was asking the Duke to go with her. He was down with that, actually liked the idea, and invited Alexa to his carriage. Later, they rolled up to the Earl's garden, which the princess thought was even more awesome than the royal one. The Duke agreed that this family was the best in the trading game, and you could see a lot of rare flowers here. The girl started checking them out, and a lot of them she'd definitely never seen before, and thought they were beautiful. Alexa also confessed to the Duke that she really loved flowers, and at that moment she turned around and their eyes locked. Alexa instantly remembered her uncle's question about what was going on between her and Belkalon, and now she decided to get an answer to that question from the Duke himself, hoping he could help her figure things out. Alexa also pointed out that they'd never really talked like this before, and she didn't care what anyone else might say about it. But the Duke just went silent, even dropped his head, which was a bad sign for the princess, but she kept waiting. She asked Belkalon if he thought they were special, but he still wasn't rushing to answer. The girl realized she was starting to get anxious when these silences stretched out, but she wanted to hope for the best. Figuring she probably wouldn't get an answer, she decided to leave, but the Duke grabbed her hand and stopped her. But Alexa, now with a much more serious look, asked him one last time to give her his opinion of them. Belkalon was afraid the princess wouldn't understand him, because he was the reason they couldn't be together. That's why he's hesitant to start a relationship. But that answer just upset Alexa, and she realized she was wrong. She thought he was just like her, and she yanked her hand away, shouting that she hoped the Duke wouldn't get into trouble because of her. He told her not to say that, not to call him Duke, and not to treat him like a stranger. But Alexa couldn't control her heart, no matter how many times she'd been through something like this. So now she was out of options. She had to leave the Duke alone and walk away. After that, Belkalon kept showing up. She heard him in the castle and at the Earl's estate, but never saw him. Alexa figured there was nothing left between them, even though she only ever wanted to belong to him. On another visit to her uncle, he started talking about how the lilacs in the garden were already starting to wilt. He guessed it was because it was getting colder, and then suggested Alexa take a walk in the garden. That's when the princess remembered that the lilacs were also in bloom during her last meeting with the Duke. Right now, she felt like crap, but she knew she had to get over the split and move on. Alexa even thought she should just be happy with whatever they had. And then she heard Belkalon's voice behind her, asking her to stop and talk to him. The princess's first thought was to run. After all, he'd made this choice, not her. Alexa figured if she didn't bolt right then, she'd look like a total idiot, and she wasn't about to let that happen. She also knew there shouldn't be any false hope in their relationship, but she just couldn't shake it. Before she knew it, the Duke caught up to her and pulled her into a hug, holding on tight so she couldn't run. The princess still tried to break free, but the Duke begged her to give him a chance to explain everything. The next thing you know, she wrestled free and declared she didn't need to hear it. 'cause what he said last time was enough. She was positive that if she kept listening, she'd just feel like crap. But Belkalon kept pushing, insisting that the princess listen to him, saying it was super important. He pleaded, even if she couldn't forgive him, to at least hear the story, and he'd do whatever she wanted. The Duke explained that he didn't want to become a burden to her, but as long as they were just casually dating, it was fine. However, if the relationship got serious, he'd become the princess's weakness. Belkalon also knew why she was in Ergen's grasp, but he himself couldn't go where she was headed. He explained it'd only get tougher if she kept him around, but she wasn't buying it. Alexa reminded him she was just as much a monster as he was, and the Duke agreed they were alike. But Belkalon also pointed out they weren't the same, that he was a mudblood, not even human. He even added that the more the princess knew, the more she'd be hated and looked down upon. Alexa just didn't get why the Duke was judging things that hadn't even happened yet, thinking he was just scared. Belkalon admitted he was weak, which is why he let her go back then, and also because she didn't know anything. He explained that if Alexa had chosen him, he wouldn't have been able to push her away, and then he'd become her biggest weakness. Then the Duke kissed her hand and made it clear that the choice of what to do was entirely up to her. Alexa noticed his flustered face and downcast eyes, and realized it must be just as hard on him as it was on her. So she reached for him herself, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him softly, letting him know she wasn't pushing him away. She wanted to choose someone who'd only have eyes for her, someone she could never bring herself to leave. It was beyond her power, and Alexa didn't want there to be any more misunderstandings between them. The Duke was stunned in that moment, realizing she'd chosen him, but also incredibly happy about it. The princess confirmed her choice, and Belkalon declared that now she couldn't run, because he wouldn't let her go. Alexa realized that her friend understood what she was trying to say, that she didn't give a damn about what anyone else thought. Now the girl felt better than ever, because she loved the Duke, and now they were together. From that day on, they became a loving couple, and they didn't care at all what other people said or thought about it. After a while, Belkalon summoned Salovan and asked how many spies the king had sent after him. The servant reported that there were many, and they knew who each of them were, and the Duke ordered them all to be destroyed. But Salovan argued back, thinking that even if they purged the place because of the king, it wouldn't be the smartest move. The servant also suspected there was a deeper reason, but the Duke needed to make sure Raphael cared about nothing but him. Then Belkalon advised the servant to have his wife come to the capital as soon as possible. The Duke now understood their stay here would be a long one, and he needed to take control of the situation. Soon the princess arrived, and he went out himself to meet her, asking if there were any problems on the road. The girl assured him she arrived perfectly fine, and nothing bad happened. And then the Duke invited her inside. They went to the garden, where they sat down at a tea table, and a maid asked Alexa what kind of tea she preferred. Belkalon decided to order apple and mint tea for both of them, and Alexa liked that he knew her tastes. Now she wanted to know what he liked, but their conversation was interrupted by Salovan, admitting he was looking for his lord. Then he noticed the Duke had a guest, and Belkalon introduced the servant to Princess Alexa. Hearing her name sent shivers down Salovan's spine. He'd heard she was a real monster. She noticed the servant's flustered face and asked what was wrong, but she didn't seem angry at all. He bowed low, apologizing for his initial behavior, and then introduced himself to Her Highness. Alexa was happy to meet him too, and understood the servant was surprised she didn't look like the monster from the rumors. He started explaining that he didn't think that way himself. He just didn't know a princess was visiting. That's why he was so flustered. The girl then said Salovan had pretty cute eyes, which made him think something was definitely off with him. The Duke jumped in, explaining to the servant they'd talk business later. Right now, he had a meeting with Princess Alexa, and Salovan bowed out, while the girl remarked that Belkalon's entourage was a lot like him. Then she told the Duke he was very open with this servant, even choosing his words in a particular way. Belkalon figured the princess didn't like how he was talking and offered to change his tone. But then he realized she was just bored and told her to be patient, calling her baby. Except Alexa told him not to change his tune. She'd thought it over and said she liked Belkalon just the way he was. The Duke actually blushed a little at that, because the princess's words made him feel kinda sheepish. Alexa told him not to worry and assured him he was still super cute to her. A few days later, the princess had a meeting scheduled with Prime Minister Louis Duanqueron. Young Count Ergen explained to her that all the young people in Philippi hung out there and told her not to act stupid. Killian also explained that this Louis guy was the cornerstone of national politics. He introduces nobles to the political world, often giving them a chance to share their knowledge. Now, Alexa and Killian had been invited, and he asked the girl to focus on participating in the debates. And since the princess had entered politics, she understood it was going to be intense. So Killian decided to needle her, implying she was worried about being ignorant. But Alexa reminded him the Count asked them not to fight, so he should chill and keep it down. Killian also remembered his dad saying attendance was mandatory, but he didn't think it'd be this bad. He also explained they had to show two things in this debate. First, the princess's dignity, not some monsters. Second, a commitment to get actively involved in politics, even though he didn't expect Alexa to win. The girl knew some nobles looked down on her, and now she was asking what to do if she got lost. Killian knew she was scared of getting insulted, but told her not to sweat the nobles buzzing around. Alexa didn't even expect to hear that from a relative, and he explained he could be calm at his dad's request. Arriving at the meeting place, Killian also asked the princess to act like they didn't know each other, but Alexa didn't get how to pull that off and smile when they were still walking in together anyway. The guy then said it was personal and asked her again to pretend she didn't know him. The princess was totally lost, especially since Earl Ergen hadn't warned her about any of this. She figured it might be something dangerous, but she listened to Killian anyway, and soon they walked into the meeting hall. A bunch of nobles immediately noticed the princess and started whispering that she had to be a monster, but the girl tried to ignore them, and Killian quickly pointed to one guy and explained that he was the Prime Minister. They went right up to him, and the young man introduced himself properly, and Louis greeted him back. Then the Prime Minister remarked that they had an unexpected guest and nodded toward the princess. She thanked him and said she was happy to join such a prestigious discussion. Louis replied, wishing her fruitful talks, and Alexa noted to herself that this guy was like a snake, striking from the shadows. The Prime Minister also explained that they still had some time before the discussions and invited them to enjoy their chilled drinks. Afterwards, he offered to escort the lady, and Sir Ergen asked the princess to follow him. Soon, a few noblewomen approached Alexa, expressing their delight at meeting her. The girl learned it was Countess Isabel and politely greeted her too. But Isabel was just surprised the princess knew her. Alexa explained she remembered her from the day she also participated in the hunting competition. Isabel was surprised again, never thinking Her Majesty would recognize her. Another noblewoman who was nearby started flattering the princess, declaring she only got more beautiful every day. This was Lady Ciel, and Alexa said she was exaggerating, though she admitted it was nice to hear. At that moment, Ariel appeared before her, realizing her sister had also decided to join the discussions. Alexa explained she hadn't told her, thinking it would be awkward, since they'd have to arrive together. She also hoped it wasn't a priority under royal etiquette, and asked if Ariel wanted to tell their father about it. Isabel jumped in, reminding them that this meeting wasn't planned, so there shouldn't be any objections. She also added that the first princess's manners were impeccable, and Lady Cecile backed that up. Then Ariel chimed in, saying her sister wasn't at fault, and that she was really sorry for not being around lately. Even though they always bickered at these meetings, Alexa said she'd been busy prepping for the delegation's visit. She explained that she didn't want to let her sister or father down, and she was trying her hardest not to screw things up. Then the second princess confessed it was her first time doing something like this, so she was nervous. Isabel pointed out she hasn't lived in the palace that long, but being trusted with this was a huge deal. But Manuel stepped up, objecting, saying Isabel was implying Alexa was better than the first princess. The second princess replied that if that was the case, she would have been able to take on the heavy burden of the royal family. But she still called Alexa the monster. But even so, the delegation members need to respect and follow the laws of the country they're visiting. And get this, she also claimed to be royalty and said she could stand up to them. She even went on to say that in Lady Manuela's eyes, she'll always be the monster of the royal palace. Then the second princess got up, because the debate was about to start, and announced she had to bounce. Once everyone was settled, the Prime Minister thanked the guests for coming to the forum. He explained that anyone could comment on what's happening, but straight-up accusations were off-limits. This is a space where they can freely speak their minds, and he wished them an enjoyable discussion. Then, Louis announced the topic of today's agenda, and it's the current situation in Felipe, and that an Athelian Empire delegation is coming soon. The imperial delegates are coming to establish friendly relations between the countries. For Felipe, in its current state, when talking about the most dangerous zone in the country, you can't forget the Empire. Now Felipe's on the Empire side, and something was given in return, so they'd be ready for a situation like this. Then the Prime Minister asked everyone there how they felt about the kingdom's choice. Alexa heard that radicals dominated public opinion, but also that it was just noble idiots talking trash. Then she heard someone point at her and call her a monster, which totally stunned her. A young guy, Sir Hippane, turned to her and declared that she could stop the Aetherians, like always. Other people started shouting too, telling the second princess to stop them and win. But Alexa herself didn't get why they assumed she was down for this war and asked them about it. That young guy explained that she'd always been on the front lines, and another chimed in that, as royalty, she had to defend the country. Alexa confirmed that, as royalty, she needed to look at the situation more carefully. But Hippane cut her off, saying there was no time to hesitate, and realized the princess didn't know the full story. He also added that the empire was falling apart right now, and it was time to take it down. Then, Alexa clarified those were old rumors, and that they're actually seeing economic growth right now. This was the most crucial secret Count Ergen mentioned, and knowing this, you could easily strong-arm your opponent. The young guy shot back that she's just buying into rumors, and that it sounded more like a scared princess making excuses. Alexa then suggested they talk about the country's exchange rates, stating that the empire's currency is currently strengthening. All of this was framed as paying tribute, and then she brought up rapid exports. Plus, thanks to a secretly passed bill, citizens are getting their debts reduced by 30%. Now, Alexa didn't think it was smart to declare war on a country that's teetering on the edge. Another noble suggested investing the bulk of their finances in military might, and then they'd have a shot at winning. The princess objected, saying you can't judge victory or defeat based on strength alone. If diplomatic relations with other countries are severed, Felipe will end up isolated. Besides, if all the kingdom's money goes into the army, they'll have a whole bunch of other problems. Then, Alexa asked him straight up how many families would actually be on the front lines, and the kid admitted they couldn't participate themselves. He explained that they were the heirs, and Alexa confirmed that only the fathers would be fighting. Then, with a bit of sarcasm, she pointed out that these young dudes were brave enough to send their dads to war. She also didn't want to crush these guys' fiery spirit, but she saw a high chance they were gonna lose this war. And if they lost, King Raphael's life would be the first one on the line. Then she reminded them again that she was royalty, and the royal family can't go to war, not with the king's life at risk. After all that, she gave her 2 cents that she'd pretty much laid out why she was against it. Then they called for a break, and Lady Cecil offered the princess some tea. But she turned it down, saying that right now, she just wanted to get some fresh air. On her way there, Alexa was thinking she'd handled things pretty well, but she still wasn't sure if she'd done the right thing. The second part of the debate was supposed to be a breeze, so she figured she could finally chill. Suddenly, she heard this weird noise, and it sounded like trouble, so she immediately looked that way. She saw these 2 punks cornering Killian in another room, hassling him big time. They were telling him if the beast hadn't shown up, Sir Evankarin might have noticed them. The main attacker was the same dude who'd been mouthing off to the princess, saying Alexa was totally out of line too. Then, he reminded Killian that he couldn't get away from them, even if he dropped out of the academy. Next thing you know, Hippane's yelling that if Killian can't kill the monster, he'll kill the young count and his dad. But Killian shot back, saying if that aristocrat even lays a finger on his father, he won't let him live it down. The guy just kept on saying that, with bruises like those, Killian couldn't even touch him if he tried. And get this! Hippane straight up admitted that looking at the beast makes his fists itch, and Killian's gonna be his punching bag. Just then, Alexa busts through the door, knocks on it like she owns the place, and these aristocrats are already pissed that someone's interrupting them. But they instantly felt their blood run cold from head to toe, cause this wasn't just some random visitor. They saw it was Alexa who walked in, and she wanted to know if she heard right about them calling her a beast. Those two immediately started shaking like leaves, trying to explain it was all a misunderstanding, and they weren't talking about the princess at all. But Alexa wasn't buying their lame excuses, and in a flash, she lunged forward and punched one of them right in the gut. The main bully started begging the princess for mercy right away, but the girl saw zero reason to show him any. After all, he was calling her a disgusting monster behind her back, and now he's begging for his life like a total coward. Hippane started trying to explain it was just a dumb joke between heirs, and he didn't mean to offend anyone. Alexa took that as them just joking to mess with Killian, and grabbing him by the collar, she lifted him right off the ground. So this aristocrat starts threatening to tell his dad everything, but Alexa shot back that he wouldn't even dare say a word to her. That's when Killian jumped in, telling her to stop. But she didn't get why he wasn't looking for revenge after those two beat him up. The young count insisted they weren't worth getting his hands dirty over, and that's when Alexa shoved Hippane aside. Alexa also reminded him how good he was with magic, and couldn't understand why he was just standing there doing nothing. He confessed that this wasn't his first time. He had his first scary experience when he was only 11. Even though it's been a long time since then, the memories are still there, and he's still scared. The guy knew he was just stuck in the past, but the princess declared that wasn't true. But then her relative promised her that the revenge he'd unleash would be slow and agonizing. Now the girl understood why, when the Ergen family fell, they were kept out of politics because she was a monster, and the count, who dedicated himself to restoring the family, couldn't afford to care for little Killian. Being totally alone in the academy made him hate it too, but then he cut her thoughts off. The guy asked what to do with these two, pointing out that Parrish had fainted and Hippane was about to burst into tears. This bully started begging the princess again to spare him, just this once, still shaking like a leaf. Alexa then told him that Killian didn't want revenge, and he was quick to get happy, thinking he was forgiven. But she couldn't get over how they'd insulted her, reminding him that they'd called her a cursed monster. Hippane immediately started explaining that he was just repeating what Parrish said, and he himself didn't hate the princess at all. He even said that he didn't understand how anyone could hate her, since she was so beautiful and smart. Then the girl walked up to him and, leaning down, asked him to repeat it, pretending she hadn't heard. She also asked him to confess, even though he didn't understand what exactly he was supposed to be confessing to. Alexa wanted all the ladies and gentlemen to hear his confession that he loved her. The aristocrat was stunned, but the next second, the princess decided to teach him a lesson for insulting an innocent girl. As she grabbed him by the collar, the dude confessed he already had a fiancé, but Alex didn't give a damn. She demanded he profess his love for her in front of everyone, or he'd face something out of his worst nightmares. The aristocrat was so freaked out, he agreed to do whatever she wanted, just to get her off his back. Once he agreed, the princess decided to send him packing to his buddy and slapped him down to the floor. Hippane picked up his pal and started dragging him out of the room, while Alex kept hurrying them along. As a parting shot, she also told them not to go around hurting people for no reason, and hoped they learned their lesson. Once they were alone, Killian told the princess he could take care of the revenge thing whenever, but then she decided to ask him if he hated her a lot when he was a little kid. The guy couldn't say no, but he also admitted that it wasn't as much as she thought. Killian also mentioned he actually did have a family, which is why he wasn't holding a grudge against the princess. Then he confessed that the bullying he went through was all in the past, and told Alexa not to sweat it. She was about to say something, but the young earl suggested they head back, since it was time to hear Hippane's confession. Soon they were back in the debate hall and took their seats. Only one aristocrat was missing, but he showed up pretty quick, looking totally wrecked, like someone forced him to come at gunpoint. The prime minister called him out for being late, then told him to take his seat. Right then, Alexa couldn't help herself and asked Sir Hippane why he looked so rough. But the threat from the princess was eating him alive, the one about what would happen if he didn't do what she wanted. The prime minister reminded the aristocrat again that they needed to start and told him to sit down. But Hippane asked them to hold on and announced that he needed to say something super important. The whole damn room was stunned, realizing he just straight up disrespected Sir Dwancorn. Even Prime Minister Lewis was lost, like, what the hell is this dude doing? And demanded answers. Hippane was freaking out, but he finally pulled himself together and shouted across the hall that he's in love with Princess Alexa. After that, the crowd went even more ballistic, because nobody saw that coming. Manuel couldn't take it anymore and started yelling, asking why he'd say something like that when he's got a fiancé. Hippane didn't know how to explain it. He just kept repeating that he's head over heels for Princess Alexa. The princess herself couldn't believe that this aristocrat actually went through with her request. She saw it as the perfect chance to mess with Manuel, while Hippane kept going, saying his body and soul belonged to Alexa. He even declared he wouldn't look at another woman until he made her his wife. Then some noblemen chimed in, wondering if Hippane, even with a bride-to-be, was planning to make the princess his concubine. He also said that if the engagement's broken, his love-struck family will become a laughingstock. But he went on, saying even if his family's cursed or destroyed, he belongs to Alexa, body and soul. It didn't seem like Manuela forced him, and she couldn't believe he'd trash his own family name. Lost in thought, she scanned the room, and then her eyes locked onto the princess's sinister glare. That's when she knew it was her doing, and she straight up accused her, ignoring Ariel's warnings. Manuela declared that Alexa threatened Hippane, but Isabel wondered how much longer she'd disrespect the princess. She just kept going, saying Alexa's a wolf in sheep's clothing, adding that the monster made her brother like this. And the princess herself was just eating it up, loving that this lady fell for such a dumb setup. She thought Manuela and her brother were nuts, and was sure they'd get kicked out of society after this. And while that lady was yelling, she wouldn't let it go. Alexa turned to Prime Minister Dwancorn. She asked him if she could borrow his soldiers for a bit, and he said she was good to go. Manuela started screaming again, saying the princess was tricking everyone, and why couldn't they see it? Their eyes locked again, and that's when Alexa ordered the soldiers to arrest the guilty Julia Manuela. The soldiers immediately went into action, and now the lady was just yelling for them to let her go. Alexa then told her that she dared to criticize the royal family and insulted the royal personage with her words. She also explained that Manuela could stir up political unrest because of her baseless rumors. Now her actions are being seen as a humiliation of the royal dynasty and a violation of national security law. For that, Manuela's going to prison, but she started protesting that it wasn't her. but the beast princess who should be locked up. But Alexa reminded her again that the beast she was talking about was the daughter of the country's ruler, the one her father served. But Manuela didn't give up and kept screaming that the princess was still a beast and that she doubted she was the king's daughter at all. Then she started insulting Alexa's mom, saying she was a fallen woman, that's why she offed herself. The second princess lost it and slapped that loudmouth, and then she started begging Ariel for help. But the first princess couldn't say anything to defend her friend, even if she got the death penalty. That's when the prime minister, acting on the princess's orders, told them to throw Lady Manuela in jail. She kept asking Ariel why she wasn't defending her, saying she did it all for her. Even as they were dragging her away, she kept screaming insults at Alexa. After they took her away, the second princess was trying to figure out why her sister just sat there while she was getting trashed. She also noticed that Ariel was trying to avoid looking at her, like she was afraid to make eye contact. Alexa knew something was up. Her sister was acting super weird, but everyone else was staring at them. So, she announced to everyone that it had been a long day and suggested they pick up the discussion later. The princess also mentioned how much talent was in the room, and she didn't want to mess things up over a couple of flies. The prime minister agreed and suggested wrapping up today's discussion, thanking everyone for coming. He also hoped they could meet again soon and make good use of their time. And with that, he adjourned the meeting. Killian approached the princess and offered to walk her to the carriage, but she noticed Ariel was nowhere to be seen. The young earl also pointed out that the first princess had vanished from the hall after the incident. He figured she'd gone back to the royal palace, but Alexa couldn't believe her sister would just leave like that. She was also worried about the first princess's reaction, just bailing instead of shooting down Lady Manuela's claims. Now, Alexa decided she needed to dig into Camille's mother. But just then, the prime minister came over to her. He admitted he was embarrassed that this happened to the princess, especially since it was her first time visiting. Alexa assured him she was fine, and it wasn't his fault. And then Louis offered to get her a cup of tea. He was all, "I got this top-shelf tea straight from China, and I'd be honored if the princess would try some." She was down with that, but also knew it might cause some trouble for Killian. Louis figured out Alexa rolled up in Count Ergen's carriage and said he'd get her another ride later. She clocked that this dude wanted some alone time and knew something was fishy. Just then, Killian told her it was cool and she could go with Sir Dwancorn. Then he bowed out, and the prime minister invited the princess to follow him. Over tea, he mentioned how interesting the discussion had been earlier and asked Alexa what she thought. She agreed it was definitely true, and there were a lot of interesting points made. Louis explained it's because they're all energetic young guys, so it's easy for them to speak their minds. The prime minister noticed the princess wasn't thrilled with all the war talk, but complimented her on being so brave. He also figured that if Alexa actually had some power, she could easily keep them in line. He also pointed out that she came from the sticks, but her whole vibe changed big time when she got here. Then he added that her arguments were killer, and because of those objections, a lot of people changed their minds about the war. Louis thought that at least the young guys wouldn't be so quick to talk about war, like it's some kind of joke now. He was grateful to the princess for that, and it also made him realize how much she cares about the country. The girl explained that Felipe's condition was because of the king's inaction, and any royal family would react the same. The prime minister didn't know what to say to that, but noticed that Alexa wasn't being straight with him, probably because she didn't trust him. The princess explained that this was their first time meeting, so it's natural she wouldn't trust him. But even though today was their first meeting, Louis admitted he'd been watching the princess all this time, and he got curious about how different she is from who she was back in Connecticut, and if people can really change that much. The prime minister felt like someone else was in her body, and now he was curious who had taken over. The princess didn't know what to think. It seemed like this guy knew her secret, but she had no idea how. Now he was asking her opinion on what he'd just said, so she asked him why he thought she wasn't Alexa. The girl knew that if she answered without thinking, she could end up in a really bad spot. She also decided to ask if the prime minister had felt anything when he saw Lady Manuela's punishment. But Louis just told the princess not to dodge his question, and he was sure it wasn't her at the debates. He stated that Alexa was a different princess, while admitting he didn't really know the real her, just her face. The girl still didn't get why the prime minister was so interested in her, so he decided to explain it another way. Louis declared that he was convinced the person heaven sent should be the one sitting on the throne. The king's seat is the highest position in society, but also a heavy burden needed to protect the country. The prime minister doubted Prince Wilhelm could run the country too, but Alexa insisted he was next in line. She also figured he could handle it and do what the current king can't. But Louis was convinced Wilhelm only wanted the throne because of tradition, after the first two princes fought for it. The third didn't even want to be king, but those other two suddenly kicked the bucket. Now, the prime minister wasn't so sure it was just chance, even though he thought fate screws up sometimes. All the evidence says it's an accident, but after 20 years, the country's in the worst shape ever. That's when Alexa asked if the prime minister was worried about getting punished for disrespecting the royal family. But he said he knew how far he could go, so he was sure he wouldn't get nailed for it. Then the princess told him to knock it off, saying his words were starting to piss her off. Louis got it and then asked why the king was so scared of her, knowing it wasn't just because she looked like a monster. He also made it clear that if Alexa chose the aristocracy for protection, it was the wrong call. The prime minister added that what a hunter fears most when facing prey is the prey's fangs, the kind that can easily snap a neck. And in that case, the hunter kills the prey to save his own skin. The princess couldn't take it anymore, and declaring the conversation over, turned to leave. She realized this guy was trying to get her to betray someone, and that he had a dangerous but clear goal. He called after her, saying Alexa had the power and skills to seize the crown, and he didn't understand why she wouldn't take the throne. The princess explained it wasn't the kind of position she should desire, even though she knew the real reason was something else entirely. She wasn't the real Alexa, so she had zero desire to fight for the throne. She also realized the prime minister was curious about what someone unsympathetic to her mother would do. Like he could see how she, trapped in another body, felt alienated from her own parents. Louis explained that the king didn't waste any time thinking, and that he knows how to run the country, since he's been watching everyone else. Then, he admitted his suspicions that Lady Camilla had been working harder than anyone to put the princess on the throne. After that, the prime minister asked Alexa if she wanted to know what really happened to her mother, and if she was interested, Louis offered her a deal, saying he'd sacrificed a lot for this valuable information. He claimed the princess could learn the whole truth about Felipe, and the whole truth about her mother, Camilla. The girl then said she had no intention of joining a rebellion, but the prime minister wasn't talking about a rebellion. But Alexa still wouldn't agree, seeing his true intentions, and decided she could find out the whole truth herself. And then Louis suddenly declared that she could also find out how she ended up in this place, which stunned her, and she stopped. The prime minister explained that there's a reason she ended up in Alexa's body and took her place, and it's not simple. At the same time, he guessed the princess knew how he knew all this, and added that he's the only friend who knows the truth. Alexa took that as a threat, but he clarified it wasn't a threat, just a choice she'd make for Felipe's sake. Then he went on about how Alexa was way more impressive than Prince Wilhelm and deserved to have everything invested in her. The prime minister even decided to give her time to think it over and asked her to let him know when she'd made a decision. After that, the princess left the prime minister and walked into a study where she found several aristocrats with the count. They were surprised to see her, and Count Ergen dismissed the others, suggesting they talk the next day. Alexa immediately turned to her relative, knowing he was about to tell her something, but all he said was she'd aced the debate and that he had nothing more to add. Thing is, she wasn't there to just chat, and she said she'd met with Sir Dwancorn, just like her uncle wanted. The prime minister also spilled the beans about her uncle's plans, and now she can't stop thinking about that conversation. She realized the count, the one who sent her to the debate, had used her to try and get into the aristocrat faction. Then she grabbed a stack of papers off the desk and, totally pissed, hurled them across the room, demanding to know if the count was planning a coup. Her uncle was a little thrown, but Alexa pressed him for an answer, asking for advice on what to do now. I mean, he's always saying he's doing this for the family he loves, but that doesn't change the fact he used his own niece. That's when he said it was all for the princess, but Alexa didn't buy it, and that just made her even angrier. She figured he only cared about her to get an introduction to Dwancorn and start a rebellion. The girl confessed to him that she never thought she'd be betrayed again. She was a freaking monster, went through some messed up magic, and never even imagined her uncle would screw her over. The girl got so mad, she didn't even realize everything around her was starting to get wrecked. The count begged her to stop, but the princess was furious that she was just a puppet, and if her uncle wanted power so bad, she'd give it to him. He started pleading with her again to stop, or her life could be in serious danger. But Alexa figured it'd be better if she lost this power, stopped being someone's puppet. The princess was ready to trash her life and her magic, begging him to leave her alone once the Earl took the power. Now the girl was totally convinced her uncle never genuinely cared about her. The Earl kept telling her to stop, to just listen, and confessed it all started with his greed. That calmed the princess down a bit, and she agreed to hear his story about being innocent. The Earl wasn't trying to excuse his actions. He knew he'd be the only one paying for them. He said they wouldn't let the princess go that easily, but Alexa didn't get it. She insisted the rebellion would only get them killed. She also didn't know if the prime minister planned it, but the Ergens couldn't meet the king, no matter their status, even if they got his support. The princess wasn't sure their alliance would be strong enough. The Earl asked his niece to wait a sec, but knew they couldn't talk properly in this mess. Then Alexa straight up said that even her own mom didn't want her uncle going down this road. That actually surprised the Count a bit, and he figured the princess just didn't remember her childhood. After that, he asked Alexa if she even knew the kind of choice Camilla had to make because of her daughter. The girl didn't get what he was implying, but all he said was that he had nothing more to say now. But the princess kept pushing, wanting her uncle to spill what he was thinking and what happened with her mom. Alexa wanted to know what choice her mother had to make, but the Count just told her to head back. He just added that he and Camilla had a special brother-sister thing going on, but now he realized he'd said too much. Alexa started insisting that he couldn't hide the truth anyway, because she'd find out eventually. But the Count declared that the princess wouldn't hear another word about Camilla from him, even though she'd learn the truth someday, and Ergen would try as hard and as long as possible to keep it hidden. Delaying the moment Alexa found out everything, he really wanted his niece to be able to genuinely smile in this hell for as long as possible. The girl felt desperate, not understanding why her uncle was hiding the truth from her. He explained that this was the meaning of life, and if he didn't make it, he wouldn't be able to meet Camilla. He also assured his niece that she would be safe, so she had nothing to worry about. The princess would be under the care of Sir Dwancorn, who could protect her, while he did what he had to do. The Count was going to jump into the abyss like a moth to a flame, and those words really worried Alexa. The next day, the girl pondered the events of the previous day, and she was worried that no one was talking about the reasons. It was difficult for her to think about all this alone, and she decided to discuss it with Duke Belkalon. Alexa was going to tell him her secret, but she was scared he wouldn't stay with her after that. The girl wondered if he would still love her when he found out she wasn't Alexa, but Lee Hanbell. The princess wasn't about to get dumped, and she sure as hell wasn't going back to her pathetic old life. She didn't care how selfish it sounded. She just wanted Belle to hold her and make it all okay. She needed him, so when she got to his castle, she asked Salovan where the Duke was. He told her the master was in his study, and the princess practically sprinted that way. Girl was desperate to see her man, and she was in his office in no time flat. The Duke wasn't expecting her at all, and before he could say a word, she just dove into his arms. Belkalon finally asked why she was there so early, and Alexa just blurted out that she wanted to see him. But she felt like she was walking on thin ice, scared of what everyone would think when they found out she wasn't who she used to be. Alexa also wanted to spill everything to the Duke, but for some reason, her lips just wouldn't move. She didn't know if Belkalon could handle the treason and her situation, but she needed him to believe in her. All she could manage to choke out was that she loved him, but he didn't quite catch it. Alexa realized she jumped the gun and quickly corrected herself, asking if the Duke liked candy, because she was suddenly curious. But Belkalon didn't say anything back. Instead, he just kissed his sweetheart again. The princess took that as the Duke loving her with all his heart, and he started asking her what was going on. The girl didn't rush to answer, and then asked him to tell her, does he like her or not? Belkalon hesitated again, but admitted that he feels uneasy when she acts like this. He knew that he was the reason she was like this, and maybe because of that, she wouldn't want to see him anymore. But Alexa declared that the Duke had no reason to worry like that, and he confessed that he's so happy, it scares him now. He also wanted to make the princess happy, but if he couldn't, he wasn't sure he could let her go anymore. Belkalon was also afraid that because of his selfishness, the girl might be in danger, and apologized for saying such things. Alexa told the Duke everything was cool, asked him not to be sad, and hugged him again. He asked her again what was bugging her, and she started thinking she was being a pain. The Duke said that wasn't true, and that he's the happiest guy alive when she's around. So Alexa finally worked up the nerve to ask if Belkalon would stick with her, no matter what. She was still scared to admit she wasn't the real Alexa, knowing it might freak him out. The Duke explained he isn't the one who decides that, but the princess insisted he was. Then Belkalon reminded her that their relationship depends on both of them, not just him, and nothing mattered to him except the future, where Alexa might push him away. He could never turn his back on the princess himself, and he swore that was the honest truth. Belkalon also said he was sure they'd always be together, no matter what life throws at them. 3 weeks later, Alexa arrived at the Dwancorn estate, determined to talk to him again. The servant confessed that the Prime Minister had been eagerly waiting to meet her for a while. That's when she ran into Marquis Belford, who looked just as surprised to see Alexa. The princess immediately called him out for forgetting to greet her properly. He reminded her that she'd asked him to call her by her name, so now he didn't get why she wanted him to use her title. Alexa started to remember, but also said that was a long time ago, back when they were on the front lines. Now the Marquis needed to show some tact, and Belford, without arguing, greeted her properly. Then the girl allowed him to raise his head, and told the servant that the Marquis would escort her from there. After that, she turned to her former fiancé and asked him to show her the way to Sir Dwancorn. On the way, the Marquis pointed out it had been a while since they'd talked, and also wondered why Alexa decided to visit his teacher. She just told me to ask the Prime Minister directly, like he'd spill all the beans or something. The Marquis knew he wasn't getting an answer from her, so he just warned her he wouldn't back her up if she pulled anything. The princess still didn't trust Sir Dwancorn, so she figured his student didn't need her explanations either. Soon they reached the office, and Alexa thanked the Marquis for showing her the way. Then she went in, and the Prime Minister greeted her right away, saying he'd been expecting her. He also admitted that the longer Alexa took to decide, the more nervous he got. And now he's glad she showed up before the delegation arrived. The princess immediately decided to let him know that she had decided to accept his offer. That being said, she also wanted to discuss the terms of this deal and stated that she wanted to know everything about the kingdom of Felipe. Alexa also wants to know about her mother, along with all the secrets connected to her curse. The Prime Minister agreed, and the princess added that she wasn't going to follow his plan unless it was written into the contract. After that, Alexa explained that their contract would end when she'd gained all the skills the king needed, and nothing more. Then Louis figured, since she was a princess, she should already know everything needed to run a kingdom, though it kinda surprised him that this girl was only planning to stick to the bare minimum of the contract. Alexa told him again that she wasn't planning on being a pawn in his scheme, but she agreed to be a participant. The princess's condition was that she wouldn't just learn the basics, and she was going to give it her all. The premier liked that she was going to be a participant, so he agreed to make concessions too. Alexa's next question was about her curse, but Louis admitted he couldn't give her a straight answer. That made the girl hesitant to sign the contract, because she couldn't trust him, knowing someone else knew more. After that, the premier stated that a certain lady would visit the princess herself. She knew everything, and it'd be better if Alexa heard it from her. The girl was surprised, and Louis explained that a concubine had placed the curse on her many years ago. He also said that woman was born to wander, so he can't give you a straight answer. But the princess shot back, demanding that he force that dame to come to her, and as soon as possible. Alexa reminded him they had a contract, and now the Prime Minister has to dance to her tune. Thing is, the contract was for mutual benefit, so if the princess needs something, she's got to hold up her end of the bargain too. Right now, Louis couldn't tell if Alexa was giving an order or making a request, and she clarified it was somewhere in between. The Prime Minister also pointed out he has tons of talented students studying heredity, so there's no one else to spill her secret to. Alexa realized this guy was trying to highlight her desperate situation to get an advantage over her, but that didn't mean she was gonna fall for his game, and declared if he kept pushing, she'd take drastic action. The Prime Minister took her words as a threat to off him, and she added those threats only work on people who are scared. She also added that the candidates Louis cares about most would probably freak out. Alexa also confessed she had a few hunches why they didn't want a revolt over the origin issue. She knew damn well all the candidates had to be heirs of noble blood and had to compete against Wilhelm. The Prime Minister still doubted the princess could find them all. But hey, she was the Prime Minister too. Plus, she remembered a guy who'd be perfect as a candidate, and she knows him personally. Alexa named Marquis Belford and declared she could punish him good and hard, without batting an eye. She understood that for Louis, the Marquis was just as valuable as she was, and that guy was a major player. The princess also figured the Prime Minister was planning to hold her until she saw things his way. Seeing Sir Dwancorn's face change, she suggested ending on a good note and asked if he'd bring that woman. Then Louis agreed and promised he'd pass along the princess's offer and let Alexa know the result later. Afterwards, he handed the girl a small medallion and explained it would keep her informed of the place and time of every lesson. Alex thought to herself that it would be great to keep studying with Count Ergen too. At that moment, Louis chimed in, saying the king was also keen on prepping for the delegation's arrival, but she'd have to tutor the heir as well. Then the girl confessed she thought the conversation was a success, and she started plotting revenge, plus decided to offer some advice. She explained that the king would thrive with constant care, and thanks to that training, Louis would end up answering to the new monarch. After the meeting with the minister, he didn't send any word for a while, but a lot went down in the kingdom. After Alex showed off her skills at the meeting, Count Manuela and his whole family were exiled for the insult. Even the king's right-hand man couldn't be forgiven, but it's not the first time Raphael III hasn't commented on what's happening. Just like his concubine Camilla, people suspected her daughter was a demon, and as time went on, people believed the rumors more and more. Later, Raphael III executed everyone involved, claiming he wouldn't tolerate that kind of treatment towards his second concubine and daughter. It was a veiled warning, the sudden downfall of the Manuela family, especially with all those rumors flying around. One afternoon, the Duke just straight up walked up to the princess, and she kinda jumped a little. Belkalon came to her, expecting she'd spill something, but the girl had no clue what he was getting at. The Duke could see something had gone down in the last few days, and figured Alexa had been wanting to get it off her chest for a while now. The princess played dumb on purpose, acting like she didn't know what he was talking about, carefully choosing her words. Belkalon believes in her, and she needs him, and now Alexa was stumped on where to even start. Should she tell him about the deal with the Prime Minister, or confess her real identity? She still couldn't make up her mind, so all she did was explain to the Duke that she wasn't in a rush to say anything, since it didn't really matter. The girl figured it was too soon, and didn't want any misunderstandings popping up between her and Belkalon. The Duke saw right through it, noticed she was trying to dodge the conversation, and told her to quit pretending she didn't get it. Alexa, at a loss for words, just threw her arms around him, hoping it would somehow get her out of answering. But after a moment, she finally confessed to Belkalon that she was scared to tell him, and he said she didn't have to. But if that's the case, he'll end up like Alexa, always knowing she's hiding something important. Then the Duke reminded his beloved again that he's the most vulnerable one in this relationship. At the same time, he asked the princess not to worry, because he'd never leave her, since everything she does and can do excites him. The Duke also admitted that he wouldn't be so worried if he were more confident. Belkalon also confessed that the princess is like a ray of light for him in this utter darkness. Alexa confessed that he was the closest person to her, but he objected, saying it was different for her. That's why Belkalon isn't completely sure, and the more he loves her, the more he fears losing her. The princess stirred up conflicting feelings in him, because he's happy that Alexa belongs to him, but he's terrified that she'll leave. The Duke was also very afraid that her troubles and misfortunes might be because of him, and that really freaked him out. But the princess swore it would never happen, that she'd never abandon him, no way. Thing is, she wasn't sure she could convince Belkalon he could count on her, you know? Alexa also insisted she never had any problems because of him, then confessed again how much she loved him. She was even ready to tell him everything, hoping he'd listen and, not hate her afterwards. The princess was struggling, felt like they were always fighting, and she was constantly scared and running away. But her heart was also blooming with love, even if she had this growing lump in her throat. Belkalon's confession wiped away all her fears and doubts in a single instant. His confession also stirred up some weird emotions in Alexa, but she was still ready to tell him everything now. She had to reveal her secret, but she was still wondering if the Duke would stick around after that. The princess begged him not to despise her, then said that she wasn't who he thought she was at all. Belkalon was totally lost and asked his girl to spell it out for him. She finally admitted she wasn't the Alexa he thought he knew, but the Duke still didn't get it. These barely their words slipped away like sand through his fingers, gone in an instant. Then Alexa dropped another bomb. She wasn't from this world, and in her past life, she died in an accident. The next thing she knew, she opened her eyes and was a beast. But that wasn't what she wanted either. Girl started explaining how she ended up in this world somehow, with zero clue about anything. She repeated again that she was a person from another world named Hanbell. With no language skills, she became a fur-covered, muscle-bound beast, and everyone shunned her because of it. Alexa felt like it was BS and hated it, but she never asked to be in this life, you know? Not even if she could live better than before, when Hanbell's life was nothing but suffering. The princess also admitted she was helpless, and now she was even more terrified, but she'd done something the real Alexa couldn't, and now she wanted this life for herself. She felt selfish, yeah, but what really ate at her was knowing Sir Dwancorn was in on it too. Still, she had no clue how she got here, or where the real Alexa was, or what even happened to her, and she couldn't imagine living as Alexa, not until the Prime Minister made her an offer. He asked her to lead the rebellion, and after thinking it over, she decided to go for it. Alexa didn't want Sir Dwancorn to use her, but it was the only way to keep her secret safe. She was the one who made Alexa who she is, thinking her only choice was to give the body back when she returned. But now, she can't let go of Belkalon either, and she can't keep lying to him. After that, the princess broke down crying and begged the Duke to forgive her. She knows it's wrong, knows she shouldn't be doing this, but she can't live without Belkalon anymore. She confessed it was hard for her to tell him, but she didn't know what else to do with her secret. Her secret got too heavy to keep quiet, but she couldn't bear the thought of losing the Duke. Then she apologized again for always crying, but begged him to understand her too, because it was only thanks to Belkalon that she achieved what she has now, and she was grateful. Alexa also thought the Duke was strong, incredible, and independent, and hugged him again. After that, she explained that this was the whole truth she'd been wanting to tell him for so long. She also asked the Duke not to hate her, but would understand if he did anyway. Still, the princess felt a huge weight lifted after she confessed and told him everything. To her surprise, Belkalon himself started apologizing for making her tell such a heavy story. He figured his greed pushed her too far, but he didn't want to make her cry again. The Duke also admitted he totally understood her, and she reminded him, again, that she wasn't Alexa. She still felt guilty about trying to take the real owner's place. Then Belkalon hugged her, telling her to calm down and not worry about it, because he gets it. The Duke also added that it didn't matter to him at all, because he loves her just the way she is, right now. She still thought it was messed up, using someone else's name and taking Alexa's spot. The Duke explained again that he didn't hate or despise her for it, and he confessed that he was actually really happy the princess wouldn't be able to let him go now. Belle also thought she probably hated him now, and he didn't care, even if she wasn't Alexa. He tried to say her real last name, but didn't get it right the first time, and she corrected him. The Duke admitted he liked the name, just like he knew Alexa would always be herself, no matter what. Belkalon didn't care about anything else, but she kept insisting that she was a bad person. She thought she was selfish, not wanting to lose what she had, even though she tried not to be so greedy. Plus, Alexa worried that if the Duke stayed with her, he'd become just as awful as she was. Belkalon asked her again not to think like that, because he was staying with her no matter what, even if she hurt the real Alexa to stay here, and even if he had to bail on everything. He reminded her that she did the same to him, but she didn't believe he could actually do that. The Duke repeated that Alexa was his only love and his light, and he wouldn't give her up, no matter what. She just melted at that, throwing herself into his arms again and thanking him over and over. After a while, the princess calmed down, but she still felt weird. She told Belkalon everything that was weighing her down before was gone, and she was happy he was with her. Now it felt more like a fairy tale, and she couldn't believe it was actually real. Everything she'd been so afraid of vanished in an instant. And after all that, the Duke stayed with her. He just started apologizing again for making her spill everything. He knew she'd felt terrible before. Belkalon also admitted he'd probably keep apologizing, but Alexa assured him it was fine because they were together. But even with all that, she was still scared she'd never be good enough for him. And the Duke told her, instead of saying stuff like that, she should just come over and kiss him again. Alexa was a little shocked for a second, but Belkalon explained it would be good for both of them. Now the princess thought he was just teasing her, and she got a little flustered, but the Duke swore he wasn't. Though he did admit that making her laugh made him happy, and he'd do anything to make it happen. Just then, someone knocked on the door, startling Alexa so badly she jumped. It was Solovin, apologizing as he reported that Count Ergen had sent an escort for the princess. The girl remembered her tutor's words. If she was late again, she'd be writing until her wrist ached. She realized she'd completely forgotten about today's lesson, and now she was freaking out again. Belkalon, meanwhile, ordered a servant to tell the coachman the princess would be ready soon and was on her way. Alexa explained to the Duke that she had a lesson with the Prime Minister tomorrow, so she couldn't skip class. He assured her it was fine, then pulled her back onto his lap, which made her blush. Then she confessed again that she felt really bummed when they had to part, because she wanted to spend more time with him. The Duke admitted he felt exactly the same way about it, and he was super sad without Alexa too. Now she didn't know if she could just up and leave, especially after complaining so much recently. But Belkalon reminded her she needed to study, so she had to go to her classes and not worry. He told his girl to do whatever she wanted, because what she needed was super important to him too. The princess promised she'd try, and realized everything was good now, and she could take on anything. Before long, Alexa got to the royal library, totally confused why the lesson was here this time. She'd also figured the Prime Minister would have brought her to this place sooner, but she noticed he wasn't there yet, and figured she was just early. Alexa decided to wait for him, and grabbed a book to kill some time reading. Suddenly, she saw the Marquis standing right in front of her again, and immediately asked what he was doing. Belford explained he came to get her, since she hadn't shown up when she was supposed to. She reminded him she was told to be at the Royal Library at 1 o'clock, but the Marquis corrected her. The hall on the second floor. The girl got a little pissed, wondering why nobody had explained all the details to her from the start. Belford also pointed out she was 30 minutes late, but told her to follow him anyway. His attitude was seriously bugging the princess, but she decided not to argue, and just trailed after him. Inside, the girl saw the Prime Minister, who confessed he'd been worried he wouldn't see her for another hour. Alexa admitted she just mixed up the meeting place, and promised to be more careful in the future. She was also super curious why Marcus Belford had come here today too. Then she noticed him sitting down at the table she'd taken, and couldn't figure out why he was doing that. The Prime Minister noticed her annoyance, and Alexa asked him to explain why this guy was here. Then Sir Dwancorn explained that the Marquise would also be attending the classes, and she'd just have to deal with it. The princess didn't want to, even though she knew she couldn't do anything about it right now. The Prime Minister also explained she shouldn't be surprised, and a good result would come easier with a worthy opponent. And Louis thought Marquis Belford was exactly the kind of rival a princess deserved. He added that motivation kicks in when you're going head-to-head with someone on your level. The Prime Minister figured they could even be good partners, but those two definitely weren't feeling it. She still agreed, though she doubted the Marquis would actually be a decent rival. He just stayed quiet, and Louis, seeing the princess was fired up, suggested they get started. After the lesson, she went to her uncle's place and ran into Killian, and she filled him in on everything. He asked Alexa why she thought Belford hated her, and she said it's because he's always arguing with her. Whenever the princess shares her opinion, the Marquis always contradicts her, even if he seemed to agree at first. Now she was stuck, not knowing what to do, but she definitely didn't want her ex anywhere near her. So Killian wanted to know exactly how the Marquis was showing her interest, but Alexa told him not to be ridiculous. He explained that he'd known Belford for ages and knew he never argued just for the hell of it. That's why the young Earl figured the Marquis was probably showing his interest in that messed up way. The princess still objected, reminding him that Belford didn't even like her when they were engaged. She also figured she just had bad luck back then, but she was sure that's definitely not how you show you like someone. Killian also pointed out that the Marquis wasn't her fiancé now, and he thought it was weird she wasn't curious why he was doing it. Alexa didn't know why, but she also couldn't ask Belford directly, because it would seem really strange to him. At the same time, Alexa wondered why she could only talk about stuff like this with Killian and Belkalon. The young Duke was super surprised when he learned that his relative had told her boyfriend everything. Alexa didn't get why he reacted like that, and he just thought she'd done something totally dumb. He explained that even if those two are honest with each other, the Duke still shouldn't have said something like that. Killian also pointed out that Belkalon might be really uncomfortable with his girlfriend studying alongside her ex-fiancé. Alexa got flustered after that because she figured Belia wouldn't be bothered and realized she's still new to relationships. Killian also added that if the Duke didn't say anything to her about it, it's because he was afraid of looking petty. Knowing what the Archduke's like, that wouldn't be surprising. But Alexa insisted she confessed because she's worried about the Marquis. Killian got an idea then, and if Alexa's sure Belford hates her, she should provoke him into doing something. At the end of the next class, the Prime Minister suddenly suggested the Marquis escort the princess back to the palace. When Belford agreed, Louis said goodbye to Alexa and also explained that he was currently rushing to a meeting. The girl didn't understand why the teacher wanted the Marquis to escort her, since she could get there on her own. Belford also noticed that the princess was out of sorts during the lecture, which is why she couldn't focus. Alexa shot back, saying she'd been a model student all day. She also figured the Marquis was still pissed about that little prank. She didn't think he'd be such a baby about it. Plus, she thought, if he couldn't handle it, he shouldn't have started it. The Marquis also noticed the princess looked different today, even though he knew nothing had changed. Alexa went on, saying Belford would never admit he was wrong, but she did admit she might have gone a little too far. Then she reminded him that he always picks a fight with her no matter what she says, and he actually agreed she was right. Then, Belford used the informal you with her, and that ticked her off, so she demanded he address her properly. The princess also reminded him that her status was way higher than his, and she caught him looking at her again. She always thought this guy hated her, but when she gave him the cold shoulder, he looked bummed out. It was obvious the Marquis regretted letting her go, but now he couldn't take it back. On the way to the palace, Alexa, feeling tired, relaxed a little and leaned against the carriage window. That's when Belford decided to call her out on her manners, pointing out that such an unladylike pose wasn't appropriate for a lady. But she didn't think she had to act like a lady around him, considering they'd broken off the engagement. He, in turn, reminded her that before she did that, she used to follow him around everywhere like a puppy. The princess countered that it wasn't her, but Alexa from the Canetti Villa, and she wasn't that girl anymore. Then she asked the Marquis to cut the chatter for today, not understanding why he kept starting it in the first place. Alexa was sure Belford knew he couldn't win an argument with her, and now she understood why she didn't want him to escort her. Suddenly, through the carriage window, she spotted her sweetheart in the crowd, just walking down the street. The princess immediately yelled at the coachman to stop. She was even ready to jump out while it was moving. The Marquis, meanwhile, couldn't figure out what was going on, and why Her Majesty was acting like this. She just said she ran into someone she knew, but promised she'd be right back. Belford protested, saying the Chancellor asked him to watch over her, and that it could be dangerous if she just took off. But she insisted she had something important to do. And besides, she could handle herself. The Marquis still objected, saying she couldn't just bolt off to the commoner's market. Nobody knows what goes on there. Then Belford finally realized, when Alexa dives headfirst into trouble, it means nothing's changed. But Alexa shot back that the Marquis was uncomfortable being alone with her anyway, adding that the beast would be fine. So he asked why the princess brought that up, and she explained that Belford still treated her like a beast. Alexa also knows that's the reason he hates her, and then she got ready to leave the carriage. Leaving her ex-fiancé behind, she hurried off into the crowd to find the Duke. She caught up to him pretty quick and grabbed his hand. And Belkalon looked totally surprised to see her. Hugging her sweetheart, the princess explained she'd spotted him from the carriage, and he reminded her it wasn't safe to wander around alone. But Alexa hoped everything would be okay now that she was with him, especially since she'd missed him so damn much. Belkalon replied by asking the princess not to do that again, and if she wanted to see him, just ask. He was worried something might happen to her and promised he'd come to her anytime she wanted. Then, the Duke asked why the princess was out here at this hour, guessing her lecture was already over. Alexa confirmed it and decided to tell him what happened today, even though she figured he wouldn't believe it. She confessed that the Marquis kept complaining about how everything annoyed him, and she just kept telling him to keep going. After that, he started escorting her to the palace, and the princess admitted it made her super uncomfortable. Just then, the girl remembered Killian's advice not to get into details and thought she'd gone overboard again. Alexa quickly explained that the Chancellor had asked Belford to escort her, and she couldn't exactly say no. The Duke was getting jealous, realizing they were alone, and she mentioned she ran out the second she saw Belle. Hearing that, Belkalon felt relieved, then hugged the princess and praised her for a job well done. Afterwards, they decided to take a walk, and the Duke bought her some sweets, and noticing how tasty they were, she offered him a bite. At that moment, Alexa noticed Belkalon couldn't take his eyes off her, and she immediately told him not to worry. She explained that she'd eat it all herself, but then the Duke leaned in and kissed her, which really surprised her. She even started blushing, and Belkalon said that she had sweet lips. Alexa still didn't understand what he was trying to say, and he just repeated that she was sweet to him. Right then, she noticed the Duke had changed, because he'd never done anything like that before, even though she liked it. Sometime later, when she went to her lesson with the Prime Minister again, she couldn't get her lover out of her head. Louis figured the princess hadn't slept well, but she snapped out of her thoughts, saying she slept great. So the professor decided to ask what she was spacing out about, knowing it definitely wasn't the lecture. Alexa explained she was just thinking about stuff, but promised to get it together and pay closer attention. Still, she couldn't focus, 'cause of the Duke, remembering how he'd taken the lead. Plus, he'd been visiting her a lot lately, and she suddenly realized he was jealous, and Killian had been right. The princess just couldn't wrap her head around how Belkalon could be so sweet, even when he was jealous. The Prime Minister noticed she was zoning out again and told her to focus, giving her another warning. The whole lecture was like that, and when Louis asked the Marquis to escort the princess again, she suddenly decided to refuse. The Prime Minister figured Alexa had other plans, and she explained she was going to the Potters, since they were supposed to deliver the dishes to the palace. Louis assumed it was about preparing for the Athelian delegation's arrival, so the Marquis should definitely join. The girl was at her wit's end, and didn't know how to refuse without sounding rude, not understanding what the old man was playing at. The Prime Minister was saying the Potters are near the market, and going alone is pretty risky. So the princess suggests soldiers can tag along if he's so worried about her. But Louis insists soldiers would just draw attention, so it's better to bring the Marquis. The girl realizes he's pushing Belford on her and snaps, saying she's Alex's beast and a general. Then she demands he explain why he thinks anyone would dare threaten her. The Prime Minister then conceded, admitting he forgot that after spending so many hours with her. Still, he kept pushing, saying the princess has to bring Belford. He's responsible for her safety. While he's droning on, Alexa glances out the window, hoping this teacher will finally stop trying to convince her. And then she spots the Duke charging up on his steed, like some fairy tale prince coming to the rescue. The girl instantly feels like she's walking on sunshine and decides to run and meet him right away. The Prime Minister asked her to explain, but she was already rushing off, saying goodbye and see you later till the next lecture. Next thing you know, she throws open the doors and sprints towards the Duke, not believing he actually came. Belkalon, meanwhile, had already gotten pretty close to the building, and they saw each other real quick. Alexa was super happy to see him, but also wondered what he was doing there, since he hadn't said he was coming. The Duke explained that since she was planning on heading to the Potters today, he decided to escort her himself. Now, Alexa understood what he meant when he told her he'd come to her, no matter where she was. Still, she was stoked to see him, and now that he'd helped her up onto his horse, everything felt pretty damn awesome. After that, they didn't stick around and just hit the road, totally checking each other out the whole way. And the Marquis, seeing the whole scene, felt crushed, while Louis added he'd never seen the princess like that before. The Prime Minister himself couldn't believe that the fiercest beast on the battlefield could become so gentle because of love. That's when Sir Dwancorn noticed the Marquis's grim look and asked what he was planning to do now. The Master knew Belford's feelings were all messed up inside, seeing his ex-fiancé pick someone else. The Marquis was trying to remember when the princess started acting like a totally different person. At first, he thought it was when her appearance changed, but then he realized it was more than just that. He remembered her teasing him, saying he'd fail the test at his speed, and she was smiling while she said it. Seeing her smile like that was a shock to the Marquis, and ever since then, he couldn't stop thinking about Alex. He even felt like time froze in that moment, and her name got branded into his heart right then and there. Meanwhile, after getting to the pottery place, Belkalon said he loved everything about it, then asked Alex what she liked. The girl explained she wanted to pick out something special, and they soon found something she was really into. The Duke also noticed the princess's face was red and figured she might have a fever. Alexa also noticed she was getting super hot, but couldn't figure out why. Thinking it was just the air, Belkalon offered to get her something to drink, hoping it would help cool her down. The girl liked him looking out for her, and the Duke asked her to wait there a second and stay put. Alexa also realized he was really considerate, and couldn't believe the notorious Duke could be like this. But she couldn't just stand by either, and decided to figure out what was making her feel so hot. The princess started looking around, and soon spotted a red-haired woman in the distance, not too far away. And she kept staring right at Alexa, like she was telling her to come closer. Then the woman headed towards her carriage, where a guy with a really familiar face was waiting. Taking a closer look, the girl realized it was none other than Marquis Belford, which totally surprised her. Alexa also noticed the coat of arms on the carriage, and just then the redhead and the Marquis got in, and it pulled away. The princess knew that crest was the Dwancorn family's symbol, and now she was dying to know how that woman was connected to the Chancellor. Her mind was racing. She figured the woman was either an ally or an informant of his, but what she really didn't get was why Belford was escorting her. Just then, the Duke approached Alexa. He saw his sweetheart was lost in thought, while she kept realizing that something fishy was definitely going on here. Soon, the delegation's arrival day came. Everything was set, from the tableware and candelabras to the carpets in the delegation members' rooms. The princess decided to double-check that everything was exactly as she'd planned, and the maid confirmed that it was. Alexa was happy that the preparations were on point, and now she was ready to put her plan into action. Afterwards, she headed to the meeting hall, where her name was formally announced, and the guests were blown away as she walked in. They were loving the way this girl looked, and only the king decided to grumble that she was a bit late on the delegation's arrival day. Alexa apologized for being late, explaining that she just wanted to make sure everything was perfectly prepared for welcoming the guests. She knew on a normal day, her dad would have just yelled at her, but today, he wouldn't have the time. Besides, there were tons of guests here today, and the princess even spotted one she didn't want to see. Suddenly, she got curious about what happened between Marquis Belford and her sister, Ariel. Ever since she broke off her engagement, Alexa heard they hadn't been talking as much. Whatever, not her problem anymore. She had bigger fish to fry and started scanning the crowd for the Duke. She was really hoping Belkalon would be here too, and soon enough, she spotted him amongst the guests. But for some reason, he was standing next to Marquis Belford, and Alexa couldn't figure out why. Then their eyes met again, and the princess was super happy that her beloved looked her way. Right then, the king started his speech, and first he thanked everyone for coming today. While Raphael was giving his thanks, Alexa felt a pang of worry seeing the Duke standing next to the Marquis. Belkalon looked like he was about to snap, but she hoped it was just her imagination. Something felt off about this whole thing, and just then, they announced the delegation's arrival. The Ethiopians were invited inside, and the princess was hoping everything would go smoothly without any unexpected problems. Leading the delegation was a pretty stout dude with a mustache, strutting around like a peacock. The king immediately started his welcome speech for the esteemed guests, really trying to show they were all friends here. The mustached guy bowed and introduced himself as Count Sasson, also the head of the Ethiopian delegation. Raphael greeted the count and thanked him for making the long journey all the way here. Sasson said he was happy to do it and hoped this gesture would help bring their kingdoms closer. The mustached guy also explained their kingdom cared about other countries too, so they couldn't just focus on Felipe. Then he added that relations between the countries directly depended on how Felipe treated their delegation. That's when Alexa realized, if they don't listen to us, these guys are gonna spill everything to their emperor. She knew it was a major power play for the diplomatic team to trash Felipe's reputation like that. The king agreed and promised he'd keep it in mind that their countries should strive for the best. The princess also figured, if her dad's talking like this, he knows these guests have the upper hand. Plus, she knew the Aphelios kingdom knew who to send. and could see they weren't taking Felipe seriously. Then the girl noticed this skinny guy with long black hair among them, who looked a cut above the rest. Right then, Count Sasson decided to introduce the guy and explained it was Father Gabriel from the Central Temple. Raphael immediately asked what a priest was doing there, and the Count explained it was to spread Demeter's blessing. Sasson added that Felipe was unfortunately too small a kingdom to have encountered divine power before, but their high priest took pity and decided to bestow this honor. Alexa knew it was because the Aphelios guys had seized all of Demeter's temples. The princess knew these guys were just trying to sweet-talk her into thinking they'd be great partners. Meanwhile, Raphael realized he owed the high priest one and hoped the guests were digging everything they'd set up. After the fancy reception, Alexa headed to her room, and Lily, her maid, popped in. The princess was a little surprised, since Lily was supposed to be with the delegation right now. Lily explained the guests thought their rooms were way too small and beat up, so now they're demanding new digs. This didn't sit too well with the princess, so she asked where Jen was. Lily said Jen was still trying to reason with the guests, but they were being stubborn, so she came here instead. Alexa figured she'd have to handle this herself, and immediately got ready to go see the delegation members. Even in the hallway, she could hear the guests shouting, demanding to see whoever was in charge. They were also pissed that some random servant was talking to them, acting like she had no right. Jen was trying to calm them down, begging them to just hear her out. Sasson, totally losing it, wasn't listening to a word she said, just kept complaining about his crummy room. He even said some gold-plated furniture would have been enough, but instead they get cheap junk. Then the Count chimed in, saying there'd be no deal unless they got treated right. Another Etherian peeked out from behind him, agreeing that this kind of treatment was an insult to the Etherian Empire. Just then, the princess walked in and asked what they didn't like about the rooms. Count Sasson didn't recognize her at first, and Alexa apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Then she proudly announced she was Princess Alexa de Pelagian Due, and explained she was in charge of prepping for their visit. The delegation was instantly thrown for a loop, because they always pictured her as some kind of beast. Alexa could see what they were thinking from their faces, and confirmed she was indeed the hairy beast. Count Sasson, still shaking, asked what happened to all the fur, since it looked like a person. Then the princess explained that her curse was lifted, and then she circled back to how they were unhappy with their rooms. Sasson started explaining that it was only because they were tired after a long journey and just overworked themselves. But then he figured he was still part of the delegation, so he couldn't back down right at the start. Then he yelled again that the rooms were a total letdown, and added that they weren't fit for such important guests. He also declared that they refused to stay there, and then asked for a couple of the best rooms to be prepared. Then the princess apologized, explaining that her tastes didn't match their standards. One of the members then told the princess that she didn't need to apologize, just switch their rooms. But Alexa insisted that it was her fault, and immediately touched a vase nearby, causing it to shatter into pieces. The girl explained that she'd chosen everything in that room herself. Earlier that day, Lily came up to Alexa and asked if she really wanted the delegates' room decorated like that. The maid was worried they wouldn't like it, but the princess explained they'd just have to deal with it. She also wasn't about to cater to their every whim, and declared she wasn't scared of any of them. Alexa also decided to mess with them a little, since she had the opportunity, and now she was pretending to admit her mistake. Standing in the Etherian's room, she started tearing everything apart, explaining it was totally tasteless. She blamed herself for furnishing their rooms with this garbage you could find at any old flea market. Then the princess pulled out her sword and continued slicing up the rest with its sharp blade, pretending to be furious. She also thought she had no right to dictate their room, or ask them to stay surrounded by this awful stuff. Seeing her mood, Count Sasson was paler than a ghost at that moment, and afraid to say a single word. Right then, Alexa ordered them to pack their things, because she was moving them to Iris Palace, and she'd take care of them. The princess noticed they were still just standing there, so she asked them again to follow her. But to her surprise, the Count announced they weren't going anywhere. They decided to stay put. Then Alexa, with a totally innocent look, acted surprised, acting like she didn't get why, especially with the place a mess. She went on to explain that the maids would be busy getting ready for the banquet and wouldn't be able to clean up. Sasson shot back that they'd clean it themselves, adding that it was the least they could do. The whole delegation was huddled in the corner at this point, but the princess still insisted she couldn't let them stay in such rundown rooms. She added that people might get the wrong idea if they saw the delegates cleaning their own rooms, but they said they'd explain to everyone that it was their idea, and that's when Alexa decided to go along with it. The delegation members then bowed low to her and thanked her for understanding, so the princess decided to let them rest and said goodbye until the banquet. Later on, once the banquet got going, the guests all noticed Alexa was looking fantastic tonight. They were also talking about her handling the delegation, and how tough it must be for her to manage it alone. At the same time, people couldn't believe the beast could be so gifted, and they thought Alexa was extraordinary. The princess herself was feeling exhausted because she knew she absolutely hated all of this. She saw right through these people trying to con her, since they'd always looked down on her and called her a beast. And now they're trying to suck up to her, acting like she's some great princess. Total cowards. Just then, Prime Minister Lewis unexpectedly approached her and remarked that she looked pretty miserable. The girl was a little surprised, and he explained that people were constantly gossiping about her, about everything. He also mentioned that Alexa just had a knack for making a lasting impression, which she took as a compliment. Then the Chancellor decided to give her some advice, while asking to see her look a little more relaxed. She didn't get what he meant, so he spelled it out. She looked way too stressed, and nothing's worse than a host who can't crack a smile. The Prime Minister also told Alexa to remember the world she's dealing with is built on masks and contradictions. Now the princess was starting to doubt she could last long in this world. But Louis kept going. He explained that whether she could handle it or not didn't matter. But if people saw she was out of her depth, it'd just fuel more gossip. Then he advised the princess to smile, unless she wanted to give them ammunition. That's the only way she'll survive here. After that, the Chancellor left, and Alexa pondered his advice. She knew she couldn't pull it off convincingly just yet, so she went to find a mirror to practice. At the same time, she understood the Chancellor was right, and she had to do it to beat them all. If Alexa wants to protect what she cares about, and for her happiness to last, she's got to do this. Soon, she approached the noblewomen and asked if they were enjoying the evening, which took them by surprise. And get this! The princess said they all looked amazing today, especially Lady Elizabeth. Alex made up her mind right then and there. She wouldn't let them see her sweat. Time for a new approach. She was so over these pointless chats, but she knew she had a few noble families in her corner already. All she had to do was grin and bear this delegation until they left. Then, walking down the hall, Alex heard a commotion. In one of the rooms, some dude was demanding a girl go with him, promising he'd make her queen. The guy was pissed she wasn't playing along, acting all innocent, and he started threatening her. Alex realized some creep was harassing her maid, and she instantly barged into the room. Her suspicions were right. A maid was begging the guy to let her go, and he was shocked to see the princess. When she saw he was an ethereal, she almost smiled. Now she had an excuse to blow off some steam and use it against them later. Meanwhile, one of Count Sassoon's guys was asking him to explain what was going on, saying he promised they'd be treated like royalty. He couldn't have known the Princess Alexa would act like that, so he was screwed. He explained it wasn't like this last year, when a maid approached him. She apologized to the Count, then explained the princess needed him for something urgent. Sassoon was surprised, and the maid added, Her Majesty had to tell him something important right away. The Count was a little thrown, and even thought maybe she'd come to her senses and wanted to apologize in person. He didn't care what gifts she had. He was gonna make her pay for humiliating him like that. But when he got to the room, he was shocked to see one of his guys sitting there in his underwear. It was Baron Shen, who was hitting on a maid, and the Count demanded he explain what was going on. Alexa, standing to the side, just giggled, happy that Sasson had finally arrived. He knew she was behind this, and now felt fear and rage at her behavior. He asked her to explain, since Baron Shen was the most respected guy in the Empire, but she just decided to mess with him. While they were throwing a cloak over the jerk, the Earl also swore that the all-powerful son of Ophelia would be pissed if it found out. But the princess shot back, suggesting they should be more worried about their own necks. This Baron was hitting on a maid in the royal palace, and if people get wind of that, they'll be the ones who need to fear the son of Ophelia. Their emperor's known for taking down birds he's just sick of looking at, and you can only imagine what he'd do to those who embarrassed him. Now, if Sasson wants to go public with this, the princess is ready to step up and testify as a witness. Then the Earl admitted Baron Shen screwed up, but tried to explain it away by saying he was just drunk. Alexa couldn't believe that in their country, being drunk was an acceptable excuse for a crime like that. The girl was so mad, she instinctively slammed her fist on the bookshelf, saying she wanted to solve this peacefully, but guess not. Then, she added that she wasn't as well behaved as the Baron when she's drunk, and offered to show them what she's like when she's in a bad mood. Sasson knew the Baron's sister was their ruler's favorite concubine, and they had to fix this before Shen ended up locked away. Alexa went on, saying if the Athelians weren't going to cooperate, she'd take this public. Then the Count started offering apologies for Baron Shen, but that wasn't what she wanted, and she held out a piece of paper. It was a written oath stating that the Athelian delegation wouldn't commit any more crimes in Felipe. Alexa couldn't just ignore what the Baron did, so she was demanding the Count sign it. If he refused, Baron Shen would be charged with harassment and punished accordingly. The princess reminded them that their job was to maintain peace between their peoples, so they had to work together. But if they refused, she was about to lose her cool, and she wouldn't be so nice anymore. The Count didn't want to escalate things and signed the agreement right away, and the princess announced she'd be sending them a bill. Alexa explained that the contract included financial compensation if any of their guys acted out of line. After that, she ordered Baron Shen to be kicked out. She wasn't about to be nice to a criminal. Ending the conversation with them there, the girl got ready to leave and wished them a pleasant time at the banquet. After leaving them, the princess was glad that there was one less problem. But then she noticed that the priest was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Duke Belkalon met up with him and asked why he was here pretending to be a priest. This guest's real name was Abraxas, and he now explained to the Duke that he simply wanted to meet him. But Belkalon wasn't about to play games with him, and again demanded an answer as to what he was doing in Felipe. He explained that he was performing the duties of a priest, understanding the Duke's concerns that he might be after his girl. Bel wasn't going to stand on ceremony with this demon, and, getting angry, he swung his fist to show he was serious. But Abraxas easily blocked his blow, remarking that a demon's love for a human looks pathetic. The Duke reminded him again that if he laid a finger on Alexa, it would be the last thing he ever did. So the demon swore he wasn't there for her, but to give his brother some advice. He explained that Belkalon would have to make a choice soon, because their father worked hard to save him. Then, Abraxas told him to enjoy life while he could, and asked him to come back when the time was right. He also reminded him that even though the Duke was mixed with dirty human blood, he was still a powerful demon. He himself inherited pure demon blood instead of magic, and soon the time would come when they had to work together. But the Duke told him to leave, and explained that he wasn't going to work with him. But Abraxas understood his hesitation. He promised he could take care of everything if it was about that woman, because that's what brothers are for. Belkalon snapped and blasted his relative with an energy ball, and Abraxas was surprised that his brother was willing to kill him. The Duke made it clear that he wasn't going to stand around and listen to all the garbage the demon was peddling. Saying it was his final warning, Belkalon turned to leave, and the demon just yelled after him that he'd be back anyway. Abraxas also claimed there's no place in this world for someone who's half demon, half human. The Duke was already tuning him out, and the demon realized the princess was the only way to get to him. So, right then and there, he started cooking up a plan to use this girl for his demonic purposes. Meanwhile, Alexa was walking down the hall and heard Marquis Belford calling her name, explaining he was sent by his assistant. He already knew the princess had not only accused the delegation of a crime, but had also forced them to sign a contract. The girl confirmed it and explained she did it because they had seriously crossed the line. But the Marquis still didn't get why his ex-fiancé was doing this and demanded an explanation. He figured she'd forgotten who they were and reminded her they'd be telling their emperor what happened here. Belford also made it clear that if those guys embellished what happened even a little, Felipe would have to answer for the consequences. Alexa shot back at him, told him not to worry, and then went to continue on her way. But then the Marquis grabs her arm, telling her she can't just go around using violence. She's royalty. That means she's got to think about every word and action, and the princess can't believe he's defending them. I mean, they're just respected nobles of the empire, but they expect to be treated better than the royal entourage. Then, Alexa confesses that they were harassing one of the maids, and she couldn't just stand by and watch. That girl could have been in serious trouble if the princess hadn't intervened, and he can't just play the magnanimous host now. With that, Alexa yanks her hand free and tells the Marquis he's just as awful as those delegates. She's not going to stand by pretending to keep the peace. She's not like Belford. She also demands the Marquis never try to force his ideas about justice on her or any other member of the royal family. That's when Belford chimes in, saying they can't go back to the time when she could just do whatever she wanted anyway. Back when he didn't know anything, didn't want to know anything, he thought it was just impossible. Then he added that if the princess wasn't more careful, she'd be trapped by her own moves. If Alexa keeps drawing unwanted attention, she's gonna lose her support, her position, and her followers. After that, the Marquis started begging her again to stop putting herself in danger. Alexa realized he's scared someone like Wilhelm, who wants the throne, would threaten her, but she didn't get why Belford cared so much, so she decided to ask him point blank. The Marquis explained that he couldn't help, but still worried about her. But Alexa took it another way. She knew she was screwing up his teacher's plans, and he didn't actually give a damn about her safety. The girl just said it wasn't his business, but the Marquis kept insisting he was worried, and that's when the Duke saw them. Alexa also spotted Belkalon behind the Marquis and immediately said goodbye to him. The princess then rushed into her lover's arms, and Belford just glared at the happy couple. Their eyes locked for a second, the Duke giving him a silent warning to stay away from Alexa. Meanwhile, she was asking the Duke where he'd disappeared to, saying she'd been worried when she noticed he wasn't at the banquet. Belkalon explained he had some business to wrap up, and the princess suggested they go somewhere else to talk. Marquis Belford, frozen in place with anger, knew there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it right now. All he could do was watch the lovebirds leave, seeing how tenderly the Duke was holding the princess. For a split second, Belkalon glanced back at the Marquis, as if sending him one more warning. Once they got to a small gazebo, the Duke asked Alexa what she'd been talking about with Belford. She said it wasn't anything important, just that she'd done something interesting today, and the Marquis got curious. Alexa started by saying the delegation caused a ruckus, and she put them in their place, and then the Marquis whined about it. Belkalon realized he'd missed a lot, and the girl also admitted that she wasn't thinking about political relations. So that's why Marquis Belford came to chew her out for being reckless. But she can't just ignore injustice, you know? Plus, she got curious why the Duke was even asking about it. He didn't over-explain things, just said he was curious and guided Alexa closer. The Duke was also bugged by the fact that the princess has been seeing that Marquis a lot lately. She immediately shot back that it wasn't true. They're just in the same class. It's not her fault. She knew Belkalon still didn't like it, but she hangs out with him way more often. The Duke didn't know how to defend himself and just said he was worried about her. That's why he's acting this way. She was really touched by those words and started to understand why she was reborn as Alexa. Then Belkalon confessed he had something for her, and the princess froze, waiting with anticipation. That's when she saw the Duke holding out a gold pendant and asked her to accept it. Alexa admitted she'd never seen anything like it and asked him where he got it. Belkalon explained it was an Estar family heirloom, and she promised she'd never take it off. Later, the Duke asked her to maybe spend a little less alone time with the Marquis. For her love, she was ready for anything, even moving to a deserted island if she had to. She never thought running into Belford would be so helpful, but what he said still bothered her. Alexa realized that because the Duke wasn't around, everyone was hitting on her, so she asked Belkalon to stick close by her side, and he promised he would. The Duke vowed he'd always be there, and also asked the princess to stay with him as well. After a while, the princess, back in her own place, called Jen in and gave her a mission. She had to find a noblewoman in the capital, one with red hair and matching eyes. With looks like that, the maid figured finding the right woman wouldn't be too hard. Alexa explained that if the woman wasn't an aristocrat, she'd at least be close to their inner circle. What the princess really wanted was to find the woman she bumped into at the pottery shop. If Belford was escorting her, that meant she was someone special to Sir Dwancorn. Alexa didn't know what their relationship was yet, but once she did, she could use it to her advantage. That way, the princess could also take the lead in their little power struggle. Then she asked Jen how Ariel was doing, since she hadn't heard anything about her sister since the banquet. The maid said she was supposedly sick, since she was looking pretty pale even at the party. The princess remembered Ariel running off without even saying goodbye at the banquet, which was totally out of character. Jen also added that she hadn't been out since that day, and the other maids didn't know anything about it either. Alexa figured she should get her something as a gift, like food, just to keep up appearances. Her sister always brought her tea and cookies, so she needed to come up with something similar. Then Jen remembered that they made a flourless dessert at Lyle's castle, because Ariel hated even the smell of flour. Alexa thought that was weird, because she always treated her to different desserts, even though she couldn't stand the smell of flour. Now she wondered if she'd just imagined it, but decided to leave the worrying to Jen. The princess wondered why her sister would do something like that for her, and despite everything, she now wanted to know the truth. At the same time, she didn't have the time or confidence to unravel the tangled mess. Just then, she heard her maid calling her, repeating that she needed to send something to Lyle's palace. She also noticed that her mistress was tired and suggested she get some rest, since she'd been working since morning. Alexa assured her not to worry so much and explained that she just needed a walk in the fresh air. The princess was headed to the garden when Father Gabriel, an Aphelion priest, caught up to her, saying he was happy to run into her. She wasn't expecting to see him at all, and he apologized for not having a chance to formally introduce himself earlier. Being polite, Alexa said she was glad to meet him too, though she figured he was just there to check out the garden. He confirmed it, adding that it was his favorite place in the castle and that it could really help you unwind. Then the priest compared the garden to the princess, and she couldn't figure out why he suddenly got so sparkly. She just explained that she didn't even maintain the garden, so it was probably more like him, a holy man. He asked her to just call him Gabriel and explained that he was only a servant of the goddess, so he didn't need fancy titles. Alexa disagreed, saying he personally receives the goddess's love, so he shouldn't downplay his accomplishments. Gabriel countered that he wasn't the only one receiving divine love, and he was referring to the princess's magic right now. Even if it wasn't holy power, it was still considered a small gift from above from the goddess herself. Alex always thought her power was just for luring guys, but now she was starting to realize something was seriously off about this priest. She decided to bail, apologized, and explained she had other stuff to do, so she had to run. Gabriel figured it was him, but she re-explained she just came to get some fresh air. So, since they were parting ways, the priest asked if he could give her a final blessing. Alex didn't object, and Gabriel, holding his hand to her forehead, asked Demeter to bless her. He also said the princess's full name, and she felt a weird sensation, then turned to him. Gabriel quickly reassured her that Demeter's blessing would always be with her now, and Alex thanked him, but she was trying to figure out what that feeling was, like it wasn't divine energy in his hands at all. Then the priest said his goodbyes too, and she headed on her way. Gabriel just watched her go, still unable to accept that his brother was treating him like this over a person. Right then, his hand was covered in blood, and he knew it was Belkalon's doing. Abrakas couldn't believe the Duke would butt into his hunt, and it pissed him off. He was about to snatch up all her power, but then realized Belkalon had other plans. Now the demon was actually surprised his brother was so head over heels for this girl. This fake priest decided it was time to speed up his hunt and use more effective methods. If he really is the key to reviving the demons, Abrakas won't let him just disappear. After a while, the Duke was getting ready for the hunt, and the princess with him, so he started checking her arrows. She didn't think it was necessary, saying the servants had already checked everything. Belkalon was still worried, since she'd be the one using them during the hunt. The girl realized the Duke was way more thorough than she was, and ended up complimenting him for it. Alex was wondering why the ambassadors suddenly wanted to go hunting, and she tried to figure it out. She knew, with the monster invasion last time, the forest wasn't exactly the safest place to hunt, so there had to be another reason. And while she was thinking, the delegates arrived at the meeting spot. They apologized for being late, explaining they were delayed unintentionally, and asked for understanding. The princess didn't argue, and suggested they head out before it got too dark. This time, 8 Philippa nobles would be participating in the hunt, including Marquis Belford. She was glad Belkalon was nearby, but she still couldn't shake the worry because the Marquis was there. One of the soldiers announced there was a royal market on the way to the hunting grounds, where they could stop. Soon, those riding in carriages took their places, and they set off, sending the riders ahead. The princess was riding too, and suddenly noticed the Duke wasn't beside her, even though he was just there. So then Count Saison rolls up to her and asks who she's scoping out, cause he noticed she keeps looking around. Alexa tells him everything's cool and he shouldn't sweat it, but she still keeps glancing around anyway. She finally spots him back there, but she's like, how the heck did he fall so far behind? The princess doesn't mess around and just calls him over, telling him to come with her to the hunting grounds nearby. He thanks her for the invite, but says she really shouldn't. But the girl keeps pushing it. The Duke still insists he'll pass, even though he's super grateful for the offer. The girl decides to drop it, but figures Belkalon's way too worried about what other people think. Alexa knows they can't get too close in public, so she gets why he's stressed. Plus, being a half-blood, the Duke thinks he's holding the princess back. Just then, the Marquis rides up to her and asks her to order him to personally take care of Count Saison. Alexa wanted to know why he thought she should be the one giving those orders. Belford said that's what his mentor told him, and that he should offer her any support she needs. The princess couldn't believe Sir Dwancorn ordered that, and the Marquis added that the ambassadors don't know much about her. So, Alexa needs to show the delegation members how many people in Felipe are on her side. The hunt always starts first for the wild beast that roams around on its own. She understood that, but she still didn't like having the Marquis around. But she agreed anyway. Soon, they arrived at the royal market, which was full of stuff the foreigners had never seen before. The princess decided to ask the Duke to walk through the market with her, hoping he'd actually say yes this time. But Belkalon turned her down again, and his face was still totally stone-cold serious. Just then, Belford rolled up and told Alexa to knock it off, explaining that the Duke clearly doesn't want to talk. But she argued back, saying Belkalon was the next most noble person here after her. She also figured that if he was at the end of the procession, it'd be polite to ride alongside him. After that, the princess invited the Duke again, and this time he obeyed her request and rode closer. The Marquis was almost desperate, considering how many nobles had built a wall of defense around her because of the monster title. And if she gets close to a demon, even the people still on her side will bail on her. So, to protect herself and her position, the princess needs to stay as far away from the Duke as possible. A little later, the girl noticed that there was no one around her and the Duke, so it was safe to look around. Then she spotted some local weapons and thought they'd be perfect for Belkalon's training. The Duke tried to refuse, but the princess insisted he at least pick out some arrows for hunting. Belle pleaded with her again not to act like that, but she couldn't understand what he meant. He explained that all eyes were on him, and the princess shouldn't be hanging out with him. Alexa told him to stop worrying about it. She knew he was looking out for her, but she was worried about him too. So she told him not to sweat the delegation, or Marquis Belford. More than anything, she just wanted them to spend some time together today, no matter what. Just then, the Marquis walked up and asked the princess what she was up to. She explained she was talking with the Grand Duke, then demanded to know what the problem was with that. He explained it was more important to spend time with the ambassadors right now, and not blow that off to talk to the Duke. The princess pointed out that the Marquis had insulted Belkalon, but he countered he was just telling the truth. He also reminded her that Alexa herself had said they needed to take care of the ambassadors. He couldn't care less about her personal life, but he asked her to understand the position she was in. Belford wanted me to consider how a relationship with the Duke could mess up my future plans. That's when I got pissed and told the Marquis to cut that crap out right now. The Duke saw I was getting worked up and moved to help, but I told him to hold up. I decided he should stay out of it, and I told the Marquis he had things all wrong. Then I let him know that the throne isn't my top priority, and my plans are way different than his and Dwancorn's. Even if they're dreaming of deciding who gets the throne next, I'm not playing that game. Belford tried to argue, but again, I shut him down, saying it's my call who I hang around with. Unlike them, I don't give a damn what people think, and I told him not to blindly follow other people's opinions. After that, I grabbed my man's hand and told him to come with me, ignoring everyone else. The Marquis realized right then that my words were so genuine, they instantly shattered his reality. They made Belford feel ashamed, and now all he could do was watch them go, eaten up with envy. After a while, the whole squad made it to the hunting grounds, and the soldiers started laying down the rules for the guests. Then he suggested we split into groups and start hunting, just to unwind a little. Alexia was thinking about picking Belkalon, not because he couldn't handle it, but because of what the Marquis said. Just then, Count Sasson sauntered up to her and hinted that they could get lost in unfamiliar territory. So, he asked if he and Philip could tag along, just to make sure nothing bad happened to them. The girl was pissed that it might mess with her alone time with Belle, but she decided to accept the offer. Count Sasson called over his guy, explaining that they'd be escorting the princess. The guy got it and immediately bolted ahead without another word, leaving Sasson and the princess scratching their heads. The Count himself was totally freaked out by that and started yelling for Philip, hoping he'd come right back. Meanwhile, he also started begging the princess for help, but she just sat on her horse, stone-faced. Sasson figured it was the horse's fault and started asking why they gave Philip a nag like that. Then the Count started pleading for them to go find his guy, saying it would be terrible if he got hurt in a foreign land. The princess then put on a sympathetic look, and telling him to wait there, promised she'd go look for him. After that, she spurred her horse and took off after Philip, who she soon found sitting in the grass. The guy was sitting there, clutching his hand, whining about how much it hurt. And then he saw the princess ride up. She asked him what happened, and Philip explained that his wrist really hurt, but otherwise he was okay. And then the girl asked him if she should be addressing him as Your Highness, the prince. While Alexa was just leaving, Sasson thought that now wasn't the right time to leave the prince and her alone together. And when the Duke came over to him, the Count started muttering about how sad he was that this happened, and hoped they'd be safe. Belkalon doubted the guest hadn't suspected something like this, but the guy swore he hadn't. Still, the Duke had a feeling that the Earl and this Philip guy were the masterminds behind the whole scheme. Then, he gathered a ball of demonic energy that immediately wrapped around Sasson's neck, causing him intense pain. The Duke kept going, saying lies never lead to anything good, and this was his final warning. After that, he removed the demonic collar and told him not to go near the princess again. The fat delegate cleared his throat, then realized they should have been worried about the Duke this whole time, not Alexa. Meanwhile, Philip asked the girl how she figured out he was actually a prince and not just some ambassador. Alexa started suspecting it when Sasson kept trying to do all the dirty work for him, and when he asked her to save that guy, he called him Your Highness a bunch of times. But the girl also explained that if they lingered, rumors would start, and if he had something to say, he should hurry up. The Athelian prince realized the princess was sharper than he thought, but she cut him off and told him to get to the point. But first, she demanded this guy show her some respect, seeing as he clearly needed something from her. If he plans to act like a blind pawn for his kingdom, he can forget about Alexa lending him a hand. Philip agreed, and the princess was ready to hear him out. But with one tiny condition, she demanded an explanation for this whole charade, and he started off a little shaky. He finally explained that the Athelian Empire was offering Princess Felipe asylum. That news totally stunned her. She couldn't figure out why they'd want to do that. Philip's older brother, the Crown Prince, wanted her to know they were offering political asylum specifically. The guy asked the princess to consider if a small kingdom like Felipe could even maintain its position. It's only possible because of her, but Alexa isn't getting the recognition she deserves. Even at the banquet, some nobles were trashing her, so he doubts everyone here thinks she's a hero. The princess probably won't get any love or respect here, but Philip's brother promised she could be a duchess if she went with them. But all the princess heard was a suggestion to betray her own country for some fancy title. The guy pointed out, again, that she's constantly under the king's thumb in these lands. Alexa realized he'd done his homework before coming, and despite seeming harmless, he's still a prince of Ophelia. Philip then got down on one knee and started saying again that their empire would help her shine. He promised her life would be different if she went with them, but she thought it was an outrageous request. Philip knew she was overwhelmed, and then asked her to think it over and let one of his guys know. That's when Alexa yanked her hand away and said that even if she did leave Felipe, she wasn't going to chase after a title in some other country. The prince kept pushing, saying it was a really important and tough decision, so he'd give her time to consider it. The girl was sticking to her guns, and her answer was going to stay no, no matter what, even if she ended up regretting it. Alexa saw zero reason to agree to that deal. Then she heard the sound of hooves and figured it was one of Sasso's guys. But when she turned around, she saw Belkalon riding up to them, looking super stressed. Alexa didn't get why he was alone, and all he did was ask if she was hurt. The princess said she was fine, but pointed out that Prince Philip had cut his wrist. But the Duke didn't care about that. He just told his girl to come back, because everyone was waiting for her. Alexa thought the Duke was pissed, because she went after Philip, but Sasso just asked her to. When they got back to the others, the decision was made to head back to the castle. The princess asked the Duke to explain what was up, because she could see he was majorly ticked off. Belkalon swore up and down that nothing happened worth bothering Alexa with. She went along with it, not wanting to bum him out even more than he already was. She also promised she'd tell him everything later, once she'd chilled out herself. The Duke, realizing she was pissed, repeated that nothing major went down. Just one guy rubbed him the wrong way. Then, he suggested they take a walk, or hit up the market, hoping it'd help her calm down. Belkalon was practically begging her to just say the word, and he'd do whatever she wanted, anything at all. But the princess was already over it, and told him he was too late with the offers. The Duke was at a loss, desperate to not upset her, and confessed she meant more to him than anything else. Alexa blushed a little at that, and asked him to stop buttering her up with sweet talk, because she knew she'd cave. Belkalon noticed she seemed a little better, and she confirmed it. Then, Alexa doubled down, saying she didn't want to hide their thing. That's why she asked him to go for a walk earlier. The Duke finally got it, realized he messed up, and if his girl wants it that bad, he's down for whatever. After that, the princess decided to forgive him, but she made it clear she doesn't want a repeat performance. Meanwhile, Belle noticed the girl was smiling, and he hoped that smile was just for him and nobody else. Then they rode on ahead, and the soldiers started whispering about how inseparable they'd become, guessing they were an item. Only Marcus Belford kept his mouth shut, because he knew nobody would be on board with what he was thinking right now. Prince Philip also clocked how close the Duke and Princess were getting, and he pointed it out to the Earl. He thought it was wild, because judging by the other nobles' reactions, it seemed like they were totally clueless. The Athelian prince hoped this could play to their advantage, and they could take out both the demon and the beast in one shot. Just then, one of the soldiers rode up to the Marquis and asked if they were heading back, and he confirmed it. Belford couldn't stop thinking about the princess's eyes and voice, so full of love, just like he remembered. The care she showed was still there, but the only thing that changed was now there was another guy. The Marquis remembered how, back when she was still a monster, she practically begged him to love her. She'd ask him if he could only look at her and not others, because she loved him so damn much. The Marquis was snapped out of his thoughts by some noble who noticed his state and got worried. Belford assured him he was fine, even though he actually felt like absolute crap. He realized that even though Alexa looked like a monster, he shouldn't have just rejected her like that. After a while, the rumors about the princess and the Duke kept spreading like wildfire. And while their relationship was still in its early stages, a ton of speculation started popping up in society. Chancellor Dwancorn couldn't believe the princess would do something like that, but she acted like she had no clue what he was talking about. He demanded the girl explain why she was flaunting a relationship with the Grand Duke, but Alexa fired back that the Prime Minister was imagining things, and their contract only obligated her to listen to his lessons, nothing more. So, the Chancellor shouldn't meddle in other people's private lives, and the princess implied she was getting pissed about it. But Louis reminded her again of his warning, that the kingdom of Felipe needed her, and to protect what they had and make it better, she needed to grow and show that to everyone else. To that, Alexa declared that she didn't need the kingdom at all. And in fact, something else was way more important to her. She clarified that she was attending the lessons, because that's what Prime Minister Dwancorn wanted. So, he should stop being so greedy and quit giving her extra advice about relationships. The Chancellor himself understood that the Grand Duke's power and status could significantly help the princess. But also, in this situation, Rumors about their relationship could easily turn against them, so Louis figured if the princess didn't give a damn about her kingdom, he'd have to fix it himself. He called his servant, Hor Yun, and ordered him to bring that redhead to him. The princess decided to head back, but ran into Marquis Belford again in the castle hallway. She never expected to see him there, and tried to figure out what he could possibly want in a place like this. The Marquis greeted her, but she decided to just ignore him and walk on by. But then he spoke to her again, and she turned around with a questioning look. She also asked him to get to the point, because she wasn't about to listen to his BS again. Then, Belford decided to ask the question that was eating him up. Could they have had something if he'd acted differently back then? Alexa didn't see the point in rehashing those failed feelings, since it was all over anyway. Besides, that Alexa's gone, and the Marquise wasn't exactly Mr. Nice guy back then, and couldn't accept her for who she was. But if he'd acted differently, maybe the old princess's life would have turned out completely different. Still, she just stated that their relationship definitely would have been different. Plus, she didn't get why he was digging up the past, saying there's no changing anything now anyway. The princess figured that was answer enough, and started to leave, leaving the Marquise feeling even worse. He remembered how Alexa would call the Duke by his first name, all sweet and loving, eyes full of affection. Then Belford also recalled how, when she was still a monster, she used to call him the same way, so tenderly. If the Marquise could go back to that time, when she spoke to him so gently, they would have been together. A few days later, the princess went to see the Duke, and Sullivan immediately reported that they'd made all sorts of tasty treats for her. He told her to dig in whenever she felt like it, and Alexa genuinely thanked him. Belkalon came out to meet her then, and she decided to go with him right away and try everything. The Duke also mentioned it was their first time seeing each other since that hunting trip with the ambassadors. She explained she'd been swamped, with tons of stuff to sort out after that day. Belkalon asked what kind of stuff, and Alexa explained a lot of people were nosing around about their relationship. Yesterday, the princess was at Lady Isabel's tea party, and everyone there was totally buzzing about them as a couple. Alexa felt bad that so many people didn't get the Duke, thinking of him as some heartless demon. She couldn't figure out why they treated such a sweet guy like that, and decided she'd definitely squash those rumors about him. Belkalon got a little flustered, but still thanked the princess for being so thoughtful and proactive. She explained that she actually kinda liked being the center of attention, but it'd be way more fun with the Duke around. Then she tried the tea and noticed it was a new black blend that she really dug. And that's when Belkalon held out an envelope to her and said that was the whole reason he invited her over today. The girl was a little surprised, so the Duke explained it was a marriage vow, which just surprised her even more. Belle also explained this was so the vassals would support her, which is why he drew up the document in the first place. He knew he was viewed with suspicion in the capital, but the people near the borders weren't so wary. The princess didn't get why these people would support her. Then she noticed it wasn't just border vassals, but the Dukes of Astara too. Belkalon also made it clear he wouldn't let Alex lose his position because of him, but she argued, saying that making such a document would only provoke the king into rejecting the Duke. He just told her not to worry, and to thank him instead. That would be enough for him. The princess still didn't understand why go so far, even though she knew it'd be easier if the Astaras were on her side. But on the other hand, her mistakes could put Belkalon in danger, and she couldn't let that happen. The Duke kept telling the princess not to worry, and assured her that everything would be all right no matter what. That's when she started to suspect Belle was worried about the same thing she was, and was trying to keep her from leaving. Alexa realized he wanted to hold on to her like a little kid now, and finally understood how much he loved her. On top of that, with the discovery of the Ophelia Prince, Felipe's plan shifted a little. The Empire's delegation kept pushing for an audience at Iris Palace, saying they wanted to discuss state matters. Since they were running out of excuses, the princess faked being sick again. That morning, she actually headed to Count Ergin's, pretending to visit her relatives. There, she decided to play chess with Killian, and she checkmated him, and he knew it just wasn't his day. She just laughed, reminding him it would be another 100 years before he could beat her. The young count still didn't want to give up and begged for another shot, hoping he'd get lucky this time. Alexa didn't argue for long, and just as they were about to start, Count Ergin walked in. He looked at his niece and noticed again how much she resembled her mother, Camilla now. The count even thought he'd been too greedy wanting to heal his wounds, and now he just wanted to forget about revenge. All he wanted now was to enjoy the smiles of the princess and his son, and he was sure that would solve everything. Killian noticed his father's pensiveness and figured something was up, but the count just said he was lost in thought. Then, the count reminded Alexa that they'd been talking about the monster hide business. He explained that a lot of knights were interested in the idea, and nobody doubted where the hides came from. Alexa was glad everyone liked it, but asked him to keep her involvement a secret for as long as possible. Because if they found out in the palace, the king might want to get his hands on the business rights. The count understood her, but also saw that her thirst for absolute control was pretty damn scary. Ergen explained that, as Alexa requested, he'd given her share in gold bars and hidden it in Camilla's mansion. Then, he suggested the princess should take a look, since she'd come all this way anyway. Killian backed his dad up, asking her to see for herself, saying it'd be better for her and for them. The princess remembered that the previous head of the Ergen family specifically left this mansion to Camilla. Now, it seemed unreal that she finally had a chance to actually be there. After arriving with her relatives, she noticed it was way better than she expected. Killian explained that a ton of stuff was still here and asked Alexa if she liked it. She was totally blown away because she didn't think there'd be this much, and Killian explained it was all her inheritance. The princess was shocked all over again and still couldn't believe her mother had left her all this. After snapping out of it, she decided to look around and started checking out room after room. In one of them, among gold coins, Alexa saw a kid's locket with a drawing and realized it was something from Felipe's castle. Killian tried to argue it wasn't a big deal, but the princess wasn't buying it. She was getting worked up, but knew she had to chill, especially with her young cousin around. Right then, he suggested Alexa head back, reminding her about that date with her boyfriend. Keeping her cool, she thanked him for his concern and explained she hadn't planned any dates today. She also explained Belkalon was in the capital, checking the borders, so he'd be gone for 3 days. Killian doubted the Duke needed 3 days to reach the border, figuring he was just lying to Alexa. But the princess believed if he lied, it was only because he loved her so much, and asked the young earl to understand. He decided he should learn her positive thinking, and she offered to tell him her love story with the Duke. The next morning, the princess heard her maid, Lily, waking her up, announcing she had a gift. Lily told her it was a board game and some books, super hard to find in Felipe. Alexa remembered an Athelian prince bragging about something similar, and figured it was a gift from their empire. But Lily clarified it was from Duke Belkalon, already certain the princess would love it. The girl immediately started examining the gifts, still not believing her sweetheart sent all this. But she was super happy, and instantly asked Lily to bring her writing supplies, so she could write back. The princess especially loved that Belkalon gave her a book, but she still couldn't figure out why he was being so thoughtful. She took the book to the garden, and that's when the priest, Gabriel, popped up again, distracting her. Alexa was really surprised to see him, and asked how he knew she was here. He explained that her servants told him everything, so he didn't have to look for her for long. Then, he confessed he had a serious conversation to have with the princess, and asked if she had a moment. The girl agreed, and they went to a small gazebo, where Alexa asked what he needed. Gabriel started by saying rumors were flying after the hunt about her getting romantic with Duke Estar. The princess confirmed it was true, but wondered why the foreign delegates were so interested in it. That's when the priest told her they needed to talk right now, and she didn't object. Gabriel cut right to the chase. Duke Belkalon is the last of the demonic bloodline, but Alexa already knew he had demon blood, and that's why the Duke always got flack for being a different species. Still, she didn't get what the priest was driving at, and he explained that demonic forces had been getting active lately. Then, he pointed out that the Duke was probably behind it, but Alexa figured that was just a guess. The princess explained that Belkalon does everything for the good of their country, and she didn't believe he'd ever heard it. Gabriel then added that all demons are inherently evil. They're made of darkness and filled with greed and cruelty. He was implying that the Archduke, who's been judged so many times for having that blood, wouldn't fully commit to this kingdom. Belkalon's also down to do anything for himself, but he wouldn't lift a finger for Felipe. Then the priest decided to confess something that scared him even more: what Belkalon might do down the line. The Duke thinks he's only half demon, but he's actually the full package, and who knows what'll happen when he finds out. The princess still didn't get why her boyfriend's background was bugging the priest so bad. He explained that even a half-breed's power is strong enough to wreck everything in its path, but a full-on demon's power in a human could have some seriously messed up consequences. Hearing that, Alexa figured she was dangerous too, since they called her the death beast on the battlefield. Gabriel said she was strong, sure, but he felt something like holy power coming from her, the same kind he has. The priest noticed she didn't believe him, so he decided to show her and asked her to give him her hand. With some hesitation, Alexa reached out, and as soon as their palms touched, this reddish haze popped up. The girl freaked out and yanked her hand back, figuring it was her magic messing things up. The priest corrected her, saying it was the clash between her magic and his holy power. He also mentioned her magic wrapped around her, like a shield, then asked where she got the necklace. Clutching the pendant, the princess confessed the Duke gave it to her, and it meant the world to her. After that, Gabriel admitted the necklace's energy was actually seriously painful for him. Then he asked her to consider why. The Duke would give her a necklace you couldn't even touch with holy power. The priest said the truth was tough to swallow, but urged the princess to really think about it. He'd been planning to move fast while Belkalon was out of town, but now he saw the monster was easily manipulated. Gabriel hoped the princess would start fearing him, since weaklings always fear those stronger than them. And if the princess pushes him away, the Duke definitely won't take that kind of rejection well, and he will become enraged. Then we can find the abandoned Alexa, easily snatch her powers, and bring the demons back. The priest told her that the longer she stays with Belkalon, the worse things will get for her. He even said she could be seen as an accomplice to the demons, and asked her to imagine how that could end. He was enjoying her suffering now, knowing the man she loves could be the end of her and her country. But to his surprise, Alexa just laughed and said his words were really getting on her nerves. She also explained that those kinds of words were just awful, like shockingly awful. The priest was stunned she didn't believe him, but Alexa said she had no reason to worry anyway. The princess also knows that the Grand Duke is the key to restoring the demon's former glory, and she's well aware that their relationship could make her hated by everyone. Alexa knew Gabriel was trying to shock and scare her, then asked what the problem was if the demons did come back. Alexa doesn't think the demon revival will only bring fear to this continent. The priest was surprised, since she's the princess of this country and should understand the danger ahead. But she really didn't see it as a problem, and she could tell the Holy Father wasn't getting it at all. After all, she won't be accepted anywhere, not in the Philippi Kingdom, not even on the whole continent. She can't find her place anywhere, so the princess doesn't care if the demons revive and want to wipe out the entire continent. Alexa only cares about one thing, and that's her beloved, Duke Belkalon, who loves her very much in return. Gabriel started up again, saying he might be using her, and he didn't get why she didn't care. He also tried to explain why the Duke gave her the necklace in the first place, claiming it was binding her. And everything else connected to Belkalon will turn Alexa into just a caged bird with a princess title. But she argued back and said that the gift was just a sign of care. Plus, she's not planning on flying out of that cage. The priest was back on his danger kick, but Alex didn't give a damn about anything that didn't involve her. Then the princess confessed she'd thought Gabriel was shady right after the blessing. She knew the necklace was supposed to protect her from bad people, and now she understood why it was reacting so strongly to Gabriel. The girl's hunches were starting to click, and she was beginning to suspect the priest was behind everything. He couldn't believe Alex had figured it out, and panicked that she'd seen him using magic. Now the fake priest was just pissed that his plan had failed, and he was ready to off her right then and there. He was about to unleash his magic when, out of nowhere, Marquis Belford showed up. He noticed Alex was talking to the priest and was going to come back later, but she assured him they were done. All Gabriel could do was ask her to reconsider his advice, and to think of it as coming straight from Demeter herself. The princess just thanked him for the warning, and promised she'd really think about it as advice. After that, the priest decided to leave her be, and as he walked away, the Marquis gave him a cautious once-over. Then, he figured he should warn Alexa that despite what they talked about, she needed to be careful around that guy. He explained he knew what real servants of God looked like, but there was something else in Gabriel's eyes. The girl promised she'd heed the Marquis's words, and then she got ready to head back to her place. But before leaving, she decided to ask why Belford was looking for her, since he wasn't just hanging around. The Marquis explained that they're preparing a farewell banquet for the delegates from Ethelia. Alexa immediately assured him she wouldn't tarnish Felipe's reputation, and the Marquis, relieved, hoped everything would go smoothly. The princess, though, couldn't figure out since when the young man had such a high opinion of her. He, in turn, reminded her that she was supposed to find some ceramic tableware for the banquet. The minister pointed the Marquis to a great workshop, and now he decided to offer Alexa a ride there. She told him, hoping he'd back off, that if the workshop was in the marketplace, she could get there herself. But Belford also added it was Dwaynecorn's orders, which made her think the Marquis was pretty obedient. He got that she wasn't happy about it, but he couldn't disobey the order, so he started begging her to let him. Alexa still didn't get what these sudden instructions were about, or why they involved her, and not the delegates. Afterwards, the Marquis went to the Chancellor and said he didn't understand why it had to be the princess. He explained that she'd had to sacrifice so much her whole life, and she'd only recently gotten free from the monster's chains. She'd finally managed to get back to a normal life, and now she had to walk towards the edge of the cliff again. From the time she was little, Alexa couldn't even join in the games with the other kids her age. And now, Sir Dwaynecorn decides to use a witch's services and wants to tell everyone the truth about her too? The Marquis didn't think it was the right move, knowing it could reopen the princess's old wounds. The Prime Minister couldn't figure out why his student felt guilty. He'd hoped Belford was above that kind of thing. Then the teacher said the Marquis shouldn't have let the monster's leash go. He should have stayed to protect the princess. Back then, she was just a little kid caught in the middle of a war, and she fought like hell just to survive. Now, Dwancourt asked Belford not to force him to look at the country's future through that kid's eyes. To that, the Marquis pointed out that his teacher knew damn well the kind of messed up life the monarch was living. Yet the Chancellor wants to put the princess on the throne, forcing her back into a lonely life and putting her in danger. Dwancourt declared that he doesn't serve the king's life, but his nature, and asked his student to think about that. The Prime Minister hated that people were living under an incompetent ruler, but he believes the Marquis can handle it all. And to make damn sure the princess gets on that throne, Belford needs to bury all his immature feelings. After that talk, the Marquis went to find Alexa, and soon they arrived on Potter Street. "Thanks for walking me here," she said, "but I'll take it from here." But Belford wasn't letting her go that easy, and he grabbed the edge of her cloak, totally catching her off guard. "Look," he said, "you can always head back if you want. I'll put in a good word with the teacher for you." Alexa shot back. "Greeting the delegation is a big deal, but you're dragging your feet because of your own issues." He corrected her. "What I meant was, if the princess doesn't want to, we can turn around." The girl noticed. "You're acting weird today," and demanded, "Spill it. Tell me everything straight." Belford then let go of her cloak and apologized. "I crossed a line there. Just forget I even asked." Alexa wasn't in the mood for a fight, and just said, "You want to bail, then bail, if that's all you got." Then she headed into the pottery shop to check out the goods for the Athalian guests. The shopkeeper greeted her with a smile and asked, "Looking for anything in particular?" The princess said she wanted to look around first, so the vendor told her to give him a shout when she picked something out. She stopped in front of a set of dishes with a unique design, kinda like the stuff they sell down on Pottery Row. Then she moved on, and looking at the next set, she got this weird feeling, like she'd seen these dishes a bunch of times before. The vendor pops up right then and explains that even though these dishes look like the stuff they make in Chino, they're way better. Hearing that, Alexa figured it was a knockoff, but the guy swore it wasn't, and he was bummed to hear her say that. This porcelain pottery was originally a masterpiece, crafted by the hands of master potters right here in Felipe. But these crooked guys from the Chino Empire stole the design and made it look like it was their own invention. He also added that they spent forever tracking down the original craftsman who created the first piece of violet pottery. Then they barely managed to get him under contract, and now the vendor offered to show the princess some other pieces. She was hesitant, because if she puts out this fake stuff at the banquet, the delegates probably wouldn't be too thrilled. That's when she heard a voice behind the woman who thought Alex was into that dinnerware set. It was that redhead who swore the ceramics were legit and was surprised anyone thought they were fake. Alexa remembered meeting her before, and the redhead was surprised the princess recognized her so fast. Then the girl asked what she was doing here, figuring she had something to say. At that, Alexa recalled everything she'd heard about this woman and guessed this was the witch the Chancellor mentioned. The redhead confirmed it, and then out of nowhere started dissing the princess's outfit, hinting at bad taste. Then she noticed the necklace and reached for it. But Alexa warned her it could be dangerous. But the woman wasn't scared and explained that the jewelry could only hurt someone who wanted to harm the princess. It doesn't affect the redhead at all, and it's got some pretty strong magic in it, making it a super valuable gift. It also means the person who gave you that pendant cares about you a whole hell of a lot. Alexa still didn't buy it and grilled her, like, who was she to know all this stuff? That's when the woman introduced herself as Moara, but nobody's called her that in ages, and almost nobody remembers her anyway. Then, Alexa invited her new acquaintance back to Camilla's mansion, hoping they could talk and she could get some answers. Moira noticed the hostess was way more on edge than the guest, and figured the Chancellor only gave her the broad strokes. So she decided to start talking about the possession, but Alexa was like, whatever, just spill the beans. Moira dug the princess's guts, and guessed she wanted to know how she even ended up here, and maybe if she could get back to her original world if she knew the reason. But the princess shot that down. That threw the witch for a loop. She wondered why Alexa wouldn't want to go back, especially since everything here is so foreign. She could take a guess at the reason, but the girl just said she only cared about the mystery of the possession, and she straight up told her guest to keep out of her personal business. Seeing how Alexa was totally owning this body, Moira figured she was already used to being a princess. Then she pointed out that the reason the girl wanted to stay was because of the dude who gave her the necklace. And if Alexa doesn't want to go back now, she can chill, because she couldn't even if she wanted to. The witch explained that the place the girl remembers wasn't even the world she was actually born in, which means she's been Princess Alexa of Felipe since day one. The girl couldn't believe it, because she ended up here after dying in a car crash. Then, Moira asked her to think about the guilt she felt for taking everything from Alexa. But actually, it was hers to begin with, and Alexa was the one living someone else's life. Of course, it wasn't her choice, so the woman believed she wasn't to blame. Then the girl started grilling her about what exactly happened, guessing that she just switched places with Alexa. Mora said the reason she ended up in another world and Raphael hated her wasn't because she was a monster. The woman explained that everyone in the royal family was blonde, except for Alexa, who was born with black hair. Then she asked the girl what she thought was the reason Count Ergen was trying to start a rebellion using her. The answers to all these questions start with the mistress of this place, the princess's mother, Camilla Ergen. Alexa couldn't believe it, but the witch confirmed that Camilla wasn't actually from this world either. She didn't know how she got here, of course, but she knew for sure that Count Ergen found her by accident. After that, she became a member of their family, and Camilla was always a cheerful person, and everyone loved her. However, this later became a problem. The girl's mom fell in love, and that love was just like Alexa's with the Duke. After that, Mora asked the princess to guess who she fell in love with, and she guessed King Raphael. But the woman said she was wrong, and now she couldn't even believe that Alexa considered her parents' enemy, her father. The girl's real father is someone else entirely, Alexis Dwight, the first son of King Litar. He's the older brother of the current King Raphael III, and the rightful heir to the throne. This guy's Alexa's dad, who fell for Camilla, even though their love was a huge risk. And since Alexis was supposed to inherit the throne, people started talking about Camilla becoming queen. That's when a guy who was secretly in love with Camilla Raphael messed everything up. He couldn't just sit back and watch the woman he loved become his brother's wife. So, he decided to make a move, and then coldly murdered his brothers, the ones who looked out for him. Alexa's father died in a carriage accident, and Franz, the second prince, died mysteriously in an accident too. Since Raphael was never even considered for the throne, nobody suspected a thing. So, he became the only prince left alive. And hearing all this, Alexa asked what happened to Camilla. Mora confessed she was in deep despair, because losing the one you love ain't easy. But Camilla had a serious reason to pull herself together. A damn good one at that. Alexa's mom couldn't just check out after him, not when she was already carrying their kid inside her. Camilla, all alone, became Raphael's concubine, and he was so desperate he'd even take her kid. But the king killed Alexis, making her being his concubine a straight-up contradiction. She didn't exactly embrace Raphael, but she didn't push him away either, all for Alexa's sake. The king, being possessive, wanted to make her his, thinking it would bring him peace. He was also pissed about all the gossip, and then Raphael declared Alexa the second princess. He offed anyone who dared doubt her lineage, but he still couldn't love her like a daughter. Eventually, he was consumed by hate. He couldn't stand seeing a carbon copy of his dead brother. The king started hating Camilla too, since all her attention was on her daughter. After racking his brain for ages, Raphael finally had a solution, but it was seriously messed up. He wanted to swap the girl's soul with another kid's, and if he could, he'd have switched their bodies too. But magic like that doesn't exist, so he found a girl who matched Alexa's profile. Raphael could only mess with their souls, and that's how Alexa ended up leaving Felipe. Then, he wiped out everything that was left of his brother, and only after that did Camilla off herself. The girl, left without a guardian, became easy prey for the nobles, and Ariel's the one who shipped her off to Canetti. The concubines who followed Camilla and Raphael, consumed by rage at losing his lover, jumped her all at once. In that moment, Ariel decided it was the only way to protect her little sister. She knew a girl who'd suddenly lost her mom and been kicked out of the palace couldn't be doing okay. And since Ariel couldn't be with her every single day, that little girl was super lonely. Sometimes people couldn't sleep at night because of the kids crying. And when Mawara first met her, she was really bummed out. So, the witch decided to ask her what she wanted more than anything in the world. Alex, hooked by the story, asked what the little girl had answered. The woman admitted that the kid wished for power, because then nobody could ignore her or treat her like she was nothing. The girl just wanted massive power, and the curse that turned her into a monster became her choice. But no matter how small the magic was, God's still merciful, and this wasn't just some simple curse. The power she wanted could only come in the right form, and she could only go back to normal after going through the whole process. Alex figured that back then, the girl didn't take the witch seriously, and just asked for power for herself. Then the princess even started getting pissed, because the kid was only 7, and the witch knew she couldn't handle it. Mora kept saying it wasn't just a curse, and that blessings and curses always go hand in hand. But the final choice is up to the person themselves, and the woman could also explain why Alexa doesn't turn into a monster anymore. This powerful curse is also a blessing, and there's a gift hidden beneath the ugly shell. And if the girl had also tried to lift the curse, like Alexa, then she could have broken free from her beastly form. All she needed was the courage to stand tall and face herself head-on, the ability to see what's hidden beneath the ugly exterior. That's the power to love yourself. But the little girl didn't have that kind of strength, so she gave up on her life. And according to the magic clock, with her death, her soul and the princess's soul returned to their rightful places. A little shocked, Alexa asked how this woman knew what the girl was thinking. Mora explained that she once felt something similar towards someone, but he also died at Raphael's hands. The princess was catching on, and Mora confirmed it was Prince Franz, and that she'd witnessed his death. They pinned the murder on her by mistake. After explaining all this, Mora told Alexa not to worry. She explained that she'd also returned to where she belonged, and now everything would come full circle. Then she confessed that nobody else knows the secret she just told the princess, which means nobody suspects the real Alexa's back. Not even King Raphael knows. Afterwards, Mora assured the girl she could always count on her help. But Alexa herself has to decide if she's going to get revenge on the current king or not. After their talk, the girl stepped outside into the pouring rain. But she didn't even care about the bad weather. She didn't know what to do now. The situation felt hopeless, and she wondered what the other Alexa would do in her place. Now the princess called that girl Hanbell, because she herself was the real Alexa. She felt bad for even thinking that way, always worrying she was taking that other girl's place. But now, it just breaks her heart knowing that girl went through the same pain, that she was just as alone. At the same time, the princess still hated that girl, even though she knew it wasn't her fault. Even happy in this world, Alexa now lived in constant fear of losing this life she had. And now, the princess couldn't abandon either of them, because in the end, they completed each other. Then, Alexa turned to her mother for advice on what to do, because if this life wasn't her choice, then what could she even choose? Alexa would be forced to live her whole life the way others decided for her, both her and that other girl. Right then, the princess really wanted to see Belkalon, because he was always there when she needed him. She missed him more than usual at that moment, mentally begging him to come to her quickly. She wanted the Duke to ask her what was wrong, how she was doing, and then tell her it was nothing and everything would be all right. Alexa was so crushed, she dropped to her knees, sobbing and pleading with Belkalon. Then, out of nowhere, she heard a voice she knew behind her, and when she turned, she thought it was her lover. But it was just Marquis Belford, reaching out his hand and asking her to come inside. Alexa felt the letdown hard, but she still took his hand, and he helped her to her feet. Then the Marquis asked what the princess was doing out here at this hour, and said she was putting herself in danger. He figured Alexa should always say where she's going and what she's up to, because things could get dicey. That's why he told her to stay away from this estate in the first place, and started grilling her about what she talked about with that woman. But Alexa snapped back that the Marquis knew about it all along, sent her here anyway, so he was just using her too. The princess wanted to know why this only happened to her. She couldn't figure out what she'd done wrong. She just wanted to be happy, but she couldn't even fight on her own terms. Alexa was totally lost, didn't know what was real anymore, and just broke down crying again from feeling so powerless in this mess. The Marquis saw how bummed she was, and, wanting to cheer her up a little, decided to give her a hug. As Belford got closer, he noticed blood on her face and went to wipe it off, but she immediately shoved him away. The Marquis was flustered, didn't know what to do, but then finally confessed to the princess that he was into her. He also admitted that he'd been a dumbass and ignorant before, which is why he couldn't realize those feelings sooner. But now, Belford got how important Alexa was to him, and he hadn't even noticed how much she meant to him. The princess thought it was BS, and the Marquis also admitted he only figured it out after she left him. The girl still didn't get why he was telling her all this, now, after everything that's happened. "'Cause it's not gonna change anything," Belford went on, saying he loved her smile, but also knew he didn't deserve to see her smile anymore. Plus, the Marquis didn't want to admit that the princess didn't want him around, and that really bummed him out. Even though it was way too late, he still hoped that one day Alexa would look at him again. Then, Belford touched her face again and started confessing his love, hoping it would somehow help. But the next second, his face changed completely, and then he collapsed on the floor, out cold, like something pushed him away. The princess heard footsteps, and when she turned around, she saw Belkalon approaching her. The girl was lost for words, because for the first time, she couldn't figure out what to say, even though her head was spinning with thoughts. The Duke approached her and hugged her, and that's when she decided to ask what had happened to the Marquis. And Belkalon told the princess not to look at him, but she knew now that he'd done something to Belford. The Archduke just repeated that she shouldn't look at him, or he might actually kill him. Now the girl understood that Belle had been watching them, but she didn't know how long, or what he'd seen. She also couldn't believe the Duke attacked the Marquis just because he got close to her. Belkalon just said we should have gotten rid of the obstacles from the start, so it'd just be him. Right then, the Duke's words sounded like a threat to the princess, and she even pushed him away. In that moment, she didn't see her Bael. It was like he'd turned into what everyone fears, a dark demon. Just then, the Marquis started to come to, and Alexa immediately asked if he was all right. But then she saw the Duke getting ready to attack again, and she begged him to explain what was going on with him. The girl also begged him to stop and realize what he'd just done. That's Marquis Belford, for crying out loud. Alexa also reminded him that he's got powerful people backing him, and this isn't okay, no matter how mad the Duke is. Belkalon, meanwhile, was about to leave, dragging her with him, and the princess couldn't believe he'd leave the Marquis to die. The Duke just kept dragging the girl along, so fast that her shoe even flew off her foot. Belford coughed again, and Alexa started pleading with the Duke to admit he was wrong and apologize. She kept saying it wasn't too late to fix things, all while glancing over to see if the Marquis was still breathing. But Belkalon just kept walking, only saying that he didn't kill the Marquis, even though he really wanted to. Hearing that, the girl was completely stunned. She couldn't believe her boyfriend would say something like that. The Duke explained he only stopped because his beloved asked him to, and Belford should have been dead a long time ago. Belkalon only spared his life because of the princess's mercy, and she started explaining that the Marquis was just trying to calm her down. The girl also confessed that she'd had a rough day, and she just couldn't handle it alone. She insisted she didn't need the Marquis. She only needed Bel, and she was looking for him and waiting for him to come. The princess admitted she was thinking about him, even when Belford was standing right in front of her, and didn't know why the Duke hadn't heard her before. The girl now thought that the Duke was making everything harder, and then added that she missed him a lot. At that moment, Belkalon stopped, and seeing Alexa's tears, he asked her not to cry. He also made it clear he didn't give a damn about what happened between her and the Marquis, but his feelings toward him wouldn't change. Then the Duke confessed he'd always hoped the princess would be alone, and that he'd actually been faking it the whole time. He pretended to understand everything when he hugged her, but in reality, he wished things would go badly for her. The Duke wanted that, because then he could be her savior. But you can't build a relationship with a damn demon. A relationship where two people trust and rely on each other is something demonic instincts reject. Belkalon believed Alexa was his savior, but understood it wasn't the same for her, and she couldn't grasp what he meant. He explained that everyone's drawn to the light, and guessed that he himself had been darkness from the start. Then he brought up the Marquis's confession, and explained that he wasn't even a half-demon, but a real man in love with her. But the princess started to argue that she only needed the Duke, and he explained that's because she just didn't know any other kind of love. Belkalon also thought she deserved to be loved, but when she's with him, she's hated for being cursed. The girl had no idea how heavy the Duke's sins were, which is why he wanted to get rid of everything. He wanted to destroy everything connected to the princess, and he wanted her to only look at him. Now he saw how surprised Alexa was, and added that this was the real him, and the person she knows never existed to begin with. After which Belkalon apologized for only saying this now. He also stated that she loved a monster, not a man, and with that, he was going to leave her alone. But Alexa didn't want to accept any of his words, and ran to him and hugged him tightly. She didn't understand where he was going, because she was right here in front of him, and he just said everything and decided to leave. The girl wanted to know why he was doing this, but the Duke was sure that even if he told her, she still wouldn't understand. Belkalon tried so hard to make her happy by being around, but in the end, he failed. Alexa begged him not to say that, because he had already made her happy, but the Duke still denied it. He explained that the princess was just drunk on the happiness he gave her, but that he'd end up destroying her with his own hands. He also admitted his father was a demon, but she argued because she knew his mom was the demon, and his father was King Litar. Bel explained that the king was just a puppet, tricked by his father, on the condition that the kingdom would be secure. His mother, carrying a child, became queen, and his real father turned her into a demon, and she chose death to escape that fate. It was the only way she could be free. Now the Duke was scared that, like his dad, he felt like he was just pushing Alexa towards her doom. Then he pointed at the Marquis and asked her to look at the mess he'd already made, because he's a monster. He saw himself as a creature who wasn't allowed to love, and if it continued, Alexa could end up like Belford. That's why Belkalon couldn't be with the princess. Then he wished her happiness and started to leave again. The girl didn't know what else she could say to stop Belkalon, and just stood there, watching him go. After a while, she woke up with a pounding headache, hoping it was just a bad dream as the memories flooded back. Then she heard the first princess's worried voice. She'd been waiting for her to wake up. Ariel immediately asked how she was feeling, admitting she was shocked to hear what happened. Alexa just fired back, demanding to know what her sister was doing there, then just wanted her to get out. The second princess made it clear she had zero interest in talking to her sister right now, but Ariel explained that she'd been unconscious for 10 whole days, and a royal guard had brought her in. Then she dropped the news about the Marquis. He's recovering at home, and everyone was worried sick about Alexa. Ariel begged her sister to explain everything, but she snapped back. asking why she even needed to know. Alexa also confessed that when she's around, she gets all these thoughts, and she just gets on her nerves. Then the second princess demanded to know what else Ariel was planning to take from her, pretending to care. Then, in a voice like thunder, Alexa declared no one would take him from her, and her sister realized it was all about the Duke. But the first princess needed to be sure her sister was in such a state because of him. The maids Lily and Jen were also in the room, and Alexa immediately started grilling them about Belkalon's whereabouts. Lily, a little scared, suggested that the princess should take care of herself first, but Alexa demanded she answer immediately, saying she didn't have time to wait, and Lily confessed the Duke had returned to his mansion. Lily also added that His Grace left right after reporting to His Majesty the King. The princess couldn't believe the Duke would do that, but Ariel confirmed he wouldn't be back in the capital for years. Then she reminded her sister that the Duke had a strained relationship with their father, and Raphael jumped at the chance. The Archduke's going to be stationed on the border from now on, but he's fine with it, since he has no reason to come back here. Belkalon couldn't handle Alexa, so he ran away. The guy who promised to be there turned out to be a coward. Meanwhile, the second princess headed for the exit, and Ariel got worried about her. She explained she needed to check things out, because she believed the Duke would never abandon her. And then she threw open the door. Right after, she jumped on a horse, and when she got to the mansion, she confirmed it was totally empty. Alexa was feeling crushed and abandoned at that moment, but she still went inside, calling out for the Duke. Wandering through the halls and rooms, she begged for someone to answer her, even just one of Belkalon's servants. She started yelling that the Duke promised her he'd always stick by her side, no matter what. Just then, she heard a familiar voice asking, with surprise, where his buddy had gone. It was Father Gabriel, and he was also wondering how the princess managed to get all the way there on her own. They were both shocked to see each other there, and the priest reminded her that she'd doubted him. But now he doesn't need to pretend anymore. And that's when Alexa saw that his eyes were black too. She realized Gabriel was a demon too, just like the Duke, who then told her not to compare him to that half-breed. He doesn't want to be treated the same way, and decided it was time for a formal introduction. Grabbing the princess by the neck, the fake priest announced that his real name was Abraxas. He also confessed to being the Duke's brother, and that they shared the same blood, even if Beliaz was mixed. Then the demon tossed the girl aside. He asked her to take care of him, but figured that wasn't enough, because even after hunting priests in this country for so long, he knew he needed Alexa's power specifically. He then extended his claws and started channeling a magical current towards the girl to get what he wanted. But in that instant, there was a small flash, and the demon, thrown to the side, fell to the floor, cursing. He was also wounded, and realized he'd completely forgotten about the necklace the princess was wearing. Abraxas repeated that Alexa has no idea what it is, but she keeps wearing it anyway. But none of that even matters, because right now, the demon needs the princess's magic. The girl was still like, "What does all this even mean? What's wrong with the necklace?" And he told her she didn't have much time. The demon even promised her that as a gift, he could tell her the way to the afterlife if she wanted. Then he explained that the pendant was a magic stone, and someone's magic was locked inside. This powerful magic was created by someone's soul, but the demon could see Alexa had no clue who it could be. So Abraxas spelled it out for her. It's Belkalon's soul, trapped inside that piece of jewelry, and the heroine, who got such a sweet gift, doesn't even know the whole truth. The Duke only has himself to blame for falling for a human, but that's what Abraxas expected. Thinking the guy was an idiot because he's a half-breed, he explained to the princess that demons only have two fates, either destruction or oblivion. That's all humans know, and all they live for. Plus, the Duke will be bowing down to him soon enough. Then he added that the longer the princess dug in her heels, the more gruesome her death would be. Abraxas just asked her to hand over the necklace, and then he could make the whole thing painless. But then Alexa blurted out that it was all his fault, that he was the reason the Duke left her and took off. The demon countered that Belkalon brought his destruction on himself, being a half-breed cursed from birth. Bel was desperately fighting against his instincts, hardwired into his blood, and wanted to live a normal life for a woman. For the demon, everything was working out perfectly, and when he killed the princess, the Duke would get weaker. After that, Abraxas could easily kill him too. Now he was certain that's how it all played out. Then, he grabbed the princess's neck again, insisting that this was how it had to be, and he could take care of this magic. But suddenly, at that moment, the demon felt a green energy starting to envelop him, and he released the girl. He realized she was doing it, and she kept squeezing the unclean one with magical power, trying to destroy him. Then she just threw a regular punch, except it hit so damn hard the demon went flying again. Abraxas was losing it, thinking there's no way. The power boosting him, a freaking demon, was now working against him. The princess said he probably didn't know it, but she wasn't just some regular chick, reminding him she was a beast. And she felt stronger than ever, remembering Moira's words about that power being tied to her resolve. If Alexa could go back to the second before the Duke ditched her, she would have done things differently. She used to think there wasn't even a place she could go back to, but in a life where she couldn't even make her own choices, someone was willing to reach out to her. Belkalon. Alexa also remembered that his own father had killed his brother, and his mother couldn't escape the killer's clutches. And after everything that happened to his family, the princess didn't want him losing his girl too. Now, the girl was completely determined. No matter what, she wanted to stay with Belle. And if anyone gets in her way, Alexa's not going to forgive them, no matter who they are. Then she formed a ball of energy and said that if the demon wanted her power so bad, he could have it. After that, she launched the ball at Abraxas, and he immediately felt pain and coughed up blood. Then the girl sarcastically started grilling him, asking why he was resisting, since he wanted that power so much. The demon was feeling pretty weak at this point, and the princess grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, ready to throw another punch. Lifting the demon up, Alexa explained that because he tried to attack her earlier, her magic was radiating a ton of energy. He started screaming and begging her to stop, but the girl explained that this was just weakened magic. Then, Abraxas started threatening her, saying that if she didn't give back the power, he'd tear her to shreds. She didn't like that threat, and she got even angrier, asking him how he planned on killing her. Then she reminded him that Belkalon changed after that fake priest showed up. She realized the demon had tricked him with his slimy flattery. She could tell by the Duke's face when he made that awful choice. Alexa would never forget this, and now she knew for sure that Abraxas was the one who made Bela leave her. Realizing this guy was a total villain, the princess was ready to make him pay big time. A massive surge of energy erupted from her again, while the demon gathered all his strength to push Alexa back. A dark mark formed where he shoved her in the shoulder, proving just how powerful the blow was. Abraxas's hand also darkened, but he was still glad to be alive after that clash. He knew the princess was still human, even if she was a beast with incredible power. The demon remembered when he first met her. She was different, and now he realized she'd been hiding her strength. He was also figuring out his next move. Before her body recovered, he had to hit her again, and hit her first. Abraxas gathered his power in his hand again, and immediately aimed a blast of dark energy at the princess's wound. The demon was enjoying the girl's pain, but this time, it was different than with her father. He knew Alexa was hoping that if she killed him, the half-breed would come back looking for her. Abraxas also figured it'd be better to end her life right here, right now, and shot another blast of energy at her. He realized he should have done it a long time ago, and decided he'd send her dumb brother after her too. But then he felt a massive magical hit from the princess, and was shocked. He thought it was impossible. His attack landed right in her heart, but he couldn't figure out how she survived, let alone kept attacking. The girl just repeated that if the demon wanted her magic so badly, she could give it back to him. Realizing his life might be in danger, Abraxas started begging her to wait. But his pleas were useless, and the next thing he knew, he was engulfed in powerful energy. After the attack, the demon collapsed to the floor, lifeless, and the princess stood over him. She decided to spare his life after all. If Belkalon hadn't offed him already, there's gotta be something between them. The princess couldn't just end their relationship on a whim. They're still family, you know? Now she got what that meant. No matter how much you hate your family, you can't just ditch them, even if family members aren't blood-related. Alexa understood that getting rid of that bond wasn't going to be easy. When she got back, the maid saw her condition and the wound and freaked out, asking where she'd been. Alexa told him it was just a scratch, no need to worry, and then asked Jen to patch her up. Jen reported that even after her mistress left the castle, Princess Ariel was still hanging around. Things were pretty tense in the palace, but Alexa said she decided to leave on her own. When the maid finished tending the wound, the first princess came in, looking all bummed out. Alexa still didn't want to see or talk to her, but then bam! She slapped her sister right across the face. Ariel told the freaked out maids to take a hike while she talked to her sister. Then she started grilling Alexa about where she'd been, since she'd made it crystal clear to stay put. Ariel was also pissed that her sister not only ditched her, but came back all banged up too. But Alexa wasn't having it, and told her sister to get lost, adding she wasn't going to put up with what she was doing. Then she asked the first princess how much longer she was going to pretend like she didn't know anything. The second princess straight up declared that her sister had been playing her the whole time, dragging her to Canetti to lock her up. Ariel even stole Marquis Belford, who she was totally in love with, and basically ruined her life. The first princess started pushing back, explaining that it was all done for Alexa's own good. She also reminded her that on the day she went to Kennedy, they made a promise to each other. Ariel now figured her sister had forgotten that promise when she got rid of the curse. But the second princess was totally lost. She told her again to get out, saying she was sick and tired of her whining. Ariel repeated that those were her sister's words, that she was all she needed. That day, they were riding in the carriage as kids. The first princess told her not to cry, that it wasn't forever, but she protested, saying Ariel wouldn't be in Kennedy, and Ariel explained it was too dangerous to stay at the palace right now. Then she added that some shady characters were sneaking into the palace, and they were probably after their dad. Alexa agreed that after they showed up, the king got even scarier, and she was terrified of him. She still didn't get why Ariel couldn't stay in Kennedy with her, since it was dangerous for her in the palace too. She just needed her sister, saying she could do without her dad or anyone else. Everyone hated her except the first princess, but she explained that she had to stay at the palace. In return, the first princess promised that when they were both grown up, they'd ditch the capital and live together. She thought they owed it to themselves to escape this hellhole and finally live happily. But for now, they needed to hold tight, especially since they both knew what Raphael's dad was like. That guy would step on anyone to get what he wanted, and Ariel feared they'd end up the same way. Even though they had different moms, and some might not see them as a real family, Ariel considered her sister her closest kin. Their father didn't care about anything except his own safety, and their brother Wilhelm was a chip off the old block. They were the kind of people who'd forgotten how to be human, and that's why the sisters confided in each other in that palace. Now, Alexa's forgotten that promise and keeps pushing Ariel away, and she doesn't understand why her sisters changed so much. But the second princess just got pissed, figuring Ariel only blamed her for how things turned out. Alexa explained it's because she's back in this world, and that girl couldn't fight it anymore. She admitted Ariel might have been someone she cared about, since everyone said she always listened to her big sister. If that girl had someone so important to her, then why the hell did she give up on her life? There was no place for her in this world, except with her precious sister. Maybe the reason was that someone else she loved took her place, and now Alexa's starting to get it. Ariel didn't want to lose her little sister because of Marquis Belford. That's why the first princess took everything she touched and branded her existence all over it, because the only person she loves is that girl. But her love was just too much. She was terrifying and lived in constant fear, and when she decided to come out into the world, Ariel isolated her and made her look like a fool. The first princess thought her sister would only look at her, but for her, it was utter despair. But Ariel was wrong, because the sister she cherished left this world because of her own actions. Then, realizing her sister didn't want to leave, Alexa decided she would leave herself and immediately headed for the exit. But she asked me to wait and listen, then explained there wasn't time, because Dad was onto us. The king figured out they want Duancaron to make Alexa the new head of Felipe, and he knows the Ergen family's backing it. Then, the first princess confessed that their father's planning a surprise attack on the Marquis and the Count tomorrow. Now, because Alexa bolted, we're short on time. Ariel's already prepped an escape route, though. She told her sister to use it, but the sister didn't get why she should. Then, the first princess explained the king fears Alexa more than anyone, and she's next on the chopping block. And if Raphael III sees this as a rebellion, there's no going back. She reminded her again how evil and terrifying their father is, and added he'd just straight up kill Alexa. The girl wondered if the king could kill his own princess, then realized she wasn't even a real princess. After that, the second princess confessed to her sister that her father isn't Raphael, but Prince Alexis, and Ariel was blown away by that. Alexa said she wasn't running. That was her final word. But the first princess thought it was total BS. She pointed out that even if Alexa was a beast, she'd be facing her dad's entire army, and one wound wouldn't be the end of it. That's when Alexa explained that the young monster had been locked up for years because Ariel decided it. That girl just wanted to be happy again, and now she's been turned into a hunting dog. The second princess wasn't about to hide. She decided to meet them head-on, because if she runs without doing anything, this guy won't have anywhere to go back to either. And if Ariel still thinks of her as family, then she needs to think real hard about what she's doing right now. A little later at the Duancaron estate, the chancellor was reporting that the army was ready and in position. All that was left was to give the signal, and everyone was ready to attack immediately. And just then, the Marquis arrived. He admitted to Duancaron that he'd heard the news and wanted to know what was going on. The instructor explained that the aristocrats' private army was arming themselves to the teeth, which meant a rebellion. Belford wondered why so suddenly, and learned the royal army would raid them tomorrow, so they had to resist. The Marquis still didn't get how the king could secretly launch a raid, since he had no right to do that. Louis explained it was an emergency order, but if the king accused him of treason, he had plenty of excuses. The prime minister also confessed to the Marquis that he sensed the king's end was near. Belford stated that in that case, they couldn't send soldiers to their positions. They needed to meet with other ministers and discuss everything. And then the Marquis suddenly realized that if the situation was just escalating, the princess might also be in danger. But the instructor told him not to worry, explaining that Alexa was already very close to His Majesty. A few hours earlier, the princess had come to the Chancellor, and he confirmed she was ready and hadn't run off. She couldn't run off because she needed to make room for the person who was supposed to return. That's why she was going to fight back, but not for the suffering people or the country's peace. Duke realized the princess was fighting for the Archduke, but she also stated something else. Until she takes the throne, she intends to ensure the safety of countless people, and the fact that Alexa isn't acting in the interest of the greater good. The Chancellor should already know that. He confirmed it, because that's totally like the princess, but he didn't know how she planned to take control of the palace. The girl agreed to explain and immediately spread a map in front of him, explaining that they would go to the North Gate. She was going to attack the main palace right away, not play spy and snoop around. Because if a tiger doesn't want to be attacked by its prey, it needs to rip that prey's throat out first. After that, the princess went to Count Ergen's mansion, where Killian was surprised by her late-night visit. The Count himself was in his study at the time, and the guy realized that Alexa had some business with him. After he walked his relative out, she met up with her uncle, who also wanted to know why she was there. She straight up told him that the king was planning a raid on the Ergen family and Chancellor Duke tomorrow. The reason? They're being accused of treason, of plotting to seize the throne. The Count just sighed heavily. He'd been expecting something like this, and he admitted it to the princess. Before, he couldn't protect Camilla, afraid the family would fall apart, and he cornered her in a really dangerous spot. But that woman's sacrifice was for nothing, because Raphael's arrow wasn't just aimed at her. Until the Count makes the king pay for what he's done, he doesn't care what happens to him or his family. He sees it as the only redemption, the only offering he can now give to Camilla's sister. He advised Killian that if he wants to dodge the bullet, he needs to go after the master. The Count also apologized to his son for only showing him the worst side of their family. The kid knew what his dad meant and said he was just as determined and wouldn't leave his old man for anything. Then, Killian asked the princess what her plan was, seeing as the search was starting first thing tomorrow. The Count also mentioned the Ergen family army was 300 strong, including guys they'd secretly called up. Alexa figured that should be enough, because she had a plan to stab the king right in the back. After a while, they got to the palace, and Killian was asking why they had to sneak in from the back. He thought they could just walk right through the North Gate, but Alexa explained they weren't exactly invited. They also had an unexpected ally joining them, so they needed to be extra careful. The princess told Marquis Belford to stay put, since he'd be in charge of the soldiers. And once she and Killian were inside the main palace, he had to make sure their escape route wasn't attacked. The Marquis still didn't get why he had to stay behind, because even with his injury, he could still fight and tough it out. Alexa figured it was only a matter of time before word got out about them making the first move. And then the army would come down on the Chancellor and the Count. The knights had already seen the king's messed up behavior firsthand, so they'd be turning against him pretty damn soon. The Marquis would have to declare his innocence to them and tell them about the downright brutal injustice Raphael was pulling. The princess explained that Belford would have to reignite the fire in those nights, and he was down with that. At the same time, he was also thinking that no matter what happened, he could never be with her anyway. She handed the Chancellor and the Count an emergency royal decree, ordering the assassination of Duke and Ergen. The princess secretly snatched it from the palace yesterday, and it's got the royal seal on it. But there was no official trial. The order was to kill them with proof of the case, but the Chancellor can petition for abdication from the throne. He agreed, since he'd never actually put forward such a proposal himself, and so he'd have to do it today. Way earlier that day, right after dawn in Raphael's palace, the king summoned the general and the vice captain of the Carrion Knights. He ordered the general to execute the Chancellor and the Count right away. But Carrion wondered what to do with the people loyal to the royal family. But the king doubted their loyalty. He was sure they were all plotting treason. He got pissed that his subjects dared to question his decision, but the vice captain assured him that wasn't the case. He also planned to immediately summon the knights from Iris Palace, noting that if the soldiers moved towards the palace, Alexa would find out. Then Raphael let the subjects go, and just then the butler approached him with a report. The king remarked that he was just in time and asked how things were at the palace, and he reported that Ariel had been there since yesterday. Raphael realized that she truly cherished her younger sister, with whom they weren't even connected by blood. Then the king reminded them that if Alexa suddenly left the palace, they should immediately carry out his order. The butler also explained that the mages were already in place, and he had selected and positioned the most outstanding ones. The king understood that finding them wasn't easy, since he'd killed the mages who replaced the girl's soul to keep them from blabbing to anyone. The more he dwells on Alexa's magic, the more he's convinced it was a total waste. If the Duke hadn't shown up at the palace, the king could have squeezed way more out of her. Raphael didn't see her dying so soon either. If she'd listened to him, she could have avoided the worst. Now Alexa's just sitting around waiting to die, and the Duke's back in the boonies. The king thinks his plan's golden. Plus, he wanted to sell Alexa's magic stone to Prince Philip, which is why he said not to kill her on the spot. Meanwhile, Prince Wilhelm was heading out for a secret meet with that prince, trying to seal the deal. And he can't come back as long as Alexa's breathing, because the peace is over, and things are back to how they were. Back at the Ergen mansion, the king's soldiers were raiding the place, tearing it apart looking for the count. But no dice. One knight reported to the vice captain that the mansion was empty, but he didn't buy it. They didn't have time to skip town. At the Dwancorn mansion, the general immediately started yelling for the chancellor to come out and get his royal orders. One of the knights approached him, telling him about the problem. His Majesty, the king, was in danger. The general realized the palace was under attack, but he couldn't believe it. He ordered the outer guard to be summoned immediately. They had to stop the rebel army at all costs. He told his soldiers their targets were the chancellor and the earl's troops. Reaching the palace, the archers were ready to fire, but they noticed their arrows were just bouncing off the enemy. Killian explained that the armor was made from monster hide, and now he was glad they'd gone to the trouble of getting it. Alexa ordered them to keep casualties to a minimum, try not to die, and that they needed to overpower them and seize their weapons. Meanwhile, the frightened king was interrogating his subjects, asking how the enemy managed to get in. They reported that they came through the north gate, wearing strange armor, and they were impossible to wound. Raphael remembered the mages were still here, then started asking where Princess Alexa was right now. Just then, the door burst open and she walked in, explaining that if her father called, she had to answer. She noticed the king looked super bummed, like he wasn't expecting her at all. Raphael was totally confused, because he thought the second princess was supposed to be chilling at Iris Palace. But since things were how they were, he figured he had to talk her down and get her closer to the mages. He told her she was right on time, and that she needed to judge the people who were a danger to Felipe. Alexa guessed he was talking about the guys plotting treason. He confirmed it, pissed that they dared to try and take the throne, and now Alexa had to defend the royal family's honor. Just then, the girl grabbed a bow from a soldier and said she understood, aiming it right at the king. But she didn't shoot him. She nailed the mage who was coming closer, and he went down like a sack of potatoes. Raphael was like, "What the hell are you doing, princess?" And she said the guy seemed suspicious. But the king shot back that wasn't who she was supposed to get rid of, and that their real enemy was the rebel army. But Alexa explained that the king didn't know if they'd stay a rebel army or become a revolutionary one. That's when Raphael started suspecting the princess had figured out his plan, but he kept insisting she was wrong. Then he ordered the other mages to immediately take care of Alexa, and they instantly started blasting her with magic. But all their attacks combined were nothing to the girl. She didn't even flinch, just stood her ground. But she also braced herself to reflect their magic, even though they warned her it was super dangerous. And right then, the mages got hit with a backblast of magical energy that instantly took them down. The energy surge caused the columns and ceiling of the castle hall to start collapsing, and an evacuation order was given. While the soldiers scattered, the princess spotted red-haired Moara in the crowd, also staring at Alexa. The witch greeted her, then got ready to attack, immediately launching a powerful blast of energy at her. That hit pretty hard, and the princess could tell the woman was seriously strong. But the next second, she realized she was outside with Killian, and had no clue what had happened. Glancing towards the gates, she saw soldiers scattering, running for their lives. The king was huddled near some bushes too, looking more scared than hurt. But he kept grilling the princess, demanding why she was doing this, and attacking her own father. Not just her father, but the king. This was treason, plain and simple. But she snapped back at Raphael, telling him not to talk crap. He saw what happened. She reminded him again. There was a suspicious mage in the palace. She took care of him, and he can't call her a traitor. Right then, a soldier piped up, saying she entered the palace with a rebel army, and the king agreed. He started yelling that Alexa tried to kill him, and ordered the knights to arrest the traitor. But she pointed out again what the mages did. They attacked her first, which is why the palace got wrecked. So we shouldn't be punishing her, but those mages. And then the knights hesitated, and Raphael started yelling at them not to stop. But then another problem popped up, and the soldiers reported that the Etherian army had attacked and was heading straight for the capital. They explained that the Imperial army ambushed Prince Wilhelm and the ambassador on the road they were traveling. The king was also informed that when the Etherians threatened Prince Wilhelm's life, he surrendered to them. And now the palace gates are under attack too, and the enemy army is about to enter the capital. Raphael then ordered them to destroy the rebel army first, because they needed to get rid of the people who wanted to take the throne. And even though the soldiers were hesitant, the king ordered them to follow his orders and also get rid of Princess Alexa. But then an order rang out for everyone to drop their weapons immediately, and that order came from Marquis Belford. He also explained that at that very moment, the Etherian army was preparing to enter the capital and seize its territories. And if they start killing each other now, it'll be like wiping themselves out. He also asked the soldiers to think about who had actually been protecting Felipe up until now, and who was protecting them from the enemy. The king told the captain to shut his mouth, saying they'd already lost to the Etherian army, and there was no point in worrying about the country's safety. Then he ordered the knights to escort and protect him, because even with the enemy army attacking, they had to think about the king first. He also gave the order for the people to evacuate, but the knights had to take all the royal valuables with them. Right then, Alexa yelled at Killian and the Marquis to immediately regroup the troops. Raphael didn't understand what she was planning, since he had just ordered a retreat, but she wasn't having it. She wasn't going to argue about measures regarding her independent behavior, but she would accept that the king thought she was a traitor. Then, Alexa turned to the soldiers and told them they could retreat with the king if they wanted, but she'd remember all the cowardly deserters. The princess herself declared that she wasn't running and would stay to defend Felipe. The princess, understanding they were scared, also reminded them that she hadn't lost a single battle yet, but she swore that they, too, had once heroically saved their homeland from monsters in the hunting grounds. And as long as there's a single person left in Felipe, the princess will do everything to protect this place. She also hoped the knights would help her with that. And instantly, cheers for peace in Felipe erupted. The king, pissed at his subjects, started grilling them about why they were doing this, since he ordered them to protect him. He also yelled at them not to fall for her words and to get back to their posts now. But the princess explained to him that if he insisted on staying here, he'd definitely end up as the enemy's prisoner. Then she yelled to the soldiers that when the war was over, the king would pay for his sins and ordered him taken to the palace. Raphael couldn't believe Alexa was doing this and demanded to be released immediately. He also screamed at Alexa, hoping she'd come to her senses, but she wasn't listening to him. Then, the Athelia troops arrived, and the crown prince admitted he didn't think the war would start as soon as he became king. His brother Philip had his back, saying things were going great and this whole thing would be over soon. They had nothing to fear, even if those guys had a beast. Then he brought up how Prince Felipe begged them to spare his life. The emperor of the Eiffel Empire thought the kid was pretty pathetic. He couldn't even believe he was a prince. He also figured any country that treated the lives of its loyal nobles like flies didn't deserve a decent ruler. Still, he regretted letting that beast get away. They wouldn't have had to take the prince hostage if they hadn't. Philip explained that she was totally nuts, and it'd be easier to persuade the Archduke. Just then, a soldier reported to the emperor that the beast was nearby, setting up an ambush, and His Majesty needed to get to safety. But at that moment, the emperor felt a pain in his shoulder. Then he saw blood and realized he'd been hit. Looking towards where the arrow came from, he saw the princess aiming at him from the tower. He guessed that guy was Felipe the Beast, because at the same time, the soldiers started yelling that Alexa had come to rescue them. The Aphelios soldiers heard the beast coming and freaked out, plus a bunch of them caught arrows too. Now, Felipe's soldiers were primed to attack the enemy, since the princess had cleared a path for them. Prince Philip asked his brother what they should do next, knowing they could be in serious trouble. But his brother said that since Alexa had greeted them this way, they should return the favor. The emperor instantly grabbed an arrow and aimed at the tower where the princess was firing from. The girl saw that the enemy king was a pretty good shot, because the arrow was headed straight for her face. But she was quick and experienced enough to snatch the arrow out of the air before it could pierce her. The emperor thought that trick was awesome, and then decided to use special magic arrows. Then, he fired at the princess again, and she couldn't figure out what kind of arrow it was, never having seen one like it before. But then she realized it was magic, because it was moving incredibly fast. The girl knew she probably couldn't stop her, even with every ounce of will she possessed. She barely had time to shut her eyes to brace for the hit, and when she opened them again, she noticed blood dripping nearby. It seemed weird to Alexa, because she didn't feel any pain at all, and started to realize that someone else was wounded. And when the princess turned around, she saw the broad back of Duke Belkalon in front of her. Alexa called out to him, but he was still silent, and then she saw the arrow sticking out of his hand. The girl got scared for her beloved, but the next instant, his power kicked in, and the arrow just popped out of his hand. After that, the Duke used his abilities, and that weapon, as if on command, flew back the way it came. The arrow landed at the enemy's feet, and instantly there was an explosion right there. But the emperor was unharmed. Looking around, he understood that this guy wasn't aiming at the soldiers. but at their magical weapons. Then the emperor looked back at the tower and saw a man there with black hair and eyes. He realized it wasn't just some animal fighting Felipe, but a pretty powerful guy was helping him out. Meanwhile, the princess was freaking out because her man was still bleeding from his wound. The Duke explained it was an arrow made from magic stone, and if it had hit Alexa, she'd be screwed. But the princess was like, "Now's not the time to worry about me. Belkalon took a serious hit." He insisted he'd be fine, and then the girl saw his wound start to close up. The next thing you know, Alexa grabbed his hand and asked why he was there, since he said he couldn't be around her. Then the princess confessed that she'd become queen of this country, and she'd have a ton of responsibilities. A real heavy burden. It felt like just yesterday she was sharing her worries with the Duke, and he was calming her down. But she knew that when she took the throne, he wouldn't be around anymore, just like he said at their last meeting. Alexa understood that the guy named Belkalon, the kind and sweet guy she knew, was gone. He's been hiding his monstrous side from her, thinks he doesn't deserve to be with her. The princess got it, said she'd find someone else if that's what the Duke really wanted. Walking to the window, she also told him not to come back, no matter what happened tonight. But suddenly, the Duke was right there, grabbed her, and turned her away from the window, shielding her with his body. Whispering, he said he'd been thinking about his words, and he knows he's a handful. But Belkalon can't give up, and then he started begging Alexa for forgiveness for acting like such a jerk. The Duke explained that if she wasn't in his life, he couldn't keep going like this. Then the princess turned around, and out of nowhere, flicked him on the forehead, and it was a solid one. She called the Duke an idiot, and said it would have been better if he'd just told her the truth from the start. He started explaining again that demon blood runs through him, and a demon could hurt a human. But Alexa said, demon or not, it didn't matter to her, she just wanted to love him. Then she repeated that she wanted to love him, specifically him, and she didn't need anyone else. But if Belkalon kept obsessing over stuff that didn't even happen and running away, she'd be forced to make a choice. After that, she said again that she wanted to love and be loved, and the Duke said he'd do anything she asked. Belkalon also promised that he was going to make up for what he did, not just with words, but with actions. He knew he messed up by hurting the woman he loved, and he wanted to pay for it, even if it took forever. Then the Duke got down on one knee in front of the princess, kissed her hand, and asked for her permission to be with her. Alexa was a little stunned. She was still mad at him, but she also loved him just as much, and her feelings were all over the place. But after calming down a bit, she declared that she would become queen, and to achieve this, she needed that person. The girl pointed at the Athelian emperor, and the Duke understood that he had to bring her his head. Alexa wanted to show everyone who was going to win this war. Then she gave Belkalon a real flirty look. She asked him if he could go far enough to actually deserve being by her side. Then the girl jumped out the window, ready to attack, and the Duke was left wondering what he'd been so afraid of all this time. 'Cause Alexa was so much like him, and in the next second, he jumped out the window too, to carry out his orders. The enemy knights, seeing the Duke jump from that height, were shocked and straight up scared at the same time. But Belkalon didn't pay them any mind. He was just headed for his target, and that's when the soldiers knew they had to stop him. The next thing you know, the Duke's standing right next to the Athelian emperor, who totally freaked out when he saw him. Then Bel swung his arm, and the emperor just dropped like a sack of potatoes, and the Athelians were trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Then some dude saw something over there and got everyone else looking, claiming the Duke was holding their emperor. The enemy soldiers couldn't believe their king got attacked in the blink of an eye. His brother Philip damn near crapped his pants, realizing what kind of fate awaited his highness. Felipe's soldiers, who saw everything, were just as stunned that the Duke snuffed someone out like that. If the Archduke had been on the Athelian king's side, they could only imagine what would have happened to them. Belkalon, meanwhile, grabbed his trophy, stuffed it in a sack, and headed over to Princess Alexa. Then, he tossed the sack at her feet and explained that he'd carried out her order, just like he promised. After that, the Duke knelt before her, and with total respect, kissed her hand, showing his loyalty. Bel declared that he offered his queen this man's head, and swore eternal allegiance to her. That's how Felipe managed to repel the Athelian Empire's surprise attack, and scored a crushing victory. After losing their young emperor, who underestimated Felipe, the Athelian army scrambled back to their homeland. Since Felipe was smaller and weaker compared to their empire, the Athelian emperor obviously expected to win this war. But he overlooked one crucial thing: a girl called a monster, and a demon who can crush a human in a heartbeat. And just like that, word of their victory spread across the continent, far beyond the borders of Felipe. Rumor also had it that the Duke brought the emperor's head on orders from the princess herself. They also said she turned against their king, who wanted to surrender to the empire, and declared war. Looking at the royal family, it's totally believable, especially with Prince Wilhelm running off to the empire. And all this time, people thought he was their prince. But compared to him, Alexa's a real hero. She was treated like a monster and spent her childhood away from the capital. Plus, they said she was plotting treason. But people didn't believe she was capable of that, because she's their hero, and they believed she was loyal to her country. Some also thought the royal family wanted to keep Alexa away from the court, under the guise of treason. A few days later, Count Ergen and his son arrived at Princess Iris's palace, and it was their first meeting since the war. So, she asked what the aristocracy thought, and turns out they're on our side. King Raphael had a ton of enemies to begin with, and this whole thing just gave the Congress Party a solid reason to back us. Plus, the king's stuck in the palace for a while, which the princess is pretty happy about. Then she asked what the vibe was like in the capital, and he said nobody's heard about them bringing soldiers into the palace. And pretty much nobody believes the king's claim that the princess was plotting treason. Nah, people think Raphael was in cahoots with the empire, trying to get rid of the princess. So, people can't stay loyal to a king who abandoned his own country. After meeting with her relatives, Alexa went for a walk, and that's when she ran into Ariel. Ariel immediately asked her little sister if she was okay, letting her know she was worried. But suddenly, Alexa wanted to know why Ariel didn't tell their father about her escape from the palace that day. Ariel confessed she thought she was doing it for her sister, because Alexa needed to carefully consider her actions, just like she'd advised. Then Alexa thanked her for that and decided to reveal something to her sis, seeing as how she'd helped her out. She explained that the young Alexa, who had a rough time being sent to Canetti, wasn't around anymore, and no matter what Ariel did, there was no going back to those times, because she wasn't the same Alexa she used to know. But if she wanted, she could forge a connection with the new Alexa, and with that, she went on her way. But then Ariel asked her to wait, now understanding that she had become the new Alexa the day she returned from Canetti. Meanwhile, the second princess was thinking that now that she'd settled things with Ariel, all that was left was to finish this whole thing. While the country celebrated Alexa's heroic victory, Raphael was locked up in the Iris Palace. His own palace was destroyed due to the aftermath of the war, and he couldn't escape punishment for surrendering. Not only did Raphael III reject Felipe, it also turned out he'd managed to siphon money from the treasury to make his escape. The resentment toward that backstabber just kept growing, and all his shady deals and bribery started coming to light. Even the royalist aristocrats turned their backs on him, and the cabinet started debating what to do with his sorry ass. And after meeting with her sister, Alexa went to visit her former king, Raphael. Seeing the princess, he immediately rushed over to her, but he wasn't being nice or asking for forgiveness. On the contrary, he was pissed and demanded she explain how she dared to treat her own father like that. He declared that he was King Felipe and her father, and she dared to pull this crap, not knowing her place. But Alexa called him shameless, saying he still had the nerve to call himself her father. Raphael didn't get what she meant, and the princess declared she wasn't his daughter, but Prince Alexis's. She also knew that he'd seized the throne by murdering his own brother, and it never belonged to him in the first place. He was totally shocked, not understanding how Alexa could know this, because he was sure their souls had switched places. But the girl explained that when one of the souls decided to end its life, the spell was broken, and the second soul returned to its place. And not only did Raphael sacrifice his brother's life, but he committed a terrible crime to manipulate someone else's soul. Then the princess declared it was his time to step down, and pointed out how scared he looked at that moment. She also asked him how it felt to sit on a blood-soaked throne, and stated that his rightful place was only in hell. Soon after that, at a cabinet meeting, it was unanimously decided to remove King Raphael from the throne. And a few days later, Princess Alexa became the legitimate ruler of the kingdom. A lavish banquet was held where the aristocrats wholeheartedly welcomed their new queen. She, in turn, thanked the people for their trust, and after she ascended the throne, she accomplished a great deal. Ariel's support also played a role in this, as the people of Felipe simply adored her. Because of this, even the disgruntled aristocrats agreed to recognize the new Queen Alexa. Feeling tired during the banquet, the girl decided to step out onto the balcony for a little break. That's when she heard Moira's voice. She'd come to pay her respects to Her Royal Highness. The woman congratulated Alexa on taking the throne and presented her with a small gift. Moira explained it was a reward for Alexa doing something she had always wanted to do. The woman claimed she could completely rid her of the beast's curse, if that's what she wanted. But the princess suddenly declared that wasn't necessary, and that she was perfectly fine as she was. After all, without the beast's power inside her, she wouldn't have achieved any of this, and couldn't protect what she held dear. So the princess explained she'd already received a gift from Moira, along with the old Alexa. The redhead decided to leave since the girl didn't need anything, but Alexa offered her to stay and enjoy the party. Moira declined, saying she didn't want to intrude. And just then, Alexa saw the Duke approaching. All she said was, "He's always gorgeous," and decided to write a story about them called Beauty and the Beast. But then the princess was like, "Hold up, explain that." "Belle always tells me I'm the most beautiful." Just then, the Duke walks up and asks her who she was talking to, because he didn't see anyone there. Alexa didn't bother explaining it, just said she was muttering to herself, then asked if he was tired. She knew the last few days were all about getting ready for her coronation, and the Duke figured she was more wiped than him. He also wondered why she wasn't in the banquet hall, and Alexa explained she just stepped out for a breather. Plus, her sister Ariel's been a huge help with the banquet, now that they've patched things up. Then she admitted she saw someone who claimed to be the Duke's brother, but it seemed like they weren't exactly close. Belkalon told her not to worry about it, since that guy's never setting foot in Felipe again. Alexa was happy to hear that, and then she asked if Belkalon had made amends with Marquis Belford. But the Duke said he never even fought with the guy, but she shot back, saying she saw the whole thing. She also pointed out that he can take his time figuring things out, along with the people he trusts. The princess then dropped that they have plenty of time now, since Belkalon is the queen's right-hand man. Plus, he's gonna be stuck with her all the time now, so he can't just run off on her anymore. After that, Alexa kissed him softly, knowing that he'd never be able to turn his back on their love.